One piper if one more man tells me I need to smile. I'm going to deck him square in the jaw and not give a damn about the repercussions. I grumble about the audacity of the male species as I walk down the hallway of United Airlines Arena, home of the DC Stars hockey team, with a stride as determined as my 5'2" frame can muster. The team is deservedly off after a hard practice yesterday afternoon, and the building is quiet without their yelling and joking around. I savor the rare silence, knowing in 30 hours when we play against one of our biggest rivals, this place is going to be a madhouse. The tension I've been holding onto all morning melts away when I push open the door to the athletic trainer's area and collapse in a chair. I hate men, I call out to Lexi Armstrong, one of my best friends and the head Stars trainer. Can we eliminate them from the face of the earth? I'm thinking an aggressive strain of the man flu. That would knock them all out and life would be infinitely better. Well, a deep voice says, and I jump a foot in the air. This is awkward. I glance across the room. Liam Sullivan, our goalie, is lying on a medical table. A towel is draped over his lower half. The white scrap of terracloth looks small on his 6'3" body, and my eyes can't help but drift to the tattoos I had no clue he had. There are a pair of sparrows and intricate flowers on his ribcage, fern leaves on his forearms. Artwork that's so unexpected it's striking. I squeak when I realize I've been staring and cover my eyes. Oh my God, sorry. I didn't know you'd be here, let alone be here and undressed, I say. Hello, Piper. Hi, yeah, I'm going to go, you're there, and I'm not supposed to be here when you're barely covered, totally unprofessional. I have a towel. That thing is like a sock. I appreciate the flattery. I peek between my fingers and find him smirking at me. I huff and lower my hands, staring over his shoulder and not at his body laid out like some Greek god in waiting. I was here to see Lexi, but clearly she's busy. Ice, he says, pointing to the door to his left. Did she say how long she'd be gone? No. Are you hurt? Hamstring. Why are you shirtless? Because my whole body hurts and I'm trying to make it feel better. Did the hamstring injury happen in the game on Monday? I love the 20 questions game. He throws an arm over his face, and I can tell he's exasperated with me. Then again, he's always exasperated with everyone. It's been acting up for a week. Shitty way to start the season. I hum in agreement, like I know what it's like to be a hockey player with sore muscles. He lifts his leg and grips the back of his thigh, grunting out a noise that sounds like a tractor starting. I take his momentary distraction as a chance to study him. His jawline could be cut from glass, and his dark hair is longer than it was at the end of last season. There's a faint scar above his eyebrow, a mark from the blade of a skate he took to the face when he was a kid. I only know about the injury because of a trade-off we made at Media Day my first year with the team. He refused to speak with reporters, a trait that's still going strong, and I needed someone to fill the time before our newest draft pick jumped on the mic and answered questions from reporters. Liam and I reached a compromise. One piece of information about his life as a hockey player, and he wouldn't have to talk to anyone else for the first half of the season. He went with a graphic story involving stitches, but it worked like a charm. Being the alternate in-game reporter and media coordinator for the team is a dream. A career opportunity I've been chasing for years, from working in the athletic box office when I was a student at Syracuse, to majoring in broadcast journalism with a specialization in sports, and then continuing on as an intern with New York's Etchell team. After, I moved up to the All team in Philly for 4 years before landing in DC with the Stars. The position requires adaptability, though. I need to be quick to switch gears and change the wording of prepared questions if a player gets busy post-game or doesn't want to cooperate. Liam Sullivan is the definition of uncooperative. I've spent the majority of my tenure here chasing him down the hall, tugging on his jersey, begging and pleading for him to give the cameras 8 seconds of his time. It hasn't happened yet, and I'm starting to think he enjoys being fined by the NHL for refusing to do any press. That, or maybe he likes to annoy me. You're staring, he mumbles without opening his eyes. No, I'm not, I lie. 20,000 people stare at me every night, Piper. I know when I'm being watched. In a different line of work, that would be creepy as hell. I smooth my hands over my skirt and change the subject. If anyone can get you in peak playing condition, it's Lexi. She's the best in the league. Have you seen the little trophy behind her desk in her office? It says world's best trainer. Wow. I didn't even have to pay you to say that. Lexi laughs and walks into the room with a bag of ice. You're the best hype woman ever. That's what I'm here for. I move out of the way so I can give her space to do her job. Sorry for stopping by unannounced. I figured since the team is off, you'd have time to grab lunch. Sullivan was a last-minute addition to my schedule. She taps his shoulder. On your stomach, please, so you can torture me. Liam keeps the towel over his lower half and flips positions with a handful of expletives. Happy. Isn't he the cheeriest? Lexi sets the ice on his left hamstring and grins when he curses again. An absolute delight. I'm only going to be here a minute, 5 tops, he says. Yeah, right you are. She props a pillow under his leg. At least 20, grumpy ass, and if you try to get off that table, I'll tie you down. Wow. I lift an eyebrow, impressed. You run a tight ship around here, Lex. I have to. These guys want a shot at the cup, and the only way to do that is if they're in the best shape of their lives. Hobbling around with a weak hamstring isn't going to help goalie here with his save percentage. My save percentage is fucking great, Liam says. 3rd in the league last season. But not first. Are you doing the exercises I gave you? Morning and night. There's a reason Liam is in the goal. He's dedicated to the point of obsession. He lives and breathes hockey, and if Lexi gave him training to do on the side, I'm confident he's doing it religiously. Good boy. She pats his head, and I hold back a laugh at the flash of annoyance in his eyes. Do you mind if Piper and I talk, or would you prefer to lie here and stew with your thoughts? Don't mind. Gives me something to focus on besides how fucking cold this shit is. Eloquent as always. Lexi plops down in the chair I vacated and taps the spot next to her. Is everything okay? It's silly to talk about this when you're in the middle of your workday. I sit with her and sigh. There are more important things going on. Liam's leg is probably worth $8 million. Shouldn't you be focused on stretching him? Do you do this a lot? Liam interjects. Do what? I ask. Pretend like your shit isn't as important as other people's shit. I blink, not sure how to answer his question. Yes, no, I guess I do. I guess I put other people first, preferring to help them solve their problems instead of agonizing over my own. There's always someone out there who has it worse, who would be envious of what I'm going through, and it feels wrong to complain about my stagnant professional life and dumpster fire of a personal life when the man in front of me is dealing with an injury that could affect his playing career and livelihood. Sometimes, I settle on, glancing back at Lexi. It's personal stuff. What did Stephen do now? Lexi asks, referencing my ex-husband. I swear to God I'm going to cut off his balls and dangle them from a stoplight. That's my cue to leave. I draw the line at castration. Yes, I'll keep icing. No, I'm not sticking around, Liam adds, then swings his legs over the edge of the table. He holds the towel at his waist, but it does little to cover the deep-cut abdominal muscles stretching down his torso. Lexi, pipsqueak, see you tomorrow. He disappears through the door to the locker room, and Lexi looks at me. Pipsqueak, that's new. That's only the 2nd time he's called me that. It's not like a thing, I say, blushing. I've never heard that man say anything borderline friendly before, and a nickname. That's not true. He wished Hudson a happy birthday last week, and he didn't even roll his eyes. Lexi reaches for my hand. Are you okay? That's another question I don't know how to answer. There's air in my lungs. Money in my bank account. I know where my next meal is coming from, and I have a warm bed to crawl into every night. In the grand scheme of things, I'm fine. Good, even comparatively. But I'm also sad, stuck in a rut and unsure how to break out of it. Overwhelmed despite a lackluster life. Tired even when I'm getting enough sleep. Lost, and I haven't strayed off the path I've been following. 32, divorced and attempting to start over. Stephen keeps trying to renegotiate the assets we split in the divorce. He's suddenly interested in taking things he didn't want when he was busy sleeping with his secretary. And on top of that, my boss made a comment during our monthly one-on-one meeting that was so slimy, I'm considering turning in my 2-week notice. I wince. Shit. Sorry, that was a lot to unload on you. Let's start from the beginning. Have I mentioned lately how much I hate your ex? She asks. She has. In great detail, multiple times a day. I wouldn't be surprised if she had a dartboard with his face on it somewhere in her office down the hall. No, I say sarcastically. Can you remind me? The guy is a damn millionaire. What does he want from you that he can't buy himself? My apartment, which I got after the divorce. I had to spend the first hour of my morning listening to his lawyer talk to my lawyer about how the natural light fosters creativity, and Lexi throws up her middle fingers and I laugh. He's not going to win that battle. I'm still mad you didn't let us key his car, but I guess that's the downside of being mature, classy women. It would have been for nothing. The Cybertruck he drives is hideous enough without you risking a criminal mischief charge. Don't worry about Stephen. He'll probably fuck off soon and go back to the hole where he climbed out of. And if he doesn't, let me know. I'd love to have some words with that asshole. Thanks, Lex. Now to the other asshole. What did Charlie say? She knows my boss is one of my least favorite people in the world. Storming into her office and complaining about him has turned into a weekly standing date with us. One where we and my other best friends, Maven Lansfield and Emerson Hartwell, quietly lament over the joys of being women in a testosterone-filled industry. It was a comment about my shirt. I gesture to the top I put on this morning, back before the day turned to shit. He told me it would do me some good to pop open the top button, and then he added in a parting zinger of telling me I needed to smile more. Lexi gags. You need to go to HR. I doubt you'd be the first one to lodge a complaint against the dickwad. Promise me you'll go in next week. I promise, I say. Good. Moving to the good news portion of our day. Are we having dinner with the girls on Friday? A late starting game on Saturday calls for a night of delicious food. Yeah, I smile. I made reservations at the new Italian restaurant downtown. It'll be nice to take my mind off the last couple of days. I hope you know we're here for you, Piper. The past few years have been shitty, but I have this feeling something good is going to come your way soon. Okay, you oracle, if you're so all-knowing, can you tell it to hurry up? I'm getting impatient. Course I can, I'll make some calls. You're the best, Lex. You are free for lunch, right? You don't have any other players who need your attention. I'm free as a bird. She grins and stands. Maybe we can TP Charlie's office on the way out. Or we can send him a glitter bomb that explodes in his squirrely face and give that prick a piece of our minds. Wow, your quest for a takedown involves glitter bombs. Why not? I link my arm through hers, grateful to have such a fierce woman in my corner. Fine, but only because he's a grade a prick and I could use a little fun. To Liam, how easy is it to have someone fired? Maverick Miller, the best right wing the NHL has ever seen, looks up from lacing his skates. Shit, Liam. You want me out as captain? Believe it or not, I think you're the best captain this team has ever had. He beams and runs a hand through his dark brown hair. Aw shucks, goalie daddy, you're going to make me blush. Fucking hate that nickname. I've seen the TikToks. The boys get a kick out of sending me the video compilations people make, laughing over the tags like thirst trap and data material in the captions. Unfortunately for me, the name stuck. Stop doing things the internet thinks are hot and I won't use it. Biting my jersey isn't hot, I say. I don't see the appeal personally. I'm not into your broody, grumpy fucker aura whose pregame rituals involve eating your clothing, but some people are. I don't eat my clothes. Hey, whatever you want to call it. I'm just glad there's someone out there for everyone. Justice for the shirt eaters, he says, and I scowl. Who do you want to get fired? Someone who doesn't deserve to be in a position of power. Is this a revenge tour of yours? Maverick's eyes widen. Oh shit, wait a second. Is this about the food and beverage people getting rid of the hot dog stand on the concourse? Because I'm pissed about it too. No, it's not, but we need to come back to that. Who gets rid of a hot dog stand? Heathens, Grant Everett, Maverick's backup, yells. Fucking heathens, that's who. We're picketing tomorrow, Ethan Richardson, our center, calls out. Bring back the glizzes. Look what you did, Miller, I say. You've got Ethan using hot dog slang like it's cool. You know I have a flair for dramatics. Maverick grins. Please don't tell me you want to sack Coach Saunders. I know we lost in the finals last year, but I think we found our groove in the off-season. We've been unstoppable in our first few games. It's not Coach. It's not anyone on the team. It's someone in a different department. Eavesdropping on Piper and Lexi's conversation, the yesterday was accidental. I didn't mean to listen to them from the locker room while I was changing. I didn't mean to press my ear against the wall so I could hear better, but once I started, I couldn't stop. When Piper mentioned the asshole things her boss said, I almost marched up to the broadcasting offices to give that douchebag a piece of my mind. I'm already paying enough fines at the start of the season for refusing to talk to the media, though. Physically assaulting a guy who thinks he's important because he dictates who gets to hold a microphone at hockey games seemed like an easy way to land my ass on the bench. I have to resort to other measures, and enlisting the help of Maverick Miller, the league's best athlete, is the way to do it. If he asks for something, it's generally taken care of in the snap of his fingers. Poor shower pressure in the locker room. Fixed the next morning. Shitty post-game food options in the family and friends lounge. Catering put together a new menu for the next home game. Spearheading a project to design a women's locker room so Emerson Hartwell, his fiancée, our former teammate before she got traded, and the first woman to play in the NHL, wouldn't have to change in a cleaning closet. The space is nicer than ours. There's a reason he's the team's golden boy. He's got a big heart, and he's a good guy. When did everyone get so vague around here? Maverick pulls on his jersey and fixes it over his pads. I don't understand what you all are talking about half the time. Because it doesn't concern you, Hudson Hayes, our starting defenseman, says. Learn to stay in your lane, Cap. Because you're old, Grant chimes in. Because you'd rather stay in with your girl than come out with us like the old days, Ethan adds. You're not fun anymore. Bunch of assholes, Maverick grumbles. Everything good, GK, goalkeeper. A better nickname than goalie daddy. What would you do if you heard someone make an inappropriate comment to Emmy? I ask, even though I already know the answer. Maverick would burn their house down and ask questions later. When we played against her ex, Maverick beat him to a pulp, grinned when he was escorted off the ice after being ejected, and tagged the fucker on Instagram with a picture of his bloody face and a middle finger, writing "fuck around and find out" under the photo. Nothing he does is subtle. Who said something to her? He stands and grabs his stick. It was that new assistant coach of hers, wasn't it? I knew the guy was a dick when he whipped. Riley Mitchell, the other defenseman, hollers, interrupting him. I am whipped, fuck you very much, Maverick says. If you fuck with my girl, you fuck with me. Now shut up before I make you all skate laps. That quiets everyone down, and he turns his attention back to me. Who said something about her? No one said anything about Emmy, and thanks for the reminder to never piss you off. It's about someone else. Oh, he relaxes and grins. Totally different story. I'd go to the source and confront them. Typically works best. I yank my jersey off its hanger and tug it over my head. Thanks for the advice. Coach Saunders steps into the locker room. 10 minutes, he yells, and everyone starts to grab their gear. I stand, wanting to stretch and get loose before we take the ice. Halfway through my hip rotations, my phone buzzes in my locker. I pick it up and see my sister's name flashing across the screen. If I don't answer, she'll keep calling back until I do. Fuck if I have a game or not. I prop the phone against my duffel bag and the FaceTime call connects. I have 40 seconds, I tell her. Are you in the locker room? Turn the camera around so I can see the cute hockey boys, Alana says. You're getting married in 4 months. It's window shopping. I'm not touching, only looking. Disgusting. Half of them are fuckboys. The other half are in committed relationships like you, last I checked, and none of them are good enough for my baby sister. Aw, she grins and puts her chin in her hand. There's my favorite brother. I'm your only brother. I still love you the most, which is why I'm calling. RSVPs were due last week and I didn't get yours in the mail. Alana levels me with a look. What's the deal, Lee? You don't want to spend 4 days in a luxurious hotel in Spain. I know you can afford it, you rich asshole. Says the woman who created a dating app worth so much money, your great-great-great-grandchildren are going to live comfortably. Don't try to compare our net worths. The contract you signed over the summer is obscene. It is obscene. 8 years, $84 million. The highest for a goalie in NHL history, and I'm determined to prove I'm worth the investment after a shitty ending to the Stanley Cup Finals a few months ago. I was waiting to see our practice schedule, I lie, biting down on the collar of my jersey. Shit, maybe Miller is right. Bullshit, she says. I talked to Coach Saunders, and that's when the Four Nations Face-Off tournament is happening. You're free those 2 weeks in February, which lines up perfectly with my nuptials. You talked to Coach Saunders. We exchanged a couple emails. What's his deal? He's cute as hell. Single dad who might as well be a monk. Haven't seen him with a woman in years, ever, I don't think. Maybe he's into men. Maybe, I sigh, irritated. I was waiting to send my RSVP back. Waiting, Alana repeats. For what? Pigs to fly. Everyone else on this planet might annoy the hell out of me, but I love my family. My parents sacrificed years of time and energy when I was a kid learning to skate. Mom drove me to the rink 6 days a week. Dad never missed one of my games, even the ones on the road in Ottawa in the dead of winter. The older I've gotten, the more there's been a different kind of pressure from them. The focus isn't on my athletic achievements. They don't care if I win the Stanley Cup or ride the bench for the rest of my career. What's happening off the ice is more important to them. When I'm going to settle down, a wedding of my own, retiring so I can have a family. It's the subject of every get-together, Christmas, birthdays. The one time I flew home for Mother's Day and got a 2-hour earful about the lack of women in my life. The only time I can block it all out is when I'm on the ice, when I'm in the goal and tracking the puck for 60 minutes a night. It's my safe space, but I also understand my job is always on the line. One wrong move could cost me everything I've worked so hard for, so I don't let myself get distracted. I hold myself to high standards during the season. No relationships, no distractions. 1 drink a week and in bed by 10 o'clock. I don't give a shit about the spotlight or attention or partying at clubs. I like minding my business. Showing up to the arena, playing good hockey, then going home to my quiet apartment and my cat. It's neurotic and obsessive. The guys call me boring. They tell me I'm missing out on things, but it works for me. My life is dedicated to the sport I've given so much of myself to, and it suits me just fine. So what if it hasn't included dating around or meeting someone and falling in love? I'm happy enough not to want to bother with all the extra stuff, but fuck if hearing another 100 questions about why I'm traveling alone isn't going to drive me insane. I'm coming, I say. I wouldn't miss it. Are you bringing a +1? She asks. Perhaps some girl who wants a free trip with an athlete and has no clue your middle name is Frederick. I need exact numbers for food. Maybe I'm sick of the pity party people give me when they find out I'm single. Maybe I'm so goddamn tired of answering the same question every day. Maybe, subconsciously, I'm really fucking lonely, terrified no one will ever love me because I'm too closed off, too harsh, too committed to my job, and I know dancing around that conversation is easier than giving it a name. Whatever it is, it makes me blurt out a word I wish I could take back the second I say it. Yes, really, I didn't know you were seeing anyone. Alana lights up. Are you going to tell me about her? A name? An astrological sign so I can see if you're compatible. I shrug and grab my helmet. It's new. What the hell, Liam? How can I stalk her on the internet if you don't give me a name? It's a woman. Being vague is good. Being vague gives me time to figure this shit out, to pretend I never said anything. A nice woman. They'd have to be a saint to put up with your ass. I need to go. It's time to warm up. You better buy me a nice present. Alana adds, and I hang up before she can say anything else. I toss my phone under a spare jersey and grab my helmet. Lying about a date was beyond stupid, but that's a problem for later. I have more important things to worry about than who I may or may not be dating, like winning this game. Hockey is the priority. It's always going to be the priority, and a girlfriend, real or imaginary, won't ever change that. 3 Piper, I have something to tell you all, I say to my girlfriends once we settle into a booth at Mama Melrose's on Friday night. And I could use some advice, because I'm woefully out of my comfort zone by admitting this. What is it? Emerson Emmy, as we all call her, rests her elbows on the table and stares at me with wide green eyes. It's the same look from when we met in high school, and even though we lost touch for a while after graduation, both busy with life and chasing our dreams, it's still wild to think about how long we've been friends. Is it a relationship thing, a personal issue? I've seen some weird stuff, Piper. Your secret is safe with us. No, it's tamer than that and definitely more embarrassing. I pause, then let out a soft laugh. But remind me to ask you about those stories after a few glasses of wine. Hey. Maven, the Star's team photographer, nudges the bottle of Italian Chardonnay we ordered out of the way. You don't have to be embarrassed to tell us anything. This is a judgment-free zone. Remember when I was teaching Pilates and my pants split in two when I was demonstrating a pike on the reformer? Lexi asks, and we all giggle. Emmy brought me a new pair of leggings for my next class, and you two told me it was because I have an ass that won't quit. Still true, I say. This is more personal, though. More personal than showing off my G-string to the shy single dad in the front row, she sighs. He never came back, which is such a bummer. He was cute. It's about my pathetic personal life. Everything seemed so scary after the divorce. Talking to men, getting to know them, putting myself out there and letting someone new see the parts of myself I'm still learning to love. So much of my adult life has been spent being part of a couple, and the idea of starting over again was nerve-wracking. I drag a finger along the stem of my glass, building up my courage. I took a step back to enjoy being single, to do the things I want to do when I want to do them, but lately I've been feeling lonely. I pause to take a sip of my wine. Really lonely, if we're being honest. I see you all in love, and it makes me feel like I'm missing out on something important. Like I'm behind. I know I got my heart broken once, but I'd like to believe I can find love again. She's talking about you all being in love, ladies, Lexi tells Maven and Emmy. Not my single ass. I laugh and rub my arms, but I'm on edge. I feel stripped bare telling the girls all of this. They'd never judge me. We've shared everything with each other over the course of our friendships, from horrible date stories to shit we're dealing with at work. But there's something so raw, so human about sharing the things you're most afraid of. It's intimidating to put them out in the universe, to voice your fears and confront them head-on. It's normal to feel lonely, Maven says gently. Society tells women we're supposed to hit these milestones by certain ages, or it's too late. Like if we're not settled down by our 20s, we'll never find love or have time for children, and that's bullshit. I love when me's fuck the patriarchy side comes out. Emmy smiles. For the record, it is bullshit. Look at me and Maverick. We're in our 30s. Sure, we're engaged, but we aren't married. If this were the 1940s, we'd be shunned. You're not behind, Piper. You're taking your time and waiting for the right guy to come along, Maven adds. How do I find the right guy when I can't even navigate this new world of modern love? Stephen and I met my freshman year of college in the dining hall when phones weren't touchscreen. I stare at a photo of the Leaning Tower of Pisa hanging on the wall behind Maven's shoulder and tilt my head to the side. I didn't have to go on any websites or list 5 places I want to travel to before I die in a dating app bio. He ran into me. I dropped my pancakes, and that was it. A love story that was wonderful until it wasn't, and now I have to learn how to start dating again. I spent 5 minutes on the apps last year and gave up. If you want to try them again, I'll vet the dudes to make sure they're worthy of your time. There will be no unsolicited, inappropriate messages, Lexi says. Thanks for fending off all the creeps. I pat her thigh. But what about intimacy? That's what I'm most worried about. Stephen and I were rarely close. The times we were, it wasn't very good. I mean, I'm assuming it was mediocre at best. I have nothing to base it off of since he's the only guy I've been with. I didn't enjoy it very much though, and I don't think I'm very good at connecting. I can't launch myself back in the dating pool without knowing how to build a real connection. How much openness do I need? And what do I do with my hands? Our server picks that moment to appear. She sets the breadsticks on our table and looks at the 4 of us with a weak smile. Sorry to interrupt, she says. Are you all ready to order? Could you give us a few more minutes? Maven flips over the menu. I don't think we've decided. Sure. The server turns for the kitchen. Judging by her red cheeks, I'm afraid she's never coming back. Take your time. Great. I groan. I probably traumatized her. She didn't clock in thinking the people ordering $30 pasta dishes would be talking about dating struggles. Speaking of dating, have you thought about a relationship coach? Lexi asks. What the hell is a relationship coach? Someone who helps you sort through hesitations you might have with intimacy or relationship-related things. My friend from college is a licensed one. She works with couples and individuals all the time. There's a job for that, Emmy asks. There's a job for everything these days, Maven says. She comes up with a plan for you. Communication techniques and homework so you can practice, Lexi tells us. Homework, I repeat. I'm supposed to date random men for what practice? Isn't that what being single is about? Doing what you want with who you want? Lexi tosses her dark brown hair over her shoulder and shrugs. It's personal freedom and exploration. Sounds fun to me. I appreciate the positivity, and I'm glad there's someone out there who can help with that sort of thing. But it's way too intimidating to talk to a professional about my lack of experience. I don't know how I'm going to tell a man I'm seeing my ex-husband only made me feel connected 5 times throughout the course of our 10-plus year relationship. It would only prove how clueless I am about relationships, and who wants to be with someone who's clueless. We're going to need some more alcohol. Lexi tops off my glass with fresh wine. Taking some time to learn what you may or may not like in relationships would be a good starting point. The internet can be helpful. There are articles out there so you don't have to talk to anyone if it makes you uncomfortable. And if we're being honest, I've learned a lot about myself from romance books. She blushes at this, and I'm reminded how much I love my friends and their vulnerability. I've realized I'm into things I thought I might not like by reading about them and learning through fictional characters. It sounds silly, but this is the happiest I've been emotionally. I laugh and take another sip of my drink. I'm envious of your ability to go up to a man and get what you want. You walked up to that guy at the bar last weekend like it was nothing and ended up going home with him. I want to be able to do that. Lexi's always been that way, confident in herself. Able to voice what she wants and what she doesn't. She's dated plenty of men, arguing that if they're allowed to go around and date anyone they want for their pleasure, she should be able to do the same. You have to work up to it, sweetie. You're not comfortable with it yet because you've never done it. It takes time and that's okay, she says. You can always ask us, Maven adds. I'll tell you everything Dallas and I do in our relationship so you can consider if you might like it too. Dallas Lansfield is Maven's husband and the greatest kicker to ever play in the NFL. They had a whirlwind romance and fell in love while she was a nanny for his now their daughter, June. It was impossible for them to stay away from each other, and they're still inseparable. Sometimes when I watch the two of them together, and Maverick and Emmy, there's this aching sting of jealousy in my chest. Pressure behind my lungs, not because I'm attracted to their partners, but because my previous relationship never looked like theirs, even on our best days. The further removed I get from my divorce, the more upset I am. I'm angry and resentful. For someone who's always been a lover, not a fighter, the person who gives third and fourth chances when she shouldn't have given a second, it's exhausting to despise someone like I despise Steven. There's so much grief over wasted time. So much disappointment from years spent with a man who never looked at me the way my friends' partners look at them, like they hang the moon, like they're grateful to even breathe the same air as them. I wonder if I'm too late to ever have that again. I wonder if there's still time for me to find my new happily ever after. My entire previous relationship was spent being put in second place to his work, to his company and the investors who were helping him build a name for himself in a cutthroat tech industry. I was behind his money and his titles and his professional achievements, and behind his 23-year-old secretary, Julia, who he spent all his free time with and found far more interesting than me. It must be nice to be someone's top priority, the object of all of their attention and everything they've ever dreamed about. What would that be like? Sometimes I make Maverick wear my jersey so he knows who he belongs to, Emmy says, pulling me back to the present and shoving the past aside. As if the tattoo on his chest that says Emmy's pretty boy doesn't tell the whole world he's happily taken, Maven teases. I've had to ask him to put his shirt on for official photos because he likes to walk around bare-chested and show it off. Emmy sighs and twirls a strand of red hair around her finger. I love that man. You all were friends first, right? Lexi asks and Emmy nods. What if you tried something like that, Piper? A relationship where you connect and experiment with the same person. Where do I find him? I ask. Craigslist. Only if you want to get murdered. She clicks her tongue and gives me a look like she's hoping I'm joking. The dating apps are a great place to find a casual relationship. If you put not looking for anything serious in your Tinder bio, men would flock to you. They would, Maven says. And we can help make sure you get everything set up. I smile and look around the table. My cheeks are warm. My heart is full, and despite being single and going home to an empty apartment every night, I've never felt so loved. I appreciate all of you. You loved me when I didn't feel lovable. You showed me that the good kind of love, the kind that lifts you up and supports you when you're feeling low, is worth fighting for, is worth waiting for instead of settling for average. I wipe a tear away. Sorry, I don't know why I'm crying, just thank you. Thank you for being here and believing in me when I didn't believe in myself. A toast. Maven lifts her glass and we all follow suit. To the women who get knocked down but come back stronger than before. To friendship that isn't competitive but collaborative. Emmy shows a rare display of emotion when she dips her chin and takes a deep breath. Some people aren't lucky enough to have one friend like you girls in their lives, and I have 3. You all said the mushy shit already, so I'm going with this. To better relationships going forward, Lexi jokes. We're not settling for any man who only makes us feel connected 5 times in 10 years. We have new standards. We cheers, and I laugh until my sides hurt, until tears stream down my face, not from sadness but from joy, from being so damn happy, from feeling like I've finally found the path I want to walk down and knowing I won't have to do it by myself. For Liam Puck King's Maverick, the league really fucked us by making the majority of our games on Tuesday nights. Don't they know we have traditions? Hudson, it's almost like they don't care about your personal life. Maverick, last I checked, it wasn't just my personal life. Team dinner concerns all of you, and we're not stopping them this season. Not when our record has only improved since getting together once a week off the ice. Mondays will have to work. Riley, I hate Mondays. Maverick, you won't hate them anymore because you get to spend them with me. Aren't you lucky? Me, is there a way to permanently remove myself from a group chat? Emmy, when you figure it out, let me know. G Money, Emmy is in here again. No shit. Guess we need to change our name back to Professional Stick Handlers. That's inclusive, right? Emmy, don't change it because of me, Grant. I don't know why I keep getting added to these messages and I'm going to leave. I hate it. I don't play with you all anymore. In fact, I'm the enemy now. Maverick, calm down there, Red. Your team has to win games before you can call yourself the enemy. How does your 1-6 start to the season feel? Emmy, you're on the couch tonight. G-Money, ooh, Miller is in trouble. Riley, get a room, you two. Me, for the love of God. Someone block me, please. Easy E wouldn't help, goalie daddy. We're always going to find you. Hudson, do you talk to women that way? Ethan, me no. He drools all over himself and uses his right hand. G-Money, goddamn. That's why you're never leaving the chat. Your one-liners are witty as shit. Maverick, don't be late tomorrow. Easy E, I'm bringing hot dogs in memory of Dave's dogs. Rip to a real one. Hudson, he didn't die. Easy E might as well have. The hot dogs at the other places in the arena suck. Franks are fucking trash. G-Money has changed the name of the chat to Professional Stick Handlers because Puck Kings isn't inclusive. Rip Dave's dogs. G-Money, that's a mouthful, but we can make it work. Me, I hate it here. Emmy, want to run away together, Liam. Me, yes, Maverick, you know what? I'm not even offended. I hope the two of you are very happy together. You have my blessing. Emmy, Hartwell has left the chat. You have left the chat. I brought salad. I set the bowl on the island in Maverick and Emmy's penthouse apartment and lean against the counter. And dressing. Maverick beams and adjusts the buffet line to make space for the Caesar salad I picked up at the deli around the corner from my place. I'm glad you're here. What changed your mind? I shrug. Don't know, didn't feel like sitting at home, I guess. I knew you missed us when we weren't together. He pinches my cheek and I knock his hand away. You doing okay? You looked stiff during morning skate. Hamstring. A lot on my mind. It's no big deal, I grumble, thinking about the call from my mom earlier this afternoon. She chewed me out for not telling them about the date I'm bringing to Alana's wedding, then grilled me for half an hour about a woman who doesn't exist. I've already started planning excuses for why I'm showing up alone. An expired passport seems like the most logical explanation, and I'm willing to pay someone to make me a fake document so I can cover my tracks. Shit. Your hamstring is still bothering you. I thought you were feeling better. I'm fine. Say it without grimacing. Fuck you. There he is. Maverick's grin is back as he opens the oven and pulls out a glass dish, setting it on the stove. Glad you're not falling apart on me, Sullivan. Told you I'm fine. I grab a paper plate off the top of the stack and head for the lasagna Hudson's personal chef cooked. Thanks for making me come tonight, by the way. I know I give you all shit, but if I'm forced to spend time with people, I'm glad it's you all. Wow. He wraps his arms around my waist and I roll my eyes. That is the nicest thing you've ever said to me. You're on a roll lately, goalie daddy. Don't let it go to your inflated head. I pull out of his hold and move to the mashed potatoes Grant whipped up with his new mixer. He won't stop sending us photos of himself in an apron and chef hat, and I'm going to be pissed if they taste like shit. It's a one-time thing. A one-time thing I'm going to cherish forever. Dinner's ready, he yells, and there's a stampede of feet. They aren't quiet, are they? Nope. I add 2 pieces of grilled chicken and garlic bread to my plate, then move it all to the side to make room for a slice of pizza. Bunch of hooligans. The noise in the kitchen amps up 10 decibels as my teammates file in. Some of them brought their significant others. Some came solo. They're all here though, and it's pure fucking chaos. There's pushing and shoving. A fork gets thrown and lands in the wall. Half a stack of napkins goes flying in the air. We got rid of real plates 3 years ago, shifting to paper products because shit always ends up broken when the Stars boys are around, especially when food is involved. Hi, Liam. I glance over my shoulder and find Piper smiling at me. Her grin is big and wide, and the blue sweater she's wearing brings out her eyes. Glad to see you clothed and on 2 feet. Piper. Glad to see you not freaking out over my bare chest. You look better with clothes on. Figured as much. How did the castration go? Whoa, Ethan looks between us. Are you into castration, little P? No, she blushes and tucks a piece of blonde hair behind her ear. I feel like a jackass for making her uncomfortable. It's a joke. Didn't know goalie daddy was capable of jokes, but I'm here for it. Ethan elbows my ribs. Move over, you big lug. I want some marinara sauce and you're taking up too much space. Sorry, I grumble. I'm out of here. Let me know how the chicken is, Piper says before I can make my way to the living room. She lifts her chin and offers me a shy smile. It's my first time using the grill I've had for years, so it might not be edible. I maneuver around the island and past my teammates. If I get salmonella, I'll send you my hospital bill. I'm not sure I can afford it, to be honest. The best I can do is get you some water and saltines. I rip off a piece of garlic bread with my teeth. Fair trade. I'm sorry again for interrupting you and Lexi the other day. I hope you don't think I'm unprofessional. Pretty sure you're the most professional person in this room, pipsqueak, I say at the same time Lexi drapes an arm over Piper's shoulder. So true, Lexi agrees, then glances at her friend. Is that what you're wearing on your date later? Yeah. Piper runs her hands over her jeans. A hint of cleavage appears when she moves up and fixes her necklace. It feels wrong to stare at her, so I glance away. Do you think it's okay? It's perfect, Lexi says, snapping her fingers. Sullivan, you're a man. What gave it away? First impressions of Piper's outfit. My fingers curl around the edge of my plate as I look her up and down. Her blonde hair is long, slightly messy, and I wonder if she ran her fingers through it before she walked into the kitchen. There's a small smile on her mouth, like she has a secret she's keeping to herself. I move to the sweater that shows off her figure. Her jeans make her legs look long, and I find myself staring at the sliver of skin between her top and the denim for longer than I should. Piper Mitchell is sunshine incarnate, and it must be fucking exhausting to always be so happy. There's this presence about her that makes me think she's going to save the world or die trying. I've had a small, stupid crush on her since she introduced herself to me with that peppy attitude of hers, but I've always kept my distance. She had a shiny ring on her finger. I wasn't looking for a distraction. There might not be a diamond on her hand anymore, but I'm still not looking for someone to take up my time. I can't deny she's fucking gorgeous, though. And I know I'm not the only one who thinks that way. I've seen how my teammates stare at her when she's at practice or behind the glass at games. I know how they flirt with her and try to get her attention. They'd never do anything to cross the line, but that doesn't mean they don't look. It's nice, I grit out. Fine, Lexi frowns. Fine, we don't want her to look nice. We want her to look like a knockout. Don't listen to Grumpy Gills here, Ethan says. You look great, Lil P. If you feel like ditching whoever you're meeting later for some real fun, you have my number. Thanks, Ethan. Hockey guys aren't really my type, but I appreciate the offer, Piper laughs. And thank you, Liam. Nice is still a compliment, and I love compliments. No problem, I say, turning a corner out of the kitchen and nearly running into Emmy. Whoa, she puts a hand on the center of my chest. Easy there, Sullivan. Sorry, distracted. Bye, I shrug. Nothing. She peeks around the corner to the conversation I left and hums. Don't drop your food on my new rug. Wouldn't dare. But you can drop it on Maverick's new suit if you're feeling wild. It's hanging in the bedroom. He won't shut up about it, and if I have to hear another word about its velvet interior, I'm going to scream. A laugh falls out of me. It sucks not having you around anymore, Hartwell. I'd take you over your other half any day. Emmy's laugh matches mine. She squeezes my arm, and I can't help but smile. We got close when she was on the team a few years ago, spending almost an entire season together before an end-of-the-year trade sent her to Toronto. Not long after, the Baltimore Sea Crabs, our division rival, snatched her up with a lucrative contract. I still see her plenty, but it's special when you get to play with someone you like, someone who is like a part of your family. I'd run into a fire for Emerson Hartwell, all of the boys would, and I know she'd do the same for us. Insufferable, isn't he? But you can't help but love him. It's unfortunate for all of us. I ruffle her hair and she gives my stomach a light punch. Go get food, she brushes past me. I'm glad you're here, Liam, I huff out of breath. Me too, Red. It's less chaotic out on the balcony than it is inside, thank fuck. I need a break. A second to relax. A minute without the video games and yelling and my teammates annoying the shit out of one another. I take a deep breath and savor the silence, the quiet lasting only a handful of seconds before the balcony door slides open behind me. I turn and see Piper standing in front of the large glass windows, her arms wrapped around herself. I frown at the sight of her. Oh, her eyes meet mine and she blinks. Sorry, I didn't think anyone was out here. You okay? I didn't eat or drink enough today, and that usually triggers a migraine. I feel the makings of one starting, and I thought some fresh air might help. Gosh, it feels nice. It's too warm inside, and I love fall in the city. I point at the lounge chair by the wall. Sit. Piper shuffles over to the chair and plops down. There's a long stretch of silence, then she huffs out a soft laugh, the first to make conversation. The chicken was terrible, wasn't it? She asks. I don't have the heart to tell her it was awful, undercooked and not edible. It's obvious she's never operated a grill, but I shrug instead and say, I've had worse. You're being nice. Fine, it was terrible, but I have also had worse. That helps. She closes her eyes and a sigh escapes her. What are you doing out here? I got a phone call I've been dreading this afternoon, and I need to figure some things out, I say, and I have no idea why I'm telling her all of this. There's no way she cares, and it's not like she'll have a solution. Can't think in there. Piper's eyes fly open and she stares at me. Are you dying? Is your hamstring worse than you've been letting on? Is there such a thing as hamstring cancer? Why the hell would you ask if I'm dying? I don't know. She gestures up and down in my direction. You're acting broodier than you normally do. I'm broody. Figured it was a life-or-death situation on our hands. Why else would you be stomping around and sulking by yourself? I'm not. I don't stomp. You don't move quietly. Is stomp the antonym for quietly? I don't know. Should I get a thesaurus? My lips twitch up in a small smile. It was my mom who called. Is she dying? No. Is anyone dying? Aren't we all dying? Very existential of you and a little deep for a conversation on a balcony if you ask me. If no one is dying, why do you look like someone pissed in your Cheerios? I thought I was broody. Isn't that reason enough? Piper laughs, and it's a light little sound. Something that sounds like the last days of summer and staying in bed. It's nice, soothing, a noise I'd like to hear again. You look even broodier than normal, she adds. I told my mom I was bringing a date to my sister's wedding in February. That's not that terrible, far easier to work with than dying. Why did you tell her you have a date? Because I didn't feel like explaining why I'm traveling to Spain all by myself. I like to be alone. I prefer it, actually, but if one more person asks me when I'm going to get married, I might scream. Why don't you find someone to take with you? Piper suggests. Everyone annoys me. Of course they do. Do you have any female friends? Someone who wouldn't mind playing the part for a few days? Playing the part. I frown again, not understanding. Like an actor. You should really join the romance book club with the other guys. It's called fake dating. You have someone pose as your girlfriend for the wedding, and when you get home, you stop pretending. You're telling me people go around asking other people to be their girlfriend to events. There's no way that happens in real life. Fake girlfriend, I've never done it, but I hear it happens. I'm not going to pretend to date someone. I'm going to be a shitty person and lie instead, I say. What lie are you going to use? It better be a good one. An expired passport. You can't argue with Border Patrol. Not bad, Sullivan. Probably better than the weekend at Bernie's stint some of your teammates would try. That seems like too much work. So your sister's wedding, huh? I didn't know you had any siblings, and it's my job to know everything about you all. Is she older or younger? Younger by 4 years. She was an absolute pain in my ass when we were growing up, but I love her. She met her fiancé when she moved to California to start a dating app, fell in love, proposed to him, then planned a wedding. You sound like total opposites. Completely different people. I'm sure this wedding is going to be over the top extravagant. She's always been outgoing and loves being the center of attention. Me, not so much. Your job as one of the best goalies in the NHL makes perfect sense. You never have any attention on you. Shut up, pipsqueak, I say without any bite behind it, and she laughs again. When's your date? Soon. I should probably get going. She swings her legs to the edge of the chair. Her leg brushes against mine as she stands. Are you going to stay out here much longer with your broody thoughts? Nah, I'm going to head home. I've seen the guys play enough Grand Theft Auto to last a lifetime, and I'm tired. How's your head? Better. Amazing what some fresh air can do. My gaze follows her jeans when she turns for the door. Your outfit isn't fine, by the way. I trail off, hesitating. I try to find the word that would fit without sounding like a jerk. Pretty, really pretty. You think so? Yeah, thank you. Piper smiles at me, and it's the kind of grin that reaches every corner of her face. Her nose wrinkles. There are crinkles around her eyes and a half dimple on her cheek. I had no clue a compliment could make someone so happy, and I have a feeling she doesn't hear enough of them in her life. Have a good night, Liam. I'll see you on the plane to Texas in a few days. The balcony door clicks shut. I focus on the White House and Capitol building in the distance instead of focusing on how, for once, I really hate being alone. 5 Piper off to Texas. Lexi lifts her bag onto the charter plane and turns down the aisle, where everything is bigger. Why do I feel like a man came up with that slogan? I toss my black leather backpack on an empty seat and stand on my toes, shoving my suitcase in an overhead bin. It's probably compensation for what they lack in other departments. Without a doubt. She sits in the row across from me at the front of the plane. I was thinking barbecue for dinner tonight. Want to join? Maybe. Depends on how much work I can get done on this flight. I have the players' stats ready to go for tomorrow, but I'm behind on our next 2 games. Why doesn't anyone else in the broadcasting department help you? You're not the only reporter, and you're doing all this research for them. I don't mind it. I pull out my notebook from my bag and set it on my jeans, tapping the spiraled spine. They're not thorough, and since I'm not permanently in front of the camera, it gives me something to do to stay busy. Not permanently in front of the camera yet, she emphasizes, and I smile at her optimism. They could at least lift a finger every now and then. Did you go to HR about Small Dick Charlie? Your nicknames kill me. I shake my head, grinning. And yeah, I did. They told me they're looking into it, and if anything else comes up to let them know. Good. Lexi sits up as the team starts to make their way on board in their suits and ties. Coach requires business casual whenever they're in front of the media, but the second they get on the plane, their clothes start to come off. Morning, boys. You all clean up well. Morning, ladies. Connor McKenzie, our backup center, tips his chin our direction. Don't look at the shiner on my face. My eye is still purple from Monday's game. You probably deserved it, she says, and he flips her off. Hey, Riley. Riley looks up from his phone. His cheeks turn crimson and he waves, giving her a smile before nearly tripping over his bag. Shit. Hey, Lexi. Piper. Morning, Riley, I say, chuckling as he walks away. I swear every guy on this team is in love with you. God, no, I think of them like my brothers. Please tell me you at least realize Riley has a crush on you. Riley, he's cute. A little young for me, but cute. Who's cute? Maven plops in the seats in front of us out of breath. Riley, I say. Poor guy almost tore his Achilles tripping over his bag when Lexi said hi to him. Stop, Lexi groans. We should be focusing on Piper and her attempt to get back in the dating game. No dating, I say, correcting her. Casual connections, fun, big difference. Whoa, who's having connections? Maverick slides his sunglasses up into his hair and stops to look at the three of us. Did one of the rookies do something stupid and get himself in trouble? Kids these days. I never acted like that. Don't even try to lie to us, Miller. We know what you were like before Emmy came around. Maven sticks out her tongue. You hit on me. I did not hit on you. I was testing your allegiance to my best friend, he smirks. I saw the way you checked me out the first time you met me, though. Delusional. Maven sighs and plays with her wedding ring. Your ego is definitely making up for something else. Hey, we can stand here and talk about my will you move. The deep voice comes out of nowhere. I peer around Maverick's shoulder and find Liam taking up too much space in the aisle with his broad shoulders and thick thighs. Some of us want to get to our seats and go to sleep. Hearing about your antics at 7 in the morning sounds like a nightmare. I hide my laugh with a cough, and Liam's eyes snap over to me. I wave, and he tilts his head to the side, more of a greeting than I usually get from him. I didn't mean to stumble into a conversation with him on the balcony at team dinner, but I'm glad I did. It's hard to get him to open up, to give away any part of himself, and hearing about his sister's wedding and seeing the way he lit up when he talked about her was the highlight of my night. I forget how grumpy he is before he's had his coffee. Maverick rolls his eyes and steps into Maven's row. Morning, big guy. Liam's attention moves from me back to the captain. He scowls and yanks his suitcase past our rows. Don't mess with me, Miller. Yes, sir. Maverick salutes him, and I don't bother to hide my laugh this time. He's just telling me he loves me. Lexi snorts. Sounds like he was plotting your murder. That's how Liam shows affection. Maverick hikes his bag up his shoulder and starts toward the part of the plane where the players sit. You ladies behave. I'm going where the real fun is. Try to keep it down. When he leaves us alone, Lexi turns to me. How did your date go? Oh, I laugh and shrug, trying to play off the discomfort from thinking about 2 nights ago. The way I sat at the bar for 30 minutes, then 45, checking the door every time it swung open and coming up empty-handed. The later the evening went on, the more my heart sunk in my chest, mortified and exhausted from believing I could actually have a successful interaction with a man. He, stood me up. You're joking. Maven spins around and glares at me over the top of the seats. He didn't show, the nerve of him. No text or anything. When I went to send him a message and make sure he was, alive and not dead in a ditch somewhere, I found out he blocked me. This is why dating sucks. Men think they can pull this kind of stuff without any repercussions, Lexi tells us. Are you okay? I'm fine. I add in a laugh to really sell it, and for half a second I believe myself. It's no big deal. I'm not going to lose any sleep over him. Except last night when I was in bed, negativity raced through my head. It was an endless spiral, self-deprecating thought after self-deprecating thought until the sun came up and I could focus on the day, not my shortcomings. I'm not pretty enough. I'm not successful enough. I'm too much of an inconvenience. There's someone better out there. I never used to have such shaky self-confidence, but when someone you love repeatedly tells you you're good but not great, over and over again, it wears you down. It burrows into every corner of your soul until you're left with nothing but fractured pieces of yourself. Nothing but attempts of trying to move on and giving up instead. It's okay. Really. I smile at the last guys climbing onto the plane, bleary-eyed, yawning, and 5 minutes late. He wasn't for me. The next one probably won't be either. but I figured I'd have to go through some trials and tribulations before I found someone to have fun with. I pull a pen out from behind my ear to try and open my notebook, trying to distract myself from the plane rumbling down the runway. I've always hated flying, and focusing on anything other than the physics behind lifting in the air and staying in the air is the only way to keep from panicking. We'll find you a nice Texas boy at dinner. A man who can wear the hell out of his Levi's. Lexi glances at me. You doing okay? Yeah, you know I hate takeoff and landing. I squeeze my eyes shut and grip the armrests, attempting to take a deep breath. I'll be okay. Think of hot cowboys with boots and hats we'll see at dinner. And hey, if we die, at least you'll go out with a vision of a handsome cowboy on your mind. Small victories. I laugh nervously as the wheels come up and we lift off the ground. I crack an eye open and breathe a sigh of relief. That's freaking terrifying. I don't know how people do this every day. 41 times a season is more than enough for me. Get to work, love bug, she pats my thigh. So we can have a rootin' tootin' good time tonight. Hours later, I yawn and stretch my arms above my head. My back is sore from the flight to Austin, and I'm tired from a busy day that shows no signs of slowing down. I've barely had any time to catch my breath. As soon as the plane touched down, we were on the bus to the arena where the guys went through their full practice routine. Now it's off to the hotel to meet with the broadcast team to go over tomorrow's agenda. As a chronic 10 minutes early type of woman, I'm ahead of schedule, so I take a grateful breather outside the conference room. Voices travel through the door that's been left slightly ajar, and I hear a deep laugh. I pause, wondering what's so funny, and stop to listen. I swear to God, if I have to hear her ask one more stupid question about how their early skating years shaped their career in the NHL, I'm going to lose it, someone says, and I recognize the voice as Charlie's, my boss. I wouldn't be surprised if she slept with half the team already. Their mouths hang open when she walks around. Bunch of teenage boys. My fingers curl around the door handle. I grip the metal so tightly, my knuckles turn white. I put my ear to the door and press my body against the barrier so I can hear without making my presence known. There's no way in hell I'm walking in there right now. Not until I know who they're talking about so inappropriately. You don't think she's attractive? I bet she'd look nice at your desk, Doug, his co-announcer adds. She's not horrible to look at. We could team up with her. It'd probably loosen her up a bit. It's cute she thinks she's going to have a permanent spot on the crew. I almost feel bad for her. She does all that work and no one is ever going to see it. At least she wears tight skirts, gives us something to look at. She's so sensitive though, Charlie says. She couldn't get through that interview with Miller talking about his childhood last season without crying. It was embarrassing. I've always said women should stick to the boring work, HR, accounting, leave the sports to the men. They can't even do HR right. I've had complaints against me for years and I'm still here. Good luck getting rid of me. Who would they replace me with? Her? She'd sink us. I have almost as much power in this organization as the CEO, and I know I'm not going anywhere. Hey. A throat clears and a third voice joins the conversation. Feels like we should be focusing on the schedule for tomorrow's game, not talking about someone who isn't here to defend themselves. My hands shake as I step away from the door. Then another and another until I can't hear them anymore. Until I can't hear their laughter or the vile comments they're making. Understanding dawns. They're talking about me. I'm the lone woman on our small team in Maverick's interview. It was only possible because he said he wanted me to tell his story, not anyone else. The men I've worked with for years don't see me as anything more than an object. Bile rises in my throat. I taste acid on my tongue and my hands curl into fists at my sides as I rest my back against the wall and slide to the floor. The urge to cry, to scream, to rage against the world pounds in my blood. It's close to slipping out, to breaking free, but I close my eyes and take a breath instead. I cradle my head in my hands and try to recite every positive affirmation I've ever learned. I try to focus on all the good I can grab onto, yet I can only think about how everything I've worked so hard for means absolutely nothing. I've heard about women in the broadcasting industry experiencing misogyny, but I never thought I'd be subjected to something so blatant, something so volatile and intentional, as if I'm not a coworker but a nameless body they could use until they got their fill. There's no respect I doubt there ever was, and every day I show up to work going forward, I'm going to have to live with the notion there's no room for advancement, no room for a promotion, because the people who could offer me that opportunity would rather keel over than watch me succeed. A tear runs down my cheek, and I realize the job I love is tainted now. Holding a microphone won't ever be the same, and as I wallow in the hallway of a hotel in the heart of Texas, I know that's the saddest thing of all. Six Piper we lost in Austin by a point, and after hearing my colleagues talk about me so lewdly, I couldn't bring myself to care. The game came down to the final seconds. Maverick had a chance to tie it up, but his shot ricocheted off the left side of our opponent's goal as time expired. I didn't arrange for any interviews after the loss. The guys prefer to decompress in the locker room following a defeat, not in front of the cameras where they're forced to say things they don't mean, like we gave it our all and will do better next time to appease the media. They're pissed as hell. The plane ride back to DC last night was quieter than the trip over. Maverick hung his head the entire flight. Liam refused to look at anyone, and Grant, who's never in a bad mood, sat in his seat with his arms crossed over his chest. Not a single joke was made. I even avoided gossiping with my friends, popping on my headphones and pretending to sleep so I wouldn't have to explain why I didn't acknowledge my bosses when they walked on the plane and tried to joke with me. Biting my tongue instead of lashing out was a Herculean task, and I have no idea what I'm going to do going forward. Quit. Uproot my entire life and apply to a different team far away from DC. Suck it up and pretend like I didn't hear what they said about me. I can't bring myself to turn the other way, though. It's uncomfortable to face the problem head-on, a confrontation I don't want to tackle and breathe life into. But if it happened to me, it's going to happen to the next woman. And the woman after that. A cycle that'll continue until someone brings those assholes down, and I refuse to be complicit while they waltz around with a badge of honor when they're no better than the scum of the earth. To top it all off, Helen, the head of HR, asked to see me at the end of the day, and my mind automatically went to worst-case scenarios. I'm probably going to be reprimanded for no-showing at the pre-game meeting, scolded for missing out on a work commitment, something I've never done in my career, but I draw the line of fake smiles at harassment. Hey. Maven lowers her camera and glances at me as the team wraps up practice. Are you okay? I'm fine. I snap my notebook closed and shove it in my bag, only having a mild panic attack about why the woman in charge of firing people wants me to visit her office. There's no way you're in trouble. She wouldn't be so confident if she'd overheard the conversation between Charlie and Doug yesterday, which is exactly why I didn't tell her, or anyone else for that matter. Those two have power, and I know I'm a piece in their game. They don't care if they take me down along the way. Never say never. Maybe one of the players complained about me. Please, the guys adore you. You're the only one half of them talk to. Wish I could get them all to talk to me. I gesture to Liam in the goal. He takes off his helmet and shakes out his hair, scowling at Ethan, who tries to knock his skate with his stick. That one over there still won't come close to a microphone. I swear to God he's allergic. Don't let one sour grape ruin the whole bunch. It would be nice if he were a little less sour. Like neutral is all I'm asking. I stand from the bench where we've been spectating and sling my bag over my shoulder. Are you heading out? I was planning on it, but I can wait for you. I'll be fine, probably easier this way. If I have to turn in my credentials, you won't see me escorted out by security. Maven rolls her eyes. You are not turning in your credentials. We'll see. With a wave and a few deep breaths, I make it to the hallway where the administrative offices are located. I wipe my sweaty palms on my shirt, then knock on Helen's door, waiting for her to answer. Come in, she calls out, and I swallow down a final gulp of air. Hi. I shut the door behind me, locking myself in the room with the woman who controls my future. You wanted to see me. She gestures to the empty chair in front of her desk. I move toward it and notice Bradley, our rinkside reporter, in the other one. Take a seat. Thank you. I sit on the edge of the leather and bounce my thigh up and down. Nerves rack my body. It's nearly suffocating in here, the air thick and the tension high. I brace myself for what's coming, knowing there's no way this conversation ends well for me. This morning, I was informed of comments that were made about you by your colleagues over the weekend. I'm appalled by what I heard, Helen starts. Oh my God. I whip my head to the left, my chest tight as I stare at the man beside me. Did Bradley turn them in? Charlie and Doug wouldn't have turned on each other, and Bradley is the only other person on our broadcasting team. A quiet guy, he tends to shy away from confrontation. He shows up, does his job, and goes on his way. We're friendly, but we're not friends. Definitely not close enough for him to feel like he has to protect me from the men he reports to, and I'm shocked he might be the one who took this situation to the people who could fix it. I slump in my chair and turn my attention back to Helen. I wish I could say it's the first time this has happened, but it's not. I met with someone in HR recently to discuss a comment Charlie made to me during our weekly meeting. However, I didn't report what I overheard in Austin. I was planning on doing it today, but it's been chaotic with preparing for tomorrow's game. I'm sorry for waiting so long to come forward, I say, hanging my head. Helen puts up her hand, stopping me. You're not going to apologize to me, Piper. I'm the one who is going to apologize to you. I suck in a breath, letting myself sit a little taller as she continues. What was said is inexcusable and has no place in our organization. I'm embarrassed by their behavior, and I'm sick to my stomach knowing it's persisted for years. Charlie and Doug have been fired effective immediately. Additionally, a team-wide memo went out about harassment in the workplace, along with mandatory e-learning modules. I falter at that. Beneath all the bullshit Charlie said, there was truth to his words. He's been with the team for 2 decades. Considered a god in every arena we visit, he was recently inducted into the Sports Broadcasting Hall of Fame. I doubt anyone's given a shit about how thick his HR file might be. Until now, I guess. What does that mean for the broadcasting team? I ask. With Charlie and Doug gone, we're operating with bare bones. Down 2 people with a game in 24 hours and no one to replace them. Bradley is being promoted to head play-by-play announcer. He told me he's willing to handle it solo, Helen says. I have the co-announcer position posted on the league's internal hiring board, and with how well the team performed last season, I expect applications from several interested parties. I announce for my college team, Bradley explains. I might be a little rusty, but I can handle it. Piper, you'll be our lead rinkside reporter for the rest of the season, Helen tells me. I've seen the work you put in, the dedication and time you spend on being knowledgeable about the players' strengths and weaknesses. You know them like you know the back of your hand, and it should have been your role from the moment we hired you. What? I whisper. If you want the position, it's yours. You'll start on camera next week. Shock rolls through me. I don't know if I want to laugh or cry, if I want to pinch myself to make sure this isn't a dream but real life. The room might be spinning, but it doesn't matter. Lead reporter. The only job I've ever wanted since I landed in D.C., bright-eyed and ambitious with big dreams. I've put in years of work with unpaid gigs and small paychecks. Road trips across the country with teams who had losing records and interviewing players who didn't know my name. Having sweaty jerseys thrown at me and telling people repeatedly I'm a reporter, not a fan, when I hang out in the tunnel during intermission. Spots like this are coveted in the league. Positions people inherit and don't retire from until late into their career. Some of my role models have 50 years of experience in the industry. It's rare to get promoted out of the gate, but I know I can do it. I know I'm good in front of the camera. I stay cool under pressure and pivot when a wrench gets thrown in my plans. I spend hours researching, wanting to make sure what I'm asking is unique. Inquisitive but not prying. A conversation, not a lecture. I know there are going to be people out there who think I'm underqualified, and hell, I can't wait to prove them wrong. Thank you so much, I finally say, finding my words and suppressing my emotions, the things that make me sensitive and weak. It's an honor to represent the Stars organization, and I promise I won't let you down. I know you won't. You'll have a formal offer letter in your inbox tomorrow morning. Home and away games are included in the contract, with an extension possible after the playoffs. Helen folds her hands across her desk, her fingers drumming on the wood. What questions do you have for me? I'm still catching up. My laugh is disbelieving as I try to process the last 5 minutes. I'm sure I'll think of something. You know where I'll be if that changes. My door is always open, Helen says, and I spring to my feet. When I'm safely in the hallway, a squeal escapes me. Before I can sink into the celebration of my first win in what feels like years, a hand rests on my shoulder. The touch is hesitant. I glance behind me and see Bradley frowning. You knew what they said. His jaw tenses. He pulls back his palm and shuffles backward. You weren't surprised when Helen mentioned it. No, I wasn't. I give him a sad smile. I was outside the door, and after overhearing Doug and Charlie, I couldn't bring myself to go in there and face them. Maybe it was cowardly to run from it, but it wasn't cowardly, Bradley says sharply, malice dripping from his tone. I'm the coward. I tried to get them to stop, but I wasn't firm enough for them to listen. He was right to tell me to go to HR, and I'm glad I did. What? Who told you to go to HR? Doesn't matter. What matters is I owe you an apology too. I'm sorry for what was said in Texas. About what happened more times than I'd care to admit. I should have spoken up sooner, and I'm just as guilty as they are. Over a decade in the world of sports, and I've never had a man apologize for his behavior. It's always she's too sensitive, and never I messed up. It was a joke versus what I said was wrong. Hearing Bradley own up to transgressions, he wasn't directly responsible for, gives me the tiniest glimmer of hope for the future of women in the league and beyond. Thank you, Bradley. You did the right thing, and it means so much to me you put yourself on the line. I'm really happy for you, Piper. You deserve the reporter spot. I'm much more comfortable on the mic calling the plays, not trying to wrangle players for interviews. I'll probably embarrass myself on television, but we'll see how it goes. I need to get going. I'll see you tomorrow. I step around the corner for some privacy, fingers trembling as I type out a message in our group chat. Girls just want to have fun, Damental writes, and good connections me guess who is the new rinkside reporter for the Stars. Lexi, what the fuck? Maven, are you serious? Emmy, oh my god, Piper, that's incredible. Maven, how did that happen? Details. Me, it's been a wild few days. I have so much to catch you all up on. Doug and Charlie got fired. I got promoted. Bradley is a hero. This doesn't sound like real life. Lexi, I'm crying for you. Maven, it's so well deserved. A long time coming. Emmy, screw Doug and Charlie. Lexi, seriously, screw them. Maven, let's celebrate. Emmy, not tonight. I'm in law for a game and I'm selfish enough to want to be included. You're not allowed to hang out without me. Me wouldn't dream of it, Em. This weekend sounds perfect. Lexi, go buy a bottle of champagne or something, Piper. Emmy, I just Venmo'd you some money so you can splurge on something good. Maven, me too. Well, Dallas just Venmo'd you some money. What good is marrying a professional athlete if you don't use his millions every now and then? Me, I love you all so much. 3. I tuck my phone in my pocket and pride nearly bursts out of me. God, I hope my luck is changing. I've had nothing to look forward to lately. No good news in a stagnant life of being fine, and it's nice to turn over a new leaf. It's nice to have a fresh start and a chance to make a name for myself. I deserve this. I've been waiting for this, working for this, dragging myself through the trenches for this, and I'm going to give it my all. I'm going to prove every last jerk who ever doubted me wrong. 7 Piper, I can do this. I can do this. I think I can do this. Crap. Can I really do this? I fix the neck of the pink blazer I put on earlier this afternoon and stare at my reflection in the portable mirror I propped up on my desk in the Edmonton Bulls media room. The color is bold as hell, bright enough to be seen from across the rink, but it does little to calm my nerves. My confidence is wavering. I glance at the clock and know I have 5 minutes before I need to head out to the ice, and my stomach somersaults. Hey, Lexi taps my knee. You okay? Yeah. I smooth out my high ponytail and add a touch of hairspray around the crown of my head to tame my flyaways. I'm good. You've done this before. Not for real. I filled in for 2 seconds during a game when we had the worst record in the league a couple years ago. This is totally different. People are going to be watching. The players actually care what I have to say because they know me now. It sounds so cheesy, but this feels like the start of something new, and I don't want to mess up. What's the worst that happens if you do mess up? I get fired. I become a meme for saying erection instead of election. I make a fool of myself in front of diehard fans who love to troll in the comments on social media posts. You can do this, Piper. What if I only got promoted because they pitied me? I whisper. What if Charlie was right? That I'm only supposed to be on camera because of how I look, not because of my knowledge of the sport. I spent years of my life trying to be this woman who appealed to a man who, in the end, wanted nothing to do with me. This job is the most important thing to me, and I want this to go right. I want to show you something. Lexi laces our fingers together and squeezes my hand, helping me stand. She leads me out of the media room and down the visitors' tunnel. The roar of the crowd gets increasingly louder as we approach the ice. They could have given this job to anyone, but they gave it to you. You know why? Because you work hard, harder than anyone else. Because you're smart and because you're capable. I know you're still learning to believe in yourself, and that's okay. But in the meantime, I don't want you to think you don't have a ton of other people ready to cheer you on. Look at this. We walk to the end of the tunnel, right where the floor turns to ice. I blink and my vision adjusts to the bright spotlights above us. When I can see clearly, I nearly trip over my white sneakers. The whole team is lined up, organizing themselves in the same formation they take after they finish a game and interact with the opposing players. Maverick is at the start of the line, followed by 19 other guys in their bright blue away jerseys. He skates in my direction, a wide grin on his face as he holds out his arm, motioning for a fist bump. My knuckles knock against his glove and he tugs on my ponytail with his free hand until a laugh slips out of me like popped champagne. Give them hell, Piper, he calls out as he skates away. Each player repeats the motion until I get to the end of the line and Liam is the last one left. He slows to a stop in front of me with his larger gloves and his intimidating presence. Piper, he grunts. Liam, I say, heard about the promotion. Congratulations. Thought you hated talking to the media. I don't see a microphone in your hand yet. Maybe I'm hiding one in my pocket. Your jacket is very pink. Some might say it's not pink enough. What shade is that? Pepto-Bismol. Close. It's actually mind your business, I say jokingly. His snort is barely audible over the music blaring from the public address system, but I hear it loud and clear. He lifts his helmet until it sits on top of his head, the tiniest smile on his mouth. We never spend this long talking at games. He usually gives me a quick nod. A curt hello before grumbling toward the locker room, and I like the extra attention from him more than I should. Felt like I needed an extra boost of confidence tonight, and brightly colored clothing was a safer choice than downing some vodka. Having access to a microphone while tipsy sounds like the recipe for an FCC violation. "You're going to do great," he says, voice dropping impossibly low so I have to lean in close to hear him. I smell his sweat and the faint trace of fabric softener clinging to his jersey. And if I don't, I ask the question I know he'll answer honestly. Liam doesn't beat around the bush and there's ever any hidden meaning. His bluntness is a blessing and a curse. He'll tell you exactly what he means, and somehow I need to hear this from him. Then you dust yourself off and try again tomorrow, or the next day, or the next until you do it. But you don't have a damn thing to worry about. Wow. That's some surprising optimism from the guy who once told a reporter to piss off. I didn't like that reporter, and he can still piss off. You're a different story. A good different story. Your fate is in your hands, pipsqueak. That's not the sage advice I was looking for. You'll figure it out, and until then you're going to be just fine. Liam puts his helmet back in place and heads for the goal. He drops to the ice to stretch his groin. When he lifts his chin and gives me a slow thumbs up, I take it as the biggest compliment in the world. "We're going live to Piper in 2, the voice in my earpiece says, and I wrap my fingers around my microphone. "First period interview with Hayes on deck." "You good?" Bernie, my cameraman, asks. "Yeah." I nod and turn my attention to the ice, watching Liam stop a goal with an outstretched arm. The clock on the big screen ticks down from 15 seconds to 10, and the save solidifies a tied game at 0 as we head into the first intermission. I'm good. The buzzer sounds and I get in position, waiting for the guys to finish their huddle before moving to the locker room for their 18-minute break. Bernie holds up his finger in warning and I nod. "Hudson," I call out. "Can I snag you for a second?" "Shucks, Piper." He grins, skating up and stopping sharply enough to send little ice shards flying at my feet. "I get to be your first interview. I'm flattered. You're the only person I trust to not get me in trouble 8 seconds into this gig." "You're right about that one." Hudson leans against his stick lazily. "You're going to do great, by the way. Elbow me if I forget what I'm supposed to say." I nod as my countdown cue goes from 5 to 1 and I smile big and wide. "Thanks, Bradley." I'm here with Hudson Hayes, who had a solid first period on defense. Hudson, this time 4 years ago, the Stars boasted the worst record in the league, and you were in the middle of an 11-game losing streak. Tonight, you're keeping the defending Stanley Cup champions scoreless through the first 20 minutes. As the second most tenured player on the team, what growth have you seen in the 4 years that have passed? We're all older than we were back then. Having experience, including losing, and leaders who went through those losses goes a long way. We've already been down in the dumps once and clawed our way out of it. We know we can do it again if we have to. Let's talk about the shot you had with 3 minutes to go in the first. It was a good look while on a power play, but you came up short. You typically like to assist, not score. When you have an opportunity like that, what goes through your mind when deciding if you're going to pass or attack? That was honestly supposed to be a pass. Hudson raises his voice over the announcement of a winning raffle ticket number, and I stand on my toes so I can hear him. I thought Richardson had a better look than me, but the puck wanted to go to the goalkeeper instead. Almost lined up nicely. At the end of the day, I don't care who takes the shot, just that it goes in and we win. Last thing before I let you head to the locker room. This is the same matchup we saw last season in the Stanley Cup Finals. It feels like there's some lingering tension between these two teams. I know we're nowhere near June yet, but what's it like playing against the opponent you hope to see later down the road? He rests his chin on his stick and looks down at me. We know the regular season doesn't mean anything as far as bragging rights go. You could play well all year, then falter in the playoffs when it matters most. It is good to get a feel of the kind of gameplay we'll hopefully experience come playoff time, though. The Bulls are a good team. They play hard, and this kind of matchup is exactly what we need to gauge how things are working for us. Thanks so much, Hudson. We're going to send it back to Bradley, who's going to break down the stats from the first period. Bernie gives me the all clear and my shoulders sag with relief. My grip on the microphone eases and I take a deep breath, my lungs filling with air for the first time in hours. I don't know why you were nervous. You knocked that out of the park, Piper, Hudson tells me. You're a natural. It helps you're a good conversationalist. Far easier to talk to than someone like Liam. A wall would be better, I think. Would give you less attitude, too. I laugh. The nerves in the pit of my stomach dissipate, and there's a small part of me that thinks I can actually do this. For real, every single day, and be good at it. Thanks for taking the time to talk with me. I appreciate you being patient. You're going to go a long way. He knocks his knuckles against mine again and heads for the locker room. And hey, if Sullivan ever gives you a hard time about refusing to do an interview, send him my way. I'll put him in his place. 8 Liam, where's your head, GK? Maverick clasps my shoulder in the locker room during intermission. You're staring at the wall. I shake my head. I'm fine. You had a hell of a second period. 15 saves and not a single goal. Impressive. We only have 20 minutes until we can get out of here and celebrate our hopeful victory against the reigning Stanley Cup champs somewhere fun. Can you please pull yourself together? No problem. What's got you so distracted? Piper Mitchell. She looked incredible strutting up the tunnel with that microphone of hers. It was obvious her confidence wasn't there when we saw her before the game, but she seemed a lot more sure of herself after she finished talking with Hudson. I've caught glimpses of her out of the corner of my eye all night. That bright pink blazer keeps grabbing my attention, so does her laugh. I can practically hear it across the ice. The more time that passes on the clock, the more relaxed she gets. Her shoulders move away from her ears. Her smile gets wider, more real, not some forced thing she's grimacing out. Obnoxious as hell. 2 seconds of seeing her in her element and I can barely focus on the job I'm paid millions of dollars to excel at. I need to get my head out of my ass. Nothing, I lie. Such a bad liar, he says under his breath, but he doesn't press me any further. Just keep stopping those goals for the rest of the night and I won't give a crap what you're thinking about. Would be nice if you decided to score for once in your life. When did you get so selfless and start passing the puck? I fire back and he grins. There's my guy. We skate onto the ice for the final period. Boos from the hometown crowd greet us, but I don't pay them any mind as I take my spot in the goal. I also don't pay the women sitting in the front row and wearing my jersey any mind. They bang on the glass and try to get my attention. I ignore them, settling into the bliss of blacking out my surroundings, of only focusing on the 200 feet in front of me, not who might be in the crowd. I've always been good at dulling the noise, at hearing what I want to hear and seeing what I want to see. I learned early on my brain doesn't work the way other people's do. I don't see colors or shapes. I see solutions to problems and every way a scenario can play out. When I first started skating as a kid, I noticed how those differences translated to the ice. Every time someone has the puck, I anticipate the moves they could make. I analyze the outcome if they go left then right instead of right then left. Most of the time, I know what the opposing player is going to do before they do, and I'm one step ahead of them. It's what's made me so good at my job, like right now. The Edmonton Bulls' right wing likes to cross over center ice, likes to accept a pass in the offensive zone, then fire off a backhand shot that I nice save, Sully, Hudson yells, whizzing past me when I catch the puck in the center of my glove. I gotta give you crap for not paying attention more often, Maverick adds. He knocks his stick against mine as the ref blows his whistle. Gets your head out of your ass. Screw off. I grab my drink bottle and squirt some water in my mouth. And get out of my goal. Did you see the fan club behind you? Maverick teases. I thought they'd be here for Hudson, but that one girl has a shirt that says Big Bad Sully can handle me anytime. Better you than me. Hudson flashes me a sympathetic grin. You know I hate that stuff. You and me both, I grumble. The attention makes my skin crawl. I know it's part of the job. I know it comes with playing in a high-contact sport that makes us seem tough and strong. But the fan obsession is weird. Ethan had a stalker last year, a woman who showed up at every away game and stared at him from 5 rows behind our bench. Grant gets messages on social media from fans asking how much they'd have to pay to spend a night with him. Photos of Hudson walking his dogs shirtless in the middle of summer were used in an anonymous TikTok video, and he still hasn't figured out who took the pictures. The obsession is creepy as hell, but the male fans are even worse. After Game 5 of the finals last year, my posts were swarmed with comments about how I should kill myself because I don't know how to do my job. There were mentions of letting my city down and being a disgrace. And when they found Alana's account and said they were going to hurt her like I hurt the Stars fans' championship dreams, I almost stopped playing altogether. This sport is my lifeline, though, and I don't want to give those jerks the satisfaction of having a hold over me. They can all screw off. 15 minutes to go, Riley says, huddling up with us. Their offense looks gassed. Think if we keep playing them close and save our breakaways for the last few minutes, we'll be able to put this one in the bag. Ethan snorts. I'm tempted to lose the next face-off just to mess with them. I kind of want to rile them up, land one of them in the sin bin and earn a power play where we can crush their spirits, Maverick says. Screw that they're champions. Grant said if we win, we're going to a country bar downtown. A country bar in Canada, Hudson asks. Sounds like something we'd find in those cowboy romances we've been reading at book club. I love the cowboy romances, Riley agrees. I toss my bottle on the back of the goal and squat, ready for the next play. Now I'm purposely going to let one pass me so I don't have to get on a mechanical bull. And cowboy romances, what the hell? He's charming, it's hot, Ethan argues. And don't get me started on the relationship she has with his kid. I'd pay good money to see goalie daddy on a bull. Maverick looks at Hudson, Riley, Ethan, and Finn Adams, our left wing. We need to pull out this victory, boys, so we can get Liam in a cowboy hat. I will murder you, I growl, and the ref blows his whistle again. If you don't get your asses back on the line, I'm going to intentionally throw the puck out of the playing area to give them the delay of game advantage so I don't have to listen to you squawk. Get away from me and let me do my job, you mutts. Ethan salutes me and takes off toward our opponents for the face-off. Yes, sir. Maverick barks and skates away with more power than I've seen from him all game. Hudson and Riley hang back with me and get in their defensive stances. You know you probably encouraged him to get a hat trick, right? Hudson laughs and I roll my eyes. At least it would lock up this game, I say. I'm tired. I wonder if the girls will go to the cowboy bar. Riley shifts to his left, knowing the Bulls players tend to play against the boards closest to their bench. Lexi always makes the night more fun. If you shut up and stop these guys from getting close to the goal, I'll buy you a beer at this cowboy bar so you have a ton of fun, I say. Your wish is my command, GK, Riley yells, passing the puck to Finn over the red line and following after him. I know I made a deal with the devil, but as Maverick rears his stick back and sinks a beautiful slap shot that will undoubtedly be on Espen's top 10 plays tomorrow morning, I don't give a crap about anything besides a win. Unbelievable save, GK. Hell of a stop there with a minute to go on the clock, Sul. Play of the game goes to our goalie daddy. Maverick jumps on my back and wraps his arms around my neck. I knew all it would take is some positive reinforcement from yours truly to make sure you had your best stat line of the season. It's October. I pull off my helmet and shake out my hair. I'm disgusting, and 10 minutes under a blazing hot shower sounds like heaven. No one cares about my stats in October. Great win, boys, a gentle voice says from my right, and I stop in my tracks, turn my head slowly and spot Piper leaning against the wall. Do you have a minute to talk about your performance, Mav? Hey, little P, Maverick slides down my back. Anything for the best reporter on her first official night with a microphone. Piper's eyes bounce to me. Mind if I talk to you next, Liam? You really did have a fantastic game. Not doing an interview, I say. Sorry. Come on, man. It's Piper, Maverick says. It's okay. Don't worry about it, Mav. He's not forced to talk to the media and I don't want to push him, she smiles. Have a good rest of your night, Liam. Oh, it's going to be good, all right. He's coming with us to the Western Bar downtown. I hope you and the girls are going to tag along. We have a lot to celebrate, Maverick says. A victory, your reporter gig, it's going to be a blast. Wait a second, you're going to the Western Bar? Piper asks me. You. In a crowd of people, where they line dance and play country music. It's my idea of hell. The last place I'd ever want to be, but I bet it would be fun if she were there. Yeah, I shrug. I said something stupid to Riley during the game and dug myself into a hole. I'm not happy about it. Please tell me I'm allowed to video you singing karaoke. It'll be the greatest night of my life. Dream on, pipsqueak. I'm staying for one round, and if someone tries to get me on stage, they'll end up worse for wear. It was worth a try. Maybe you'll have a different perspective after a drink or two. Are you buying? Her lips split into a wide grin. I could if it'll keep you around for longer than 8 seconds. Maverick looks between us. When did you two get so chummy? We're not chummy, Piper rushes to say, her cheeks turning red. She blushes a lot, I've learned. When she saw me shirtless in the trainer's room. When I complimented her at team dinner. When she knows she said something she shouldn't. It's cute to see her panicking, and it kind of makes me want to push her buttons. Makes me want to see how close I can get to prodding her before she retaliates. Maverick groans. I have no clue what's going on, and I hate being out of the loop. You're not missing out on anything, Mav, she says, motioning for the cameraman to join them. Let's talk about the game tonight. You had 2 goals, with one coming in the final 35 seconds of the third period. How do you feel about the team's momentum as we head into November? I trudge to the locker room, letting them talk shop and trying to ignore the way my mouth twitches up in a smile when I look over my shoulder and notice Piper watching me walk away. 9 Piper, I can't wait to yee and haw all night. How do we not have one of these in DC? Talk about a missed opportunity. Lexi holds my hand as we maneuver to the bar through throngs of people. I think I want to be a cowgirl. The fact that you had boots in your suitcase without knowing we were going to end up at a Western bar in Edmonton is a sign you have a new calling in life, I say, narrowly avoiding a spilled drink. Forget being an athletic trainer. Maybe I can be a trainer on a rodeo circuit. Emmy mentioned some distant cousin of hers has a ranch out west. That might be my next stop after hockey. She looks the boys up and down and grins. It would only be for the jeans and boots, if we're being honest. I need to offer up some praise to the patron god of denim. You know I would never do anything with anyone on the team, but damn do the guys look good tonight in something other than their hockey gear. I laugh and watch the team take up the entire floor space of back porch, the small and dimly lit dive bar we barged into 10 minutes ago. Almost everyone came out tonight, even Coach Saunders, and they're decked out in everything from plaid shirts rolled to their elbows and frayed Levi's. Grant has on a pair of boots, and Ethan is wearing a cowboy hat he didn't have on when we left the hotel. There's a bandana tied around Maverick's neck, but he looks more like a sad bank robber who's never been in a heist in his life than someone who lives out west. For effort, though. It's nice to see them all letting loose. They can be goofballs at practice, messing around and pranking each other with silly string and whoopee cushions like they're in middle school. But the second the puck drops and the clock starts for a game, they're professional. Men who know they have a job to do and are being watched by 20,000 fans making sure they don't mess up. The boys are definitely acting like they're off the clock now. From the way they're smiling for photos, signing shirts, and ordering trays of beer like they are cups of water, I think it's safe to say they're about to enter party mode. If we can get through the night without anyone getting arrested or lighting something on fire, it'll be a win. I lean my elbows on the counter and smile at the bartender. Could I get a gin and tonic, please? Make that two, please. Where's Maven? Lexi yells over the growing noise. More people are piling into the already cramped building, and I'm willing to bet the star's whereabouts got shared to social media. We might be in enemy territory, but everyone loves NHL teams. I thought she'd be here. She said she wasn't feeling well, mentioned a headache and wanting to have an early night. I'll have to record the boys trying to ride the mechanical bull for her to watch on the flight home tomorrow. $10 says one of them breaks an arm. Coach will kill them if that happens, but you know one of them is going to try. The bartender sets a pair of glasses in front of us. When I pull out my wallet to pay, he shakes his head. Already taken care of. He hooks his thumb over his shoulder, and I lean to my left to see where he's pointing. The guy in the blue shirt down there wanted to send them your way. Oh. I smile politely at the man. He's half the size of the hockey guys and dressed totally different with a tie, pens shoved in his shirt pocket, and a tweed jacket. He looks like he might be an accountant or engineer, and I lift the gifted glass in appreciation. That was nice of him. Poor dude probably thinks his chances of making a connection went downhill when the team got here, and now he's pulling out all the stops. Lexi knocks her glass against mine. How will he ever survive? Maybe he'll manage. Piper Mitchell is feisty, folks, and she hasn't had a sip of alcohol yet. She grins and spins, surveying the scene in front of us. Are you doing okay? You were phenomenal on the mic tonight, but it seems like you're holding something back. Like you don't want to celebrate this huge milestone of yours. One of the players didn't give you trouble, did they? I'll put them through hell if they did. I stir my drink and watch Riley pull out a roll of quarters from his pocket for the jukebox in the corner of the bar. The song changes from George Strait to Johnny Cash, the opening lines of Walk the Line blaring through the speakers, and I hesitate before answering. I haven't told the girls about everything that's happened this last week. It's too powerful of a conversation to have over the phone, and to be honest, I'm still processing all the intense highs and lows I've gone through. I do want to celebrate this huge milestone of mine because it should be celebrated, but I don't want it clouded by misogynistic jerks. The comments I still hear in my head, and the way my confidence has taken a nosedive straight to hell. Maybe I can start by enjoying tonight. Accepting drinks from men, I don't know. Line dancing to loud music and riding a mechanical bull. There's not a better place in the world to welcome this new part of my life than with the team I love and one of my best friends. I exhale. The weight I've been carrying around slowly slips out of my grasp as my smile turns from hesitant to bold, coming to life under the house lights and the smell of cheap beer. I'm okay. I needed some time to process some things, but I'm on the up now and excited to be here. I rest my head on Lexi's shoulder. And please don't confront any of the guys. They've been nothing but nice to me. That lineup before the game, I had to hold back the tears so my mascara didn't run. We have a good group with them, don't we? Yeah, we do. I scan the rest of the crowded room, and that's when I see him, Liam Sullivan, standing exactly where I thought he'd be, in a corner, drink in his hand and the ghost of a scowl on his face. His white t-shirt hugs his frame, proudly showing off the tattoos on his arms. The jeans he's wearing are almost fitted to the lines of his legs I don't normally see. My breath catches when I move from his high-top Converse back to his face, because he's staring at me, looking my way with a dark and intense gaze that's tinted with a hint of trouble I'm not sure I should be getting myself into, but I can't look away. He tips his head to the side, an invitation there, and I've never been so curious about someone in my life. Will you give me a second? I throw my drink back, needing liquid courage, and set my empty glass on the bar. I'm going to run to the restroom. Go. She waves me off and bites on her straw. I'll be fine. The guy who sent the drinks over looks like he has experience in the accounting field, and I need some advice about my 401k. I always thought the words Roth and IRA were sexy. I kiss her cheek and wipe my hands on my jeans. I'll be back soon. Pushing through the sea of bodies is difficult. I have to elbow my way past a group of women flirting with Grant and Ethan until I'm on the other side of the bar and free from the smell of sweat and stale beer. "Piper," Liam says when I get close. "Liam, why are you standing all alone? Prefer it that way." He brings his beer to his mouth, throat bobbing around a swallow while his eyes never leave mine. I pull my shirt away from my chest, the temperature suddenly stifling. "Having a good night. Can't complain. What about you?" He shrugs. Kicks a foot up on the wall behind him and crosses his arms over his chest, a vision of unbothered laziness. I'm not exactly having the time of my life, but I could think of worse places to be. "Ah, guess that means you're not going to do that scene from Dirty Dancing then, are you?" "Never. Have you seen it?" "I have a sister, Pipsqueak. I've watched every rom-com movie you can think of." "What's your favorite?" "Four Weddings and a Funeral." But you can't go wrong with anything featuring Meg Ryan and Tom Hanks. Wow, I never thought I'd be standing here talking about rom-coms with you. Pretty shocking turn of events. It's after 9 p.m. and I'm at a bar where they've played Dolly Parton 6 times in 30 minutes. Are you sure the movie thing is the most shocking part? You make a fair point, Sullivan. I mirror his pose, resting up against the wall and dropping my head back. I always wanted to reenact the part where Patrick Swayze lifts Jennifer Grey over his head, among other things. Like dancing in the kitchen, kissing in the rain, getting matching tattoos with the person I'm in love with, and being a total idiot. I sigh, the one drink making my tongue loose, my inhibitions lowered. Stupid stuff. If it's important to you, it's not stupid. Very insightful. Call it bar wisdom. He sips his beer and holds the beer bottle by the neck with his large palm. "You didn't want to talk to the guy who sent you and Lexi that drink. How did you know someone sent us a drink? I'm paid millions of dollars to be aware of my surroundings. I see everything." He pauses before adding, "including the guy who was looking at you too like you were his last meal." "Oh, please." I laugh again. "Lexi maybe, but not me. The attention was nice, though. I've never had someone hit on me before." "That dude at the bar was staring at you, Piper." The drink for Lexi was him being polite so he'd seem like a nice guy and get her support when he tried to ask you out. "You didn't recognize the game he was playing." "Game he was playing? No. There are so many attractive women in here. Why would he pay attention to me?" Liam shakes his head. "Wow. Your ex did a real number on your confidence, which is a damn shame. He messed you up, didn't he?" I take a step away from him, mortified and ignoring what might have been a compliment buried under his observation. "Will you excuse me?" I move for the hallway to the right, wanting some space, needing some air, even if it's hovering around 45 degrees outside. "Piper." Liam's voice follows me as I head for the bar's service door. "Hang on." Before I can tell him I need a minute, his palm lands on my arm, heavy and warm. Fingers curl gently and he tugs me toward him. I spin, my chest colliding with his, and I let out a startled gasp. "I don't need your opinions about the poor decisions I've made in my love life," I say. "Yes, he did take away my confidence. Many times by cheating on me, by diminishing my self-worth, by making me feel small and unimportant. I'm working on getting that confidence back, which is why I'm going to march over to the bar, tell that guy I'm interested, and see if he wants to get to know me." Liam's eyes widen. His grip falters slightly, fingers drifting to my side. If anyone walked back here, they'd think they were interrupting a private moment. Something personal between two people, and I can't help but drop my gaze to his mouth for the briefest of seconds. "You want to get to know Collar McCollarson? Khakis are that much of a turn-on?" he asks. "No, yes, I don't know." I huff, irritated, frustrated and confused, humored by the nickname and obvious disdain for the guy he doesn't know. "Yes, because I've only been in one serious relationship in my life and want to have some fun. No, because I don't know what I'm doing when meeting new people." "You don't know what you're doing when meeting new people? What the hell does that mean?" "What do you think it means?" My ex and I were barely close with each other, and I'm so inexperienced. As much as I want to be the woman who can have a casual connection with a guy I don't know, I have no clue how to even approach the topic because I'm clueless about relationships. I wish I could find someone who could teach me what to do without judging me. A no-strings-attached agreement that didn't mean anything, because I'm tired of being the only one in my friend group who isn't exploring new connections. I'm single, and I want to have fun. But I can't have it because I'm scared of ending up in an awkward situation. My raised tone surprises me. I run my tongue over my lips and snap my mouth shut. I want to crawl in a hole after admitting all that to the man that probably has experience with everything. The man that could have anyone he wants. One look at a woman and she's drawn to him. Liam Sullivan doesn't need a relationship coach. Define barely close, he says in a voice so low, I swear I might melt on the spot from the intensity behind his words. Each syllable is rough, each vowel is deep. It sounds like something he'd whisper in my ear when I'm on the edge of something new and I'm not sure I can ever make eye contact with him again. I clear my throat. My head is swimming and I know it's not from the drink. We rarely connected intimately. When we did, it was not good, boring. He didn't. I drop my head back and stare at the ceiling instead of him. I don't want to meet the man of my dreams and constantly wonder if we're not compatible and he's too nice to say anything to me. Maybe you can find someone who could help, but you said hockey guys aren't your type, so it seems like everyone in the bar is out of the question. I swear the earth stops moving at his implication. I swear he steps closer to me until the tips of his shoes knock against mine. I swear his touch moves an inch lower and I shudder at the thought of something that'll never happen. It feels like it could happen though, and I like the thought more than I should. Where else could this lead? How good would it be? How would it feel to have those hands near me? I raise my chin a fraction of an inch and find him looking down at me. Impossibly close. Wickedly attractive. So goddamn good looking, my heart leaps to my throat and bangs like a drum. I've always thought Liam was attractive, but now I know he's the most handsome man I've ever seen. Chiseled jaw, sharp features, eyes that track my every movement. I have his unwavering attention, and holy hell is that a shock to my system. No one has ever looked at me like this. I could be into hockey players, I blurt out, desperate to play whatever game this is. It's mindless flirting, words that have no weight and meaning, but I want to keep it going. If they knew what they were doing. A loud cheer from down the hall snaps us out of the trance we've fallen into. Liam drops his hand as if he was burned, stepping back until there is a few feet of distance between us. He runs his hand through his hair and shakes his head once, clearing the cobweb of thoughts I'm aching to be privy to. I selfishly hope they're of me. I should go before one of us does something that will get us in trouble, he says gruffly, still avoiding my eyes. What if I want a little bit of trouble? I whisper, wondering if I'm reading this entire situation wrong. I bet am. Liam probably likes confident women, gorgeous bombshells who can walk into a bar and command the attention of everyone in the room. They're not nervous or shy or inexperienced. There's no way someone like him would ever want someone like me. Then you know where to find me, he answers, and a jolt of electricity zips up my spine. He walks away, the muscles in his back tense as his shoulders curl in and he drops his head low. He brushes past me, the graze of his shirt against my arm a phantom touch. I watch him slip through the exit door, disappearing into the night and leaving me hopelessly curious and more flustered than I've been in goddamn years. Liam I stretch out on my couch and groan. It's been a long week and a half with road games. Sleeping in different time zones and thousands of miles of travel. The loss in Texas sucked. I played well until the last 2 minutes when I let a slap shot get past me. It was a stupid play, one I've blocked hundreds of times. I don't know why I was caught off guard by the left wing coming at me, but I was. Edmonton helped with the sting of defeat. The victory was nice, but the icing on the cake was the few minutes I spent with Piper in the hallway at the bar away from the team. Being near her and feeling the warmth radiating from her presence has occupied every corner of my mind, and I'm glad for a night in. A chance to block out the outside world and do something other than think about her. My phone is off so I won't get dragged into any annoying group messages. Pico de Gato, my rescue tabby cat, is curled up next to me, and there's jack shit on the agenda before I plan to head to bed. It's nice to have an evening like this. I don't have to be laser focused. I don't have to be a professional athlete. I can let my guard down. I can take a second to breathe after finishing the first 3 weeks of the season. I stroke Pico's fur and grab the remote, scrolling through the TV guide and trying to find something to watch. Before I can get too far, there's a knock on my front door. Pico jerks awake and darts away at the noise, taking off for my bedroom and the spot in my closet where he likes to hide. I frown and wait, assuming it's someone at the wrong apartment. Someone who's stumbling home after having a few too many cocktails at happy hour, and I'm hoping if I ignore them, they'll go away. Another knock comes, louder this time. I curse under my breath and turn on my phone, pulling up my doorbell camera. I almost fall off the couch. Piper is at my door. She's standing in the hallway and studying her phone, her black high heel tapping on the floor. What the hell? How the hell did she get my address? She's never been here before, and that shit isn't posted on the internet. I stare at her in the camera, then close the app. I could not answer. I could lock myself in the bathroom so she can't hear me breathing on the other side of the door. That would probably make me an asshole, though, and as someone who's going to disappoint his family in the next few months with a string of lies about his personal life, I need all the good karma I can get. Scrubbing a hand over my face and groaning, I stand and head for the door. Unlocking the deadbolt, I lean against the frame and stare at the short blonde. She jumps back like she wasn't expecting me and lets out a soft laugh. "Was your pink jacket not enough stomach medicine for you?" I ask. "Liam." She blinks and smiles, laughs again. Hi, please don't tell me this is an interview." "No, I'm here on personal business." Piper tugs on her pencil skirt. My eyes bounce to her hips and linger there for a second, maybe it's two, before moving back to her face. "Can I come in?" I rub the back of my neck. I'm thrust back to when my fingers were near her. Her gasp when our chests collided and how close I was to doing something really stupid like kissing her. "Sure." Piper slides past me, and I close the door behind her. She walks down the hall, her heels clicking and clacking on the hardwood floor. There's a pep in her step, and I follow behind her, still unsure of what the hell is going on. "Wow." She looks around my living room, walks to the floor-to-ceiling windows and presses her nose against the glass. "Look at this view. Nice, isn't it? Do you mind if I sit?" "Wherever you're comfortable. Want something to drink?" Piper takes a spot on the couch, sitting on the edge of the cushions and running her palms down her thighs, then back up. "Do you have any alcohol? Beer? Wine? Something stronger?" "All three. Whiskey, please." Neat. I nod and open the liquor cabinet I keep stocked for the off-season. I grab a glass and pour her a finger of the amber liquid, handing it her way. "There you go." "Thank you." Piper brings the glass to her mouth and finishes the drink in 2 gulps. "That's better." I've seen her drink before, at the Western Bar, at a team fundraiser last season, on a night when I reluctantly went to a club with the team during an away game. I hated every second of it, but the evening ended up better than it started, with Piper at a burger joint and ketchup on her nose. She was drunk as hell, giggling uncontrollably and nearly falling off her stool. From anyone else, I would have been annoyed. With her, I thought it was cute, endearing almost, to see her let go for a while. She's normally so buttoned up, professional and poised, and someone who follows the rules. Watching her walls come down was the highlight of that road trip. The whole damn season, probably. I doubt she remembers it, but I do. The dress she was wearing, The way she looped her arm through mine when we shuffled down the sidewalk and avoided piles of snow. How she stuck her tongue out when I said I didn't want anything to eat, and the tipsy grin she tossed my way when I gave in and ordered a milkshake, just to make her happy. It was the most I'd laughed in years. When I tucked her into bed at the hotel and stayed an extra hour after she fell asleep to make sure she didn't get sick, I wondered what it would be like to laugh like that every damn day. "So Mitchell, are you on the run?" I ask. Her face softens. She drags her thumb over her bottom lip and sinks her teeth into the lipstick she's wearing. "Would you help me if I was? Depends on the situation, probably." "You're sweet. I wanted to talk to you about something." Piper sets down her glass and wrings her hands together, gives me a nervous smile that's tight around the corners of her mouth, and I'm on edge. But I think I'm going to need another drink first. I fill her glass again and sit in the chair across from her. "Have you had anything to eat today?" "A sandwich at lunch, nothing for dinner, but the night is young." "Young? It's 8 o'clock and time for bed. Didn't know you were an old man." "I didn't choose the lifestyle chose me." "No more alcohol until you get some food in your system." "Fine." She downs the second drink faster than the first, and I'm wondering if I should get her some water. "Okay, I have a proposition for you. If it has anything to do with the media, the answer is no," I say sharply. "I'm not interested." "It doesn't, it's about your sister's wedding." That catches me off guard. "What about it?" "I thought I could go as your date, or your pretend date like I explained the other night. We act like we're together so your family doesn't bust your balls about showing up alone. It's still technically a lie, but it'll be harmless." "Why would you ever agree to come with me?" "Because, in turn, you could help me with something." "What kind of something?" "It's about what I mentioned the other night at the bar. About, needing help with relationships." Her voice squeaks and blood rushes in my ears. "You probably forgot all about it, but I thought, you know what? I think I read the whole situation wrong. This was a terrible idea. Forget it." She stands and heads for the door, practically running down the hall. I give her a head start before I stand and follow her. When I get close enough to touch her, I wrap my fingers around her wrist to stop her from leaving. I give her a gentle tug and she spins to face me. Her cheeks are flushed. Her pupils are blown wide and she's staring at me. I take a step toward her and she moves backward, her shoulder blades pressing against the wall behind her. I didn't forget anything. I put a hand by her right ear, almost caging her in. I can hear her breathing, can see the freckles across her nose and catch a glimpse of the hint of green in her eyes mixed in with the blue. "Let's try that again." I wasn't kidding about wanting someone to teach me what to do in relationships. "It felt like you might be the tiniest bit interested in getting to know me after that comment of yours, and I figured." She trails off, looking at the floor. "I trust you. I know you have more experience than me, and we could both get something out of it, but now I'm realizing this is all silly. So incredibly stupid and probably cause for me to get fired. Please forget I ever asked." She pushes away from the wall and walks past me, heading back to the living room. I let her get some distance before I follow her again like a lost dog. My head is spinning. I have no clue if this is a joke, if this is for real, or if she's messing with me to prove a point about how men are trash. With the things I'm thinking about her near me, my name on her tongue, twisted sheets in my hand running up her arm until I found out how she'd react, I'd tell her she's right. I'm a mess, and I hate myself for it. I also hate myself because I'm more than a tiny bit interested. I'm really interested. When she said all that stuff at the bar, my brain just about short-circuited. All I could hear were words like barely close, not good, no strings attached. I can't believe she was with someone for an entire decade and he never took care of her, never cherished her, and never made her feel like she was important. Her ex-husband is a piece of shit. When I get to the living room, she's pacing, doing laps around the couch and tapping her fingers on her forearms. "Hey," I say, and she looks up. "Want to order a pizza?" "A pizza?" If we're going to talk about getting to know each other, you need to eat some food so you're level-headed, especially after those drinks. A blush creeps up her neck. The crimson color settles on her cheeks. Did I really ask you to get to know me? A little more eloquently than that, but yeah, you did. And you're not kicking me out. I'm not. Does that mean you're open to the idea? What kind of pizza do you like? I grab my phone off the coffee table. Pepperoni, veggie, supreme. Piper sits on the couch again and covers her face with a pillow. Her voice comes out muffled when she says, "Pepperoni with veggies, please." Get comfortable, Piper. You're going to be here a while and you're not going to hide from me again. 11 Liam, I toss the empty pizza box in the trash. We went through almost a full pie while we watched some shitty reality television show Piper said she liked, and I put the last 2 slices in the fridge so she can take them home when she leaves. I wash my hands and grab the bottle of whiskey, pouring a glass for myself. I never drink the night before a game, but this situation calls for it. We're going to talk about this like adults, I say, sitting next to her on the couch. Why did you come here, Piper? She takes a minute to answer. If I had to guess, it's because she's afraid she's going to get rejected. The second she puts this idea in the world, it gives me a chance to shoot her down. And judging by the way she's still not looking at me, I'm willing to bet she's been shot down 100 times in her life. I word vomited at the bar, she starts. I didn't mean for all that information about my personal life to come out, but it did. That's the unfortunate thing about vomit. You can't take it back. Piper's laugh is soft and she relaxes marginally. Please know I would never be here if I didn't get the impression you might be interested in hearing what I had to say. I told you you knew where to find me. I didn't actually. I had to coerce your address out of Maverick and make up a lie about delivering a box of sponsorship materials. You found me, though. I did. And if he asks how you like the new brand of protein shakes I brought you, just roll with it. It's my turn to laugh. Noted. After the bar, I went back to my room and did some reflecting about how I made a fool of myself. The more I thought about it, the more I thought an arrangement between us could work. I want to explore new connections. You're a single guy. Piper sits up and her mouth drops open in horror. Oh no, you are single, right? I am, thank God. I'm flattered you want me so badly, Mitchell. She lifts the pillow sitting on her lap and throws it at my head. I smile and catch it out of the air. Goalie, remember. Okay, show off. She smiles too and picks up where she left off. Add in the bonus of you not having a date to your sister's wedding, and I figured we could both benefit from it. Taking me would be easier than finding someone on a dating app. A dating app, please. I'd use forged documents instead. Really? You don't think showing off a photo where you're holding up a fish you caught is cool? I'd rather bury my head in the sand. I would have been shocked if you felt otherwise. Is being here a complete invasion of your privacy? No, an invasion of my privacy would be taking a picture of my personal space and posting it online. Her eyes bounce to the front of my shorts and linger there. A blush crawls up her neck, and now I'm thinking about her near me. What she would look like and how she'd react. This is all her fault. I wasn't thinking like this before. I'd never do that. I know you wouldn't. Why are you asking me? You're an attractive woman. You could find a guy on Tinder or down the street at any restaurant who would be willing to get to know you. It wouldn't be very difficult. I meant what I said earlier. I trust you, and I know well, I assume a big part of intimacy is rooted in trust. I don't want to be with someone who might laugh at me, and I really don't want to wind up on the internet. I read a whole thread about the worst dates guys have ever had, and I'm afraid to ever put myself out there again. I did not have Piper Mitchell sitting on my couch and saying things like dates or putting myself out there on my bingo card for the night, but I still snort out a laugh. What makes you think you can trust me? I ask. She's so nice. The kind of woman who finds the good in everyone, even if they aren't deserving of it. I want to make sure she's not holding me up on some pedestal. The night at the club when I got drunk, I woke up safe in my hotel room the next morning. I know that was because of you. Her eyes meet mine and she smiles. It wouldn't have ended that way with every man, Christ. I did not expect her to remember that. She could barely walk straight, for fuck's sake, and she knows I tucked her in bed, my cheeks heat. I don't know the last time I blushed, but right now my skin is on fire. Let's start from the beginning, I mumble, switching gears, trying to get away from whatever the hell I'm feeling right now. I figured we could, the very beginning. Tell me about your ex. Steven, Piper deflates. We met in college and dated while he worked at a tech startup. He proposed to me when we were in our early 20s and we got married really young. He made a lot of money very quickly when his business took off, thanks to his dad's connections, and he kept making more of it. There was this obsession with being successful, being the best. All of his time, energy, and attention went into work, and I got pushed to the side. Then you got divorced. I saw a text I wasn't supposed to see. He played it off like I was imagining things, like I was crazy. Then she groans. This next part never gets any less embarrassing. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. It's important to the story. We hadn't been close in almost a year. I wanted to convince myself it was all in my head and decided to surprise him during his lunch break. He landed a big investor the day before, and things like that always put him in a good mood. When I walked into his office, he was with his secretary. What a fucking prick. I've played with guys like her ex, the ones who mess around and don't think they'll ever get caught because they consider themselves invincible. Maybe their wives or girlfriends know what they're doing behind their backs and don't give a shit, but I can't imagine having the life everyone else wants and still wanting more. Like being at the top of the pyramid isn't enough. They want to get their way. Want to walk around like they're gods because of their name or their job or how much money is in their bank account. There's no humility, just ego. Everything is about having the attention on them. I messed around a little my first few seasons in the league. I connected with a woman or two and got caught up in the fun of being an athlete who never had to work hard to get attention, but it lost its appeal pretty quickly. That's not who I am. And I've always thought guys who cheat are the bottom of the barrel. It's almost like he wanted me to find him. Turns out he'd been with her for months, she says. He blamed me for not fulfilling his needs, filed for divorce, and here I am, a woman in her 30s who's only been with one man. It's sad, isn't it? It's only sad if you make it sad seems more like you're free from a selfish idiot who probably couldn't find your heart even if it had a big flashing sign pointing to it. Piper tries to bite back a laugh but fails. That's strangely comforting. I can be considerate occasionally. Excuse the bluntness, but why not watch movies? There's plenty of stuff out there. It's all fake as shit, but you'd get the idea. I have. Her cheeks turn even pinker and my traitorous mind wanders to Piper with a computer on the bed next to her. Her fingers adjusting her blanket and her head against the pillows. I knock back all of my drink and wipe my mouth with the back of my hand. I know it's not the real thing and I don't want to have a visual learning experience. I want to be hands-on. I want to figure out how things are supposed to feel and how things are supposed to sound. I want to know if what I'm doing is good. I glance at my empty glass and consider pouring myself another shot. Maybe two. Forget the headache I'll have tomorrow. I need you to explain this all to me very carefully, Piper, so I understand exactly what you're proposing. She gnaws on her bottom lip, twists her hands together and takes a deep breath. I would like us to be close with each other. I want you to be my guide in building confidence. My coach, to put it in sports terms. Intimacy is a big component of it, yes, but I also want to learn the other things that make up a personal relationship. I know how cheesy this sounds, but I really think my happily ever after my real happily ever after, because I refuse to believe the first one counts is out there. I don't want to miss out on my soulmate because I don't feel confident in myself and hide myself away. And even if I don't hide and end up meeting someone, a guy has barely ever made me feel cherished. I've been made to feel embarrassed while being close too many times, and it makes me never want to try again. Guys who care about you won't give a shit about your past, I say. They also won't stop trying after one failed attempt. This is about me too, though, and my journey. I lost so much of myself when I was with Steven, and I want to find it again. I don't want to be a pushover who always puts others first. I don't want to be quiet and timid and told I'm supposed to act a certain way. For once in my life, I want to be selfish. I want to have fun, and I want to connect, and I want to be the woman who takes whatever the hell she wants. I want to not give two shits about what anyone thinks of me, Liam, and for some reason, I think you can be the one to help me with that. I mean, the other night at the bar was the most I've been flustered in years, and you barely touched me. That has to mean something, right? I stare at her, and pride ripples through me. Her cheeks are a rosy red, and there's a glint in her eyes that wasn't there when she knocked on my door. I've seen Piper Mitchell a dozen different ways over the years, but this right here might be my favorite one. Determined, blunt, captivating. If I were to say yes, we'd need rules, strict rules, and an ironclad plan for the next few months. What did you have in mind? If I'm going to help you build confidence, you're going to help me at my sister's wedding. We're going to have to get to know each other well enough for you to answer questions my family might have without it being obvious we're bullshitting them. Easy enough. Research is my job. Besides, I've been curious about you for a while now. The more I get to know you, the better. That makes me nervous. Makes me want to reinforce the walls I normally put in place to keep people out when they try to get close, because my business is my business, not theirs. But then Piper smiles at me, reaches out and puts her hand on my arm. Her thumb strokes over my tattoos and I melt a little bit. I'm weak as shit. Right, okay, yeah. What are your other rules? She asks. I have no clue what my other rules might be, because I didn't expect to spend my night casually discussing relationships with the woman I've had a crush on for years. Communication, I say, pulling something out of my ass. It sounds important, though, like a rule I would suggest if I was thinking clearly. You can't hide from me when we're talking about something personal. I need you to be upfront about the things you like, the things you don't like. If you assumed you'd like something and end up hating it, you can't keep that to yourself. Wow, Piper laughs. You sound like you've done this before. Are you a secret relationship coach on the side? I haven't been in a relationship in 4 years, but no, I've never been someone's coach before. What? You haven't, but I thought I don't date women during the season. And the off-season. Haven't been interested in anyone. She shifts on the couch and straightens out her legs before crossing them at her ankles. Have you been in a lot of relationships? Depends on your definition of a lot. I wasn't a player like some of my teammates, but I've had relationships. Did they think you were good? Yes, I say, and her face turns red. I know what I'm doing. Do you have an exit survey, a rating scale from 1 to 5? Maybe I could make one up for us if you agree to help me. I'm not a boy, Piper. I don't need surveys or ratings. I'm a man and I know how to listen. Listening goes a long way and it's not difficult to do. She nods and wets her lips with her tongue. I try not to stare at her mouth. What other rules were you thinking? If we're going to do this, we're going to be exclusive. No one else is going to be close to you if I'm close to you, I say. I'm not someone who likes to share. What's mine is mine. That won't be a problem. Piper looks at me, her gaze heated and heavy. I could barely ask you to help me. I don't think I could do it again. Good. I rub my jaw. I agreed to join No Shave November with the rest of the guys, and the stubble on my cheek scratches my palm. I need to think about this for a few days. My priority is hockey. It's what I'm paid to do. I'm not going to sacrifice the thing I love more than anything in this world for this. Piper bobs her head. There's no rush. Thank you for even entertaining this idea. I know it's far-fetched and I won't be upset if you say no. I figured, why not? I'm doing all these other new things in my life. Might as well add good connections to the list too. If I say no, will you ask someone else? She taps her fingers on her thigh and shrugs. Maybe. I haven't gotten that far yet. I guess I will. I have nothing to lose. It's not like my personal life can get any more pathetic. I grind my teeth together and nod. I really hate the idea of someone else like one of my teammates connecting with her and gloating about it. It tempts me to say yes on the spot, but I need to think with my head, not my desires. I need to consider the pros and cons about agreeing to her plan before I get too deep into a mess I can't claw my way out of. I'll text you what I decide. Perfect. Piper offers me a tentative smile and stands. Have a good rest of your night, Liam. Thanks for the pizza. Take the slices in the fridge for your lunch tomorrow. Her smile stretches wider. I will, thank you. She walks away, and when I hear the front door close behind her, I drop my head in my hands and groan. Letting Piper sit on my couch for almost 2 hours might be the biggest mistake of my life because I already know my answer is going to be yes. 12 Piper, does anyone need more wine? What about cheese and crackers? Will you sit down, Maven? You've been running around non-stop for the last hour, and that doesn't include the fabulous dinner you served us. Lexi tugs on her arm and pulls her onto the couch. We can pour our own drinks. Sorry. Maven laughs and sips her water. You all know I love hosting, and it's my first time having people over at the new house. I would love to host too if I lived here. I glance around the living room and admire the decor and furniture. The freshly painted walls and the windows that look out to 3 acres of land without a neighbor in sight. I can't believe you all built this from the ground up. I love it so much. I've always lived in apartments and I'm so excited to have a yard, to have a porch and a tree-lined street. Maven sighs, blissfully content. This is a dream come true. It's so beautiful, definitely worth making the drive. Emmy pulls her legs to her chest and rests her chin on her knees. I'd love to live outside the city in a place like this, with enough land to have a garden full of fruits and vegetables and space to build an ice skating rink in the backyard. Aren't you and Maverick looking to buy? Maven asks. I thought you went to an open house last month. We did, but when we're both home for longer than a night and not exhausted from our games, the last thing we want to do is talk about neighborhoods or HOAs. It's like everything else we're doing. It'll happen when it happens, and until then life is good, Emmy says. I love your love, Lexi sighs. It makes me so happy. It took sifting through a dumpster of trash ex-boyfriends to find Maverick, but it was worth it. After my last breakup, I told myself I was content with being alone, that it's what I wanted and I'd be happier without a man. When I'm with him, though, I realize how much I don't want to be alone. It scares me how much I love him sometimes, because what if he decides one day he doesn't want me anymore? It's terrifying to put so much trust in someone not to break your heart. Emmy realizes what she said a second too late and her mouth opens in horror. Shit. I'm sorry, Piper. I didn't mean, I know you didn't. I wrap my arm around her and rest my head on her shoulder. Maverick is not Steven. Just because I was sad doesn't mean you're not allowed to be happy. We can talk about something else. Like Piper's love life, any luck on finding someone on Craigslist? Lexi teases. What? I squeak. Nope, nothing, not a single thing to report. You're such a bad liar. Maven narrows her eyes. You're hiding something. Fine. I groan, knowing they're going to wear me down eventually. I have a development on the whole getting better at relationships thing. Finally. Lexi grabs the bottle of Chardonnay and fills up her glass. This is what we should have been talking about all night. Before I start, you all have to swear what I say doesn't leave this room. You can't ask me about it when we're not behind closed doors. You can't tell anyone on the team. It's very private and very personal. It's been almost a week since I proposed my idea to Liam. We've had 3 games, 2 away and 1 at home, so I know he's been busy. But he hasn't given me an answer one way or another about where he stands, and I'm going out of my mind. Putting myself out there was hard, but I have to be prepared for a possible rejection. He said it himself. He doesn't date during the season. And while I know we're not falling in love or anything profound like that, this will be a time commitment. For someone so dedicated to his craft, asking him to give up precious hours away from the thing he's passionate about might not go over well. Whoa. Maven scoots to the edge of the couch opposite me. This is serious, isn't it? Very, I say. I need you all to swear on girl code. Swear, Lexi says, and Maven and Emmy echo the agreement. I take a deep breath and a sip of my wine. Something happened at the bar when we were in Edmonton. I hate being on a different team. I miss out on all the exciting stuff, Emmy grumbles. Please tell me you had a wild night of fun with some nice Canadian. Isn't there a position where you do it on a mechanical bull? Okay, if those are your expectations for this story, you're going to be very disappointed. There was no kinky bull riding, but I did step way out of my comfort zone by telling someone how uninspired I felt in my personal life, I confess. What do you mean someone? Lexi presses. Who the hell did you ask? Is it someone famous? Is that why you're being so secretive? It's Liam, I blurt out, and all three girls gape at me. I told him about Steven and the lack of connection, and oh my God. I said I'm not sure a guy can make me feel cherished. I can't believe I did that. We need to back way up. How the hell did you end up telling him all of that? What did he say? Is he agreeing to it? Emmy asks, and there are so many questions I don't have the answer to. It all just happened. One minute I'm telling him I could be into hockey players, and the next he's saying I know where to find me. So I found him. Proposed the idea, asked if he would be my coach, and now I'm in limbo while I wait for him to decide if this is a good idea or not. And by coach you mean building confidence and everything that comes with it. Did he say yes? Maven asks. Not yet, and I'm mortified. It's been a week. He hasn't paid any attention to me. He won't even look my way, and I know the answer is going to be no. Why else would he drag it out for so long? Can we pretend he says yes for a minute? Let's imagine there's a world where he agrees to help you. Lexi grins. You're going to connect with Liam. This is a safe space, so I know there won't be any judgment. I love my husband very much. Maven sets her water down. She cracks her knuckles and laughs. But I can't help but be curious about Liam. I've always thought he'd be the best on the team at making someone feel special. A little intense, maybe. The perfect amount of passion without overwhelming you. He'd be big on consent, which is so attractive, and he doesn't strike me as someone who would be very selfish, if you know what I mean. Honey, we all know what you mean, Lexi says. I think that's why I went to him, I admit quietly. He's a little rough around the edges and nearly impossible to read, but I know he'd take care of me. I know I'd be safe with him. I wouldn't be a conquest or a notch in his belt. He wouldn't brag to the team. He's always been determined. He wouldn't stop until he had 100% success rate with me. I don't want to tell the girls I've been thinking about him since I stopped by his apartment, but I have. I still remember when he caged me in against the wall and his voice turned rough. I still remember the flash of intensity behind his eyes when I originally told him about my idea. Liam Sullivan has been on my mind, and there's a part of me that's desperate to feel his presence near me. To know what he's like, what he sounds like, how meticulous and careful he'd be, and if he's as good as he claims he is. I already know the answer, and it makes me want him even more. This is a big deal, Piper. Are you two going to date? Are you going to tell the team? Maven asks, the voice of reason I need in my biased thoughts. No, we're going to pretend to date for his sister's wedding, but there wouldn't be a romantic relationship, only a physical one. And I wouldn't tell the team. I don't want them to think differently of me because of who I may or may not be connecting with. I've worked so damn hard to get where I am, and I don't want to throw that away. They wouldn't treat you differently, Emmy assures me. Look at me and Mav. We were together when I was on the team and no one cared. They were happy for us, and the boys bug me on a daily basis asking when they're going to have a niece or nephew. If Liam starts walking around with a smile on his face, they're going to have questions. That's a good point. And is he going to connect with other people? Maven asks. Are you? No, it would be exclusive. You have to tell us when you hear from him, Lexi says. I'm not going to get my hopes up. I've actually already written the idea off. It'll be fine. I'm not in head over heels for the guy. Maybe my phone buzzes on the table, cutting me off. I grab it and find a text from Liam. Oh shit. It's him. I slide my thumb across the screen, bracing myself. Liam, my apartment, Friday at 6 p.m. Me, is this a yes to what I asked? Liam, yes. Me, cool, see you then. My hands are shaking as I stare at my phone. It's silent on the other end, and I don't know why I expect another message to come through. This is Liam we're talking about, a man of few words and even fewer emotions, who just agreed to be my confidence coach. Holy shit. He said yes, I say. Oh my God. I'm going to connect with Liam. Hell yes, Lexi cheers. Our girl is going to have fun. Are we allowed to get a full report? Maven asks. I will sell my left kidney to know what he's like. He's a private person. It wouldn't feel right to give away details of his personal life, I say. Fine, we don't need details, but you're going to have to give us something, Lexi says. We'll use that Schmidt clip from New Girl to figure out his personality, Emmy says. That's fair, right? I'll give you the New Girl clip, I agree, and they cheer. I read his message again, then a third time. It's curt, straight to the point and not beating around the bush, and I can't help but smile at how Liam it is. I've never been one to be a double texter, but just this once I decide to give in and tell him what I'm thinking. Me, I'm excited, by the way. 3 dots appear then disappear. It takes a full 2 minutes before his response comes in, and when it does, my smile stretches into a wide grin. I can't help it. Liam, me too. 13 Liam Piper knocks on the door to my apartment 10 seconds before 6. There's a moment of hesitation before I wrap my fingers around the knob and throw the door open. Hi, she says breathlessly with bright red cheeks. The dress she's wearing is a pretty, flowy thing that fans out at her hips and stops at the top of her knees, and I thank the weather gods for the unseasonably warm temperatures we've been having this week. Her hair is down, her smile is hesitant but beautiful, and it feels a little bit like I got punched in the gut. How are you? Good. I take a step back, motioning her inside. Come on in. I get a whiff of her perfume when she brushes past me. I wonder if my whole apartment is going to start to smell like flowers if she keeps coming around, and I guess there could be worse things in life. Thanks, how's your night? Can't complain. I follow behind her, assuming my role as a lost dog again. Want a drink? Number alcohol will lower my inhibitions, and I want to be present tonight. Her laugh is light as she sits on the leather couch and sets her purse at her feet. But don't let me stop you from having a good time. Nah, don't need it. Silence settles between us, and I know I'm going to have to be the one to break it. I'm the one who told her to come over. She's going to have certain expectations. Things she wants me to do and things she wants to learn. Plus, with her lack of experience, there's no way in hell she's going to be the one to make the first move. I'm going to ask the question I don't want to ask, but I have to ask before we start any of this. When was the last time you were tested? You mentioned your husband was a real jerk, sorry. Unfaithful to you, and I want to make sure there's no ex-husband, she says, interrupting me, and her lips twitch. He is an asshole, though. My bad. I don't know how that insult got in there. Must have been a casual slip of the tongue. As for the unfaithful part, I took a test after I found out about his affair. Everything came back negative, and I haven't been with anyone since. I don't have anything to report on my end either. Being celibate for years will do that to you, I guess. I huff out a laugh. When we get to the physical portion of this arrangement, I'd like it if we use protection. That's fine by me. Safety first, right? Right. Do you have a preference on what type? Latex, synthetic, glow in the dark. Glow in the dark, Piper bursts out laughing, and it eases the tension I've been carrying around all afternoon. That's not a real thing, is it? According to Gran, it is. The picture on the box is of outer space. I guess you use them when you want things to be out of this world. Oh my God, she clutches her side and wheezes. It's not a thing, it's a rocket ship. I mean, you can ride both. They both make you see the stars. I'm not an astronaut, but I think they both involve movement too. You're making me get a cramp. When she finally settles down, she wipes her thumb under her eyes. I feel like I should be taking notes because I am downright clueless about aesthetically pleasing things that transport you to different galaxies. What else do you have for me, Teach? Okay, smartass. This next part might make me sound like a jerk, but it needs to be said. I like you as a person. Shucks, Liam, I like you as a person too. I bristle at that, glazing over her compliment before I can think about it for too long. That being said, we're not dating. This arrangement between us is only physical. I'm not your boyfriend. My priority is hockey. When the two of us are intimate with each other, I'll treat you right. I'll show you what you want to learn. In the real world, though, I'm not going to hold your hand. Wow, she deadpans. I'm falling in love with you already. Please stop being so irresistible. You're making it impossible to stay away. Sarcasm isn't a cute look on you, Mitchell. You're smiling. I'm not smiling, I'm grimacing. Sorry, my mistake. You're right about the physical component. I'm finally doing my dream job and work is my focus. I want to stay in DC long term, and the way to do that is to perform above and beyond the expectations in place for me. That won't happen if I'm distracted. We'll have plenty of fun, but it's confined to private moments until we head to your sister's wedding. After that, we can break this off and get on with our lives. Piper is eager to get the ball rolling. She's moved to the edge of the couch and is watching me in the way I've seen other women watch me, like she's going to stake a claim on me. Like I'm something she wants very, very badly. And damn, I want her too. Now that I can have her, now that I can touch her, I'm desperate for it. The guys tell me I need to relax, and this is me relaxing. Finally letting go a little and enjoying what's around me. I walk toward her. She tracks my movements until I stop right in front of her. I reach down and curl my fingers under her chin, lifting her head so our gazes collide. I wasn't kidding about communication, Piper. You need to tell me what you're thinking and how you're feeling. If there's something you don't like, we stop. I promise I will. Are we going to go to your bedroom? No. We're staying out here tonight. Why? We have plenty of time. If you're doing it right, intimacy isn't just about the act itself. It's about the build-up, the things that happen before the main event. I can't please you how you like if I don't know what you enjoy, can I? Her throat bobs around a swallow. No, I guess you can't. This is going to be a long process. I'm going to ask you questions during it, and I want you to answer them honestly so I can get to know you better. All this is rigid and formal. So clinical and far from the encounters I've had in my past, but she's counting on me, and I've never liked letting anyone down. What kind of questions? Do you like to be teased? I ask. Do you like things fast? She drops her head back and stares at the ceiling. I think I might like to be teased. That's what I do when I'm by myself. I try to prolong it. When my ex and I were together, he always just kind of rushed things. For crying out loud. I pinch the bridge of my nose and groan. That dude is an absolute moron. Okay, tonight we're starting with kissing and some touching, that's it. I'm never just going to rush things, Piper. When we get there, I'm going to make sure you're satisfied before we continue. Now I really feel like I should be taking notes. Do all guys act like this? The smart ones do. Why? Some of us can get off just from watching you get off. Pleasuring a partner is one of my favorite things in the world. Her wide eyes drop to the front of my gym shorts like they did the other night. This time she doesn't look away. She studies the outline of my half-hard body and bites her bottom lip. You really like it that much? Yes. Why? I like knowing what I'm doing is working, and when you're with a woman you can tell. I touch her cheek again and trail my fingers down her neck. I can feel it, hear it, taste it. That's appealing, she whispers, that you like it. Can I kiss you, Piper? Oh, I might not be very good at kissing either. Stephen was never very affectionate with me, and I haven't kissed anyone in the years that have passed. I probably use too much tongue. Too much. That doesn't answer my question. Can I kiss you, Piper? It's her chance to back out of this. To run away before we start something we can't take back. I don't want her to have any regrets, and I want her to be really sure this is what she wants, and that she wants it with me. Yes, she whispers, voice so quiet I'm not sure she actually said it. Yes, what? Yes, she repeats louder this time. You can kiss me, Liam. I don't know how many first kisses I've had in my lifetime. A couple dozen, maybe. I've never been nervous about any of them until right now because she's trusting me to get this right. She's counting on me to give her the fun she's never had, to make sure she learns so the next guy she's with won't be disappointed, and I've never liked being a failure. Close your eyes, I say lowly. Tilt your head to the side. She listens to every direction I give her, eyelashes fluttering closed and neck bending at a slight angle. Her hands sit in her lap, nervously tapping on her thigh, and I thread my fingers through hers to give her a quick squeeze so she knows it's okay to touch me. I move my other hand to her face, cupping her cheek. There's a hitch in her breathing and she's practically shaking. I dip my head, kissing her neck, and I almost groan. She smells like sunshine. Her skin is warm and soft, and a quiet sound escapes her as I move my lips up the line of her throat, not stopping until I get to the corner of her mouth. You sure? I ask one last time. Piper turns her cheek, her lips less than an inch away from mine. Positive. That's all I need to hear. I close the distance between us. My mouth lands on hers and I swallow down her soft exhale. She wraps her arms around my neck and tugs me close, and I can't help but smile at her enthusiasm. Is it am I allowed to make sounds? She whispers, pulling away from me slightly. Or should I stay quiet? Do what feels right. I like knowing what I'm doing is working, so I prefer hearing you, but I'm not every guy. Okay, Piper nods, determination sparking behind her eyes. Then I'm going to keep making noises. I run my hand up her leg, wanting to touch her, wanting to feel her and figure out if she loves or hates what I'm doing. Her fingers move to my hair and tug on the longer strands near my ears, and I take that as a sign I can give her more. My tongue swipes across her lips, coaxing her mouth open. I hum when she opens right away, welcoming me in, and I can't help but wonder what it would feel like to be closer. Like Nirvana, I bet. Okay. Perfect, she murmurs, and the praise lights me up. Makes me kiss her a little rougher, a little harder, and she groans again when I gently bite her bottom lip. I like this. Am I doing okay? You're doing great, Piper. My thumb brushes up her thigh under the hem of her dress. I want to go even higher up to the seam of her underwear so I can see if she's ready. So I can see if she's being honest and not just trying to stroke my ego, but I hold myself back. I can be patient. I didn't realize being close with someone could be so intense. Lie back, I tell her. Get comfortable. She pulls away from me, and when I look at her, I can't help feeling smug. Proud of the way her lipstick is smeared and how her eyes are glazed over. The content smile on her mouth and how much brighter she seems, even after 2 minutes of affection. Piper Mitchell's love language is physical touch, and I'd be willing to bet she's a fan of words of affirmation too. Forget the guy who never gave her what she needed to help her shine. Like this. She asks, her back on the couch and her head on the pillows behind her. Yeah. My eyes rake over her body, the strap slipping down her arm, the way her dress fits her, the freckles on her knee when she props her leg up and the hint of lace on her hips. I stare at her greedily because I can. That's great. I've been restricting myself for so many years. I've been disciplined and followed diets and exercise regimens and strict sleep schedules. But now I'm allowing myself to let go and have a lot of fun. Liam. Yeah. Can you kiss me again, please? I hold myself above her, my chest almost pressing against hers. I bring my mouth to her ear and whisper, I think I'm going to like it when you beg. 14 Piper. It's no surprise Liam kisses me like he does everything else in life, meticulously, purposefully, obsessively almost, to the point I wonder if he lied to me about not being intimate in 4 years because he's that good. I never thought I'd have the best kiss of my life with Liam Sullivan, but here we are. I'm utterly consumed by him. He's touching me, encouraging me, coaxing sounds out of me I didn't know I could make, and somehow I want more. I adjust our positions, nudging him backward until he's sitting upright on the couch. I push up onto my knees and straddle his lap, moving on what feels right. His palm slides up my thigh and stops on my waist, just under her shirt. When his thumb strokes across my bare skin, I'm electrified. Is it supposed to feel this good? I know it's only his hand, but I've never been so turned on. It's like I'm aware of every inch of my body, hypersensitive to the press of his fingers and the shapes he's drawing on my skin. I wonder if the sensations take getting used to. I wonder if I'll stop feeling fluttery after we've moved on to lesson number 10 or 12. I wonder if it's him or if it's me, the slow and sensual display of affection more than I've received in years. "Slow down," Liam mumbles when I try to roll my hips. He moves his mouth to my neck, pressing against the skin there in a way that makes my eyes roll to the back of my head, makes my breathing stutter and my fingers dig into his muscles because it feels like I'm about to float away. His tongue licks at my collarbone, and I don't know if I hate him or love him. We're only kissing tonight. "Do you not want me?" I ask. Stronger women wouldn't consider a question like that at a time like this, but that's not me. Not yet. I've been the girl in a new piece of lingerie, posing on the bed and begging to be touched, only to be told no. I don't want this to go any further if it's one-sided. It's supposed to be casual and fun, and I'm not looking for romance or candles or rose petals on the bed. That doesn't mean I want to learn with someone who's only placating me, though. With someone who's doing this as a pity favor because they feel sorry for me. My ego can't take it. Liam doesn't answer. He lifts me off his lap like I weigh nothing more than a sack of feathers. With painstaking care, he puts me on my back again, nudges his way between my legs and glances down at me. His eyes are blazing. His face is red. He carefully touches my throat, a juxtaposition to his swollen lips and the rough and hungry way he kissed me a few seconds ago. I'm affected, Piper. He wraps his fingers around my wrist, guides my hand down his stomach so I can feel his reaction straining against his shorts, and I inhale sharply. Don't think for a second I don't want you, that I'm not enjoying this. When he pulls away, I blink up at him, a silent question hanging there. He gives me a single nod, encouraging me, and I run my fingers across his shorts. "Wow," I whisper. I trace down his length and back up, only pulling my hand away when he rocks his hips forward. That's because of me, just from kissing. I know how bodies work, but I had no idea something so innocent could elicit this kind of response from a man. When I kissed Stephen, it was bland, quiet with quick pecks on my mouth that missed half the time, and he never got excited. "Yeah," Liam's voice is raw and hoarse, tinged with desire, and I imagine his words against my neck or the curve of my knee, between my breasts and thighs. When a guy is in the moment, anything can make him react. "Then why aren't we doing more? I might not know if your fingers can satisfy me, but I do know what comes after that." I gesture at his shorts wildly. "And it has to be more fun than kissing. You deserve to be treated right, Piper, and that means taking our time, going slow and working you up to it. I'd hurt you if I tried to push inside you right now, and that's the last damn thing I'm ever going to do, okay?" I nod, biting my lip to keep from smiling as he continues. "You're going to listen to me so this can be good for you, and I'm telling you we're not doing anything else tonight. Okay, hell, I like bossy Liam. I've heard him shout out calls and bark out orders on the ice. I've watched him pinpoint where his teammates were weak on a play, but being on the receiving end unlocks a different side of me. I want to listen to his every word while also wanting to know what would happen if I disobey. Squirm, a distant thought of his hand on the curve of my back invades my mind, and I think I might be ruined. "Okay," I whisper, the word heavy on my tongue. His thumb grazes over my nipple and I stifle a groan. "It's too much. It's not enough." "Good. Do I get to touch you? I want to see what you look like." "Not tonight. This is about you, remember." Liam lowers his mouth to my breast. He blows a hot puff of air against the threadbare cotton of my dress and I whine. "I wonder if I could make you finish like this, by teasing you, riling you up. Would you beg for it?" I would. I'd get on my knees and promise everything I have if it meant I could find the release I'm so desperately craving. A warm, aching feeling starts low in my belly. It's like a fire, dull at first, then turning into an inferno the longer he touches me. The longer he keeps his mouth inches away from my nipple, another puff of air ghosting over my chest. I've experienced it before when I've been in bed and lifting my hips, trying to find the best kind of friction. It's never been like this, though. Powerful, addictive, a whole-body experience. He never did, I admit. It usually took some work to make me finish. Sometimes I can't even make myself finish. That's the wrong thing to tell me, Piper. He pulls the straps of my dress down. The cool apartment air bites at my skin and his gaze never leaves mine. I've always liked a challenge. You always this confident. When it's something I know I'm going to win, I am. Then maybe you should hurry up. Liam lifts his eyebrow, a grin curling on his mouth, and I'm worried I said the wrong thing. Was that appealing, obnoxious? Too forward, not enough. I'm used to keeping my mouth shut in the bedroom, smiling instead of speaking, nodding instead of moaning, and I have no clue if I'm doing this right. I see the wheels turning in your head, he says. You're talking to me and I thought I should talk to you. I don't know if you even like to be talked to, but I like to be talked to. I like to be told what to do too. His grin melts into a smirk. Can I look at you, Piper? Look at me. He lifts his chin my way and understanding dawns. Oh yes, you can. His eyes drag down my body from my neck to my collarbone. A string of expletives tumble from his mouth when he gets to my chest, and I know my skin is bright red. Wow, perfect breasts. I knew you'd be pretty underneath your clothes. He cups my breast and pinches my nipple between his thumb and pointer finger. I don't bother to hide my moan, and when he lowers his mouth and sucks, I almost levitate off the couch. Goodness, I whisper, a new and unexplored sensation clutching me tight. I like that. He moves his mouth to my other nipple, and I think I might die. I think my tombstone is going to have to read perished from the grumpy goalie's mouth on his living room couch, because he swirls his tongue in a pattern I've never felt before, then bites hard and I can't remember my name. I slip into a trance, reveling in his hands on my body and their exploratory path. When he strokes the underside of my breast, my toes curl. When he pinches my nipple again, adding more pressure than before, I loop my arms around his neck so my hips don't leave the couch. And when his free hand brushes against the front of my underwear in the cruelest teasing touch, I know I'm going to fall apart. I think I need more, I pant. I think I'm close. I don't know. It's never felt like this before. I suck in a sharp breath, not knowing what I need or how to voice it, only that I want him to never, ever stop. Please, Liam. There's that word again. He moves his hand away from between my legs and I whimper at the loss. Tell me what you're feeling. My skin is on fire. There's this energy in my stomach, like I'm close to something but I can't reach it yet. I've finished before, but it's not. This is totally different. It's never been so intense. Because it hasn't been done right before. If I keep touching you, do you think you could finish? Would it be okay if I did? I like what you're doing. I don't know the proper protocol here and I just want to be good. My knowledge is limited, and I've never tipped over the edge to an orgasm without some form of penetration. To think Liam could do it with only his mouth has me angry about all the pleasure I've ever missed out on. Heck, yeah, it would be okay if you did. God, I want to see it. I want to hear it. You don't have to last long for me, Piper, and when you're close, I want you to let go. Don't think about anything else besides how good you feel, okay? I nod and take a deep breath, exhaling when he puts his mouth on me again. I moan when he strokes up my thigh, his long fingers bunching the skirt of my dress like he wants to see more of me. When I think he's going to move to my other breast, Liam surprises me by kissing me again. It's heavy, passionate, and he nearly folds himself on top of me to get close. I'm not sure where I end and he begins, only that this feels unbelievably right. I lift my hips, a frantic need pulsing through me and clawing at my spine. He presses his thumb against the front of my underwear, finding my sensitive spot without ever breaking our kiss, and I detonate. My body trembles as I ride the high, the sensation simultaneously unfamiliar and welcome. Liam sends another orgasm racing through me when he rubs his thumb in a slow, torturous circle and whispers, "Take it all, Piper. You're so good, you deserve it." I don't know how long it takes for me to calm down. 5 minutes, 5 years. When my legs finally stop shaking and my breathing evens out, I open one eye and find him staring at me. "Hi," I whisper shyly, watching with blissed-out wonder as his mouth hooks up on the right side in the start of a smile. "I'm afraid I'm dead." He runs his hand down my leg and kisses my knee. "You gonna haunt me from the afterlife, Mitchell?" "I think I might. It's your fault I feel like this." "And how do you feel?" I'm not sure I can form coherent sentences, and you want to know how I feel. It's the perfect chance for your exit survey. It's fresh in your mind. A laugh bubbles out of me. "Do you really want an exit survey? Seems like I was promised one." "It's pretty clear how you did. I finished on your couch." Liam hums. "Yes, you did. What did you like about it?" My cheeks heat at his blunt question. "Is there going to be a debrief after each lesson?" "If it'll help you figure out what worked and what didn't, we might as well. You're not going to hurt my feelings." "I wouldn't hurt your feelings if I didn't finish." "No, we take a break and try again, and if you didn't finish, that's fine too." "Should I finish every time? I've had intimacy more times than I've orgasmed. Seems like the math is off there." "It's not a requirement, but a guy should always try. It's easy for us to get off, and we should be the last priority." "Oh," my smile falls. "So when we're together, I'm always going to finish first." "Always." He looks down at me and frowns. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm learning how much I've missed out on, and it's humiliating. I'm 32. I've been married, for God's sake, and I don't know the rules of this. He made me finish 5 times, Liam, in 10 years. That's it. I made excuses for it, and now I'm thinking it's because he didn't find me attractive. It's because he didn't want to spend the time making sure I understood. It's because I was bad in bed. He had experience before he met me, so I know it's not him." "Don't do that," Liam says fiercely. "Don't blame yourself for his shitty intimacy. It took me 10 minutes to figure out you like when I touch you. You don't need a degree in anatomy to know what turns a woman on, and that tells me he was lazy, selfish, and a giant jerk. That's because you're a god." I take a deep breath, winded from the conversation and the sweet bursts of pleasure. "You're an anomaly." He barks out a laugh and touches my knee. "That's the reaction talking. Give it to me straight, Mitchell." "The kissing was nice. I like that thing you did with your tongue." "Nice," Liam repeats. He drags his thumb across his bottom lip and a line of wrinkles form across his forehead like he's angry at the world. "Weather is nice. A hot shower is nice. I don't want the way I touch you to be nice. I want it to be mind-blowing." "It was good," I blurt out. "Really, really good. The best kiss I've ever had." "What about where I touched you? Was it too much?" "I liked that a lot." My voice turns quieter as I try to gather my courage, as I try to come to terms with the fact the man in front of me is fixing my dress, smoothing his hands over the fabric and watching me with a hopeful gaze that makes my heart do a somersault. "I liked when I swallow and rest my hand on my chest. Touched me here." He nods and sits back on his heels. "Good. I'll do that again next time." "Is there anything you didn't like? How you didn't slip your fingers inside me, how I didn't get to touch you, how I can't stop picturing your body and wondering if I'd even know what to do with it. I liked it all." "You're really giving me some confidence here. 4 years off and you haven't lost your touch. You deserve an award, maybe some gold stars." "Watching you finish is enough of an award for me, but I've always been motivated by positive reinforcement. What did you learn tonight?" I didn't realize I was going to be put on the spot. I laugh nervously. I guess that my chest is more sensitive than I thought. I never pictured enjoying your mouth on me, but I did." "Does the idea of my mouth gross you out, Pipsqueak? Be honest." "No, it's not that. I know how anatomy works, but I always figured Stephen never touched me anywhere because it wouldn't feel good for me." "Do you touch your breasts when you get off by yourself?" "No, but I'm going to have to start." My cheeks flame and I clear my throat. Do you want me to? I trail off and glance at him. His excitement is obvious through the thin material of his shorts, and I can't stop staring. Can't stop daydreaming about touching him and making him fall apart. Help you. I can't tell you how badly I want to say yes to that offer. Liam tips his head back. The tendons in his neck stretch as he stares at the ceiling and his hand flexes at his side. But we'll save it for next time. There's going to be a next time. I feel drunk on the aftermath of his careful and considerate touch, high on how powerful I feel, disoriented from the recognition of learning what it's like to be with someone who wants to be with you too. More importantly, I feel alive, awakened from a slumber of sorrow and grief. For the first time in forever, I'm catching glimmers of myself, the me that disappeared far too long ago, and I like what I see. That was the pre-season, Piper. The season is long with lots of games, lots of practices. Liam grazes his fingers down my cheek and I sigh under his touch. One time and I crave him. I'm a plant and he's the sun, and I'm a maniac for his warmth. He curls his hand around my chin and my palm rests on his arm, drawn to him like a magnet. You and I are going to have a lot of fun. I've always liked having fun, and it feels like I've been missing out on so much for so long. I breathe out, a wild exhale rattling my lungs. Am I allowed to ask for a kiss before I leave, or is that too relationship-wise? I don't want to cross a line. Not crossing a line at all. His eyes light up and he leans forward, mouth inches away from mine. His lips press against mine in something soft and slow. Text me when you're home, worried about my well-being. That might go outside the scope of the bedroom, Sullivan. It might, but I'm still going to do it. I told you I'm going to treat you right, and this is lesson number 1. You should always send your partner a text when you get home so they know you're safe, and maybe a picture of your smile too. I laugh, light and free. I'm taking notes right now. Good. There's going to be a quiz next week. Is there? Maybe you can bring the glow-in-the-dark things and I can bring the glow-in-the-dark outfit. We can see who lights up the best. That'll be a fun game. He drops another kiss to my forehead and I untangle our limbs. I stand and stretch my arms above my head, a happy sensation settling in my bones. I'm serious, Piper. Let me know when you're home. Is this what it's like to be cared for? If Liam can show me this much affection after only one night together, how is the man of my dreams going to treat me? Will he show me off in public? Dip me low in front of a crowd of people and kiss me like there's no tomorrow. He's proving to me there are good men out there, and for the first time in a long time, I have hope. I will. I promise. With a salute, I check to make sure I'm not going to flash anyone in the hallway, then head to the door. Good night, Liam. Liam doesn't say anything else as I hurry away, but I can feel his attention follow me long after I've slipped into the night. 15 Piper, me, what's your favorite color? Liam, haven't really thought about it. Why? Me curious minds who will be playing your fake girlfriend want to know. It's probably something boring like gray. Liam, I'm going to guess yours is pink. Me, what gave it away? Liam, definitely not that blazer you wore again last night. Think you burnt my retinas, Mitchell. Me, I can give you a reference for an ophthalmologist if you need one. Liam, attachment. One image, me, glow in the dark things do exist. Liam, I stopped in for milk but made a detour for the latex. Now you can say your life is complete. Me, this made my whole day. Liam, is the bar that low? Me, no. I'm just really fascinated by this whole phenomenon and the reasoning behind it. Are you going to friends and family night? Liam, don't really have a choice. Me, are you bringing people? Liam, back to the 20 questions game, I see. I'm coming alone. Me, oh, that's sad. Nobody should go alone. Liam, when you think about it, we're all alone. Me, back to your existentialism, I see. Well, I'll be there. I'm your friend, so you won't be totally alone, physically at least. I can't speak on a metaphysical level. Liam, never thought I'd read glow-in-the-dark things and metaphysical in the same text thread. Me, you're a goalie, Sullivan. I need to keep you on your toes. Liam, considerate as always, pipsqueak. Friends and family night is one of my favorite parts about working for the Stars. The organization opens up the arena for players to bring their loved ones down to the rink for a couple hours. It's a low night, an evening with games and prizes, and watching the guys live a normal life away from screaming fans. The tradition has been going on for years, implemented by Brody Saunders in his first season as head coach. He likes to talk about how camaraderie isn't built during practice but outside it. Events like this give the team a chance to kick back on their day off, enjoying time with their families during a stretch of home games. "Why aren't you on the ice?" Maven leans over the boards and stares at me. "You look very sad sitting alone." If by sad you mean content, then yes, I'm wonderfully sad. I laugh and drop my elbows to my knees. Can a girl watch safely from the stands without being heckled? She can, but you always do things with the team. Last season you participated in a hot dog eating contest and nearly choked to death. Please don't tell me you prefer processed meat over ice skating. I don't know how to skate. I never learned. What? You've worked for hockey teams for years. You're around the ice almost every day. The key word there is around, not on. My job keeps me firmly on dry ground and I have no complaints. How have you never learned? There's a moment of hesitation before I answer her. I could tell her about the time Steven tried to teach me, how frustrated he got when I didn't understand the physics behind the movements, the yelling when he said he couldn't be around someone who didn't give their best effort, and the disappointment on his face when I fell and couldn't get up. It might have happened a decade ago, but I haven't stepped foot on a rink since. I smile and shrug instead, feigning nonchalance. When I interview the guys, it's always in the tunnel. Being proficient on skates isn't part of the job description, I say. Let me teach you. It's so easy when you get the hang of it, and I'm fine, me. You don't need a liability trying to pull you to the ground. I'm having fun watching you all. Are you sure you can hold my waist? We can start a skating train. You know the team will join in. I'm positive. Do a couple more laps and we can grab a drink in the lounge when you need a break. She blows me a kiss and I scan the rink, smiling at everyone having a good time. Grant and his youngest sister, a figure skater, are doing laps around everyone else. Ethan is chatting with a woman who doesn't look very interested in what he has to say. Hudson is laughing with his dogs as they slide across the ice, and Maverick and Emmy are involved in some sort of game of tag. I can't figure out the rules, but I think Emmy is kicking his ass. Judging from the grin on his face, though, he's damn happy to lose. Allergic to the ice, a deep voice draws out, and I smile when I notice Liam standing in front of me. Something like that, I say, taking a break. Yeah, playing keep away with Riley's nieces is kicking my butt. Those girls are ruthless. They should meet Emmy. I'm going to tap her in and let her do a few rounds with them. He rests his stick on the boards and lifts the hem of his practice jersey, wiping the sweat from his forehead with the shirt that boasts his number, 32. She's probably faster than me. She's definitely faster than you. His smirk tells me he knows I'm right. Why aren't you socializing with everyone? This whole thing seems like your kind of scene. People, talking, loud noises. I thought our first time talking one-on-one after he kissed me into oblivion the other night would be awkward, but it's so natural. Like we're two best friends shooting the shit, and I don't feel uncomfortable at all. Nothing's changed, and it makes me so happy he's not going to treat me any differently after I've finished on his couch. "You're having the time of your life, aren't you?" I tease. "What gave it away? Your scowl tells me you think this is a blast." "I'm not socializing with everyone because I don't know how to skate." "You don't? Have you been on the ice before?" "Once. It didn't end well." Liam hums and doesn't ask for more details. "Do you want to learn? That's okay. I'm perfectly content up here. I'll do a couple laps with you. It'll be a nice breather from having my butt handed to me by 7-year-olds. That's not the compliment you think it is, Sullivan. Wasn't meant to be a compliment, Mitchell." His mouth twists into a small smile. "Come on, Pipsqueak. It could be hazardous. You could fall. What if I dislocate your shoulder and you can't play? I'd feel so guilty. I leg press double your body weight at practice, Piper. Unless you're planning to turn into the Hulk, you're going to have to work very hard to pull me down. Reporters for rival teams call him a brick wall for good reason. His broad shoulders, cut biceps, and supposedly legs of steel tell me he'd be nearly impossible to throw off kilter. My brain comes up with an image of Liam lifting me up, throwing me over his shoulder and carrying me down a never-ending hallway without exerting an ounce of energy. A hand on my thigh that slips under my clothes, the other on my back squeezing. The fantasy is hot, sensual enough for me to press my thighs together and swallow down the lump in my throat in an attempt to get the thought out of my head. Promise you won't make fun of me, I ask. No, but I won't laugh loud enough for you to hear. Jerk, I say, but I stand and move toward him. I don't have any gear. What size shoe are you? A 7. Liam holds up a finger and crosses the ice. I'm always so focused on game play and he's always stuck in the goal, immobile unless the puck comes close to him, that I forget how beautiful he is when he skates. It's effortless, like he's gliding on air or walking on water. I could watch him move for hours. He comes back a minute later and holds up a pair of white skates that are scuffed up around the toes. No excuses now. Are you a magician? Where did you get those? We ask people to bring an extra pair so we can donate equipment to our community outreach organization, see if they fit. I reluctantly kick off my sneakers and exchange them with the skates. I lace them up and stand unbalanced and close to tipping over. They fit, unfortunately. Should I put on a helmet? What about some pads? Last time I tried to get out there, I fell about 18 times. That's it. Should have made it to 20. 20 would probably ruin my love for the sport. He offers me his hand and I make a split-second decision to say forget it and try, because what good is my life if I'm constantly watching from the sidelines, missing out on all the good things happening around me because I'm scared of failing. I know this is a safe space, a chance to learn without any repercussions, and I take his hand in mine. A line of calluses sits at the base of his fingers. His palm is warm even in the cool temperature of the arena, and his hold on me is sturdy and soft. Like I could tumble headfirst toward the ice and he'd catch me before I hit the ground. His arm bands around my waist, his other hand settling on the small of my back to guide me. I can feel the heat of him through the wool of my sweater, and his closeness gives me an assuredness I didn't have the first time I was wearing blades. There you go, he murmurs as we make our way down the straightaway. I stumble on the first corner, but his grip never wavers. You're doing great. I look like a baby deer, don't I? More like a baby giraffe. You're carrying all your weight in your upper body, and that's throwing off your balance. Evenly distribute it. Relax and glide through each step, like you're pushing the ice away from you. I listen to his patient instructions. Focusing less on flailing and more on using the ground as a point of power helps, and the change makes everything marginally easier. The first lap is atrocious. It takes us almost 10 minutes to make it around the rink. Kids pass us, and one even points at me and laughs. Liam's scowl scares him off, and I can't hold back my smile despite how terrible this is going. Hudson's dog is moving faster than me. I glance at the golden retriever sliding on his belly and burst out laughing. He has far more poise than me too. 4 legs are an unfair advantage. Could you put some blades on your hands and level the playing field, please? Compare yourself to Seymour's kid. She can't stand up straight. She's also a 1-year-old who can't wipe her own butt, Liam. It's cruel to be better than her. He chuckles and we start another lap. Someone suggested we do a baby crawl race during intermission one day. Can you imagine the chaos? Sounds like it could be both the most dangerous and the most entertaining thing to ever happen in this arena. I wave at Maven and she gives me a thumbs up, her head resting on Dallas's shoulder. How old were you when you learned to skate? 4. I grew up in Chicago, My dad signed me up for a Blackhawks kids camp one summer, and I never looked back. You were always destined for greatness. Meanwhile, I'm over here looking like an idiot and being shown up by kids 20 years younger than me. You don't look like an idiot. You're learning. There's a difference. Liam lifts under my arms when I start to lose my footing again. I squeak as we make a sharp turn and almost run into the boards. We all suck at something the first time. It would be a lot better if my first experience on the ice was like this. It would have made me want to take some lessons, not hide from the rink. A muscle in his jaw ticks. Bad teacher, bad everything, thank you for being patient with me. You don't need to thank someone for doing the right thing. Old habits, I guess. He starts to pull away and I panic. Whoa, stop, come back, where are you going? I want you to try on your own. I'm going to skate ahead and you're going to aim for me. Did you not miss the part where children are lapping me? What if I fall? Who cares if you do? Liam stops 60 feet ahead. You can do it, Piper. There's magic in his gentle encouragement. Affirmations I've never heard before, and for half a second in a world of pretend and make-believe, in a reality where I'm lifted up instead of brought down, I know I can do it. So I move. I shuffle forward, each stride becoming more confident the longer I stay on my feet. Maverick and Emmy skate by, grinning and cheering me on. Grant pulls out his phone and starts recording me, chanting my name and lifting his fist in the air in celebration. Even Liam has a grin on his face. The faintest hint of one tugs on his mouth, and he's never been more beautiful than right now with his quiet joy. The subtle way he inches backward so I have to skate farther and farther, proving to myself I'm capable and strong. How do I stop? I ask, barreling toward him. Bend your knees and turn your skates sideways, he says. I try to listen to his instructions, but I lose my center of gravity instead. I careen forward, seconds away from falling, and I swear to God I see my life flash before my eyes. Before I can do anything remotely close to stopping, I run straight into Liam's chest, sending him flying onto the ice and me going down with him. Shoot, darn, oh no. My legs buckle out from under me and I land on his stomach. Are you okay? Are you alive? Am I alive? Is my hand going to get sliced off? You're okay, Liam says, and I open my eyes. He's spread out on the ice like a starfish, arms out straight and legs wide. My butt, on the other hand, isn't. Will it make you feel better if I pretend like the crash is payback for making fun of my blazer, not because the definition of sideways flew out of my head when you yelled it at me? It's deserved then. I wasn't prepared for you to actually go Hulk on me, Mitchell. He groans and pushes up on his elbows. You might have a future in the NHL with defensive moves like that. Did you hit your head? Why aren't you wearing a helmet? This is a lawsuit waiting to happen. I'm fine. No damage besides my left butt cheek. Good thing I'm going to be on my knees during the game tomorrow, not my butt. I can't help it. I burst out laughing at the absurdity of it all, our positions, the way he lifts his hips and touches his backside like he's checking to make sure it's intact, my pathetic skating skills and how I'll never ever do this again. This was a travesty. I blink down at him. He looks up at me, still wearing that grin and not in any hurry to move me off of him. What do we do now? We forge on and try again. That's a pretty positive outlook for a guy who scowls more than anyone I know. Maybe I'm turning over a new leaf. I'm inspired by your fearlessness and your inability to stop. Look who's funny with the sarcasm. I put my hands on his chest and push onto my knees. Rinkside is where I belong. It's safest over there. One more lap, then we can get a drink. Liam's thumb strokes along the hem of my sweater and brushes against my bare skin, leaving a trail of heat in his wake. Consider it part of your lessons. Okay, I whisper, incapable of saying anything else. I don't know what lesson he could be talking about, but I'm ready to be the most dutiful student in the world. Only if you're buying. He drops his hand away, and I miss his touch already. Your first teacher might have been crappy, Piper, but you have me now. I know how to take care of a woman. One more lap turns into 2, then 3. It becomes painfully obvious with every circle we make how different he is from the man of my past. And judging by the cocky smirk he's tossing my way, he knows it too. 16 Piper me hello. Are you busy tonight? Liam depends who's asking. Me I am. Does that change how you're going to answer? Liam possibly. If it involves other people, I have plans. Me and if it doesn't involve other people. Liam, I'm listening. Me, I figured we should get to know each other before your sister's wedding and I was going to invite you over. It's not like a date or anything. It's two friends casually talking about things you like and things you don't like. Liam, you're doodling my name in a journal, aren't you? Me guilty. Do you drink coffee? What's your favorite food? Which is better, breakfast or dinner? Liam, yes. Meatball sub breakfast. Me great. Now I know everything about you. Should be easy to convince people we're in a relationship when I have no clue how to take your coffee. With 8 sugars and extra pumps of vanilla, probably. Liam Black. Me darn, so close. Liam, point taken. Send me your address. I'll come by after weight training. Me, could we maybe add in another lesson? One that doesn't involve ice skating but you on your knees. Liam 1 reaction and you're learning to speak your mind. Glad my fingers can give you some confidence. Me, I'm going to hide now. See you later. Girls just want to have fun, Damental rights and good relationships. Maven dinner tonight. June is at a friend's house and Dallas is out of town for an away game. I'm bored. Emmy, I'm in Pittsburgh with a bowl of room service pasta. Lexi, I'm sorry to hear that. Emmy, you don't like Pittsburgh. Lexi, I don't like room service pasta. I'll spare you the details. Emmy, lovely. Me, I'm busy tonight. Sorry. Lexi, okay, casually dropping that on us. What are you busy with? Maven, or who are you busy with? Me, 32. Emmy, that's either Liam's number or 32 men. Lexi, I kind of hope it's 32 men. Talk about a plot twist. Me, sorry to disappoint, ladies, just the one man. Lexi, and is he disappointing you? Me, no comment, but the answer is not number. Lexi, darn. Goalie daddy can get it. Liam, I've learned, is always early. I look out the peephole and find him outside my apartment at 7 on the dot, standing in the hallway with his hands shoved in the pockets of his sweatpants like he's been waiting for an hour. Hi, I say when I open the door. I look him up and down and frown at his wet and wavy hair. A rogue lock curls on his forehead and I want to brush it away. Aren't you cold? I'm almost 200 pounds. If I had a coat on, I'd be sweating. I apologize for the temperature you're about to experience. You're going to think it's a sauna. I step back so he can slip inside. You can put your shoes wherever. Jesus, Mitchell, it's like a terrarium in here. Are you a lizard? He scowls, hands drifting to the quarter zip he's wearing. He yanks at the hem, pulling the cotton over his head, then tosses it on the floor. I'm going to melt. Open a window and stick out your head. You'll be fine. I grin when he scowls again. How was the weight room? Heck. Much like the temperature in this apartment. And how is your butt from our fall on Wednesday? Bruised beyond belief. Playing last night was painful. How about your knee? Fine, my ego is more damaged. Lexi caught the whole thing on camera and it's humiliating. I shut the door behind him and turned the deadbolt. Did you eat dinner? I grabbed a sandwich on my way over. I can't go too long after a workout without putting fuel in my body. Want a tour? Sure. If we can make a pit stop in Antarctica along the way, I'd be grateful. I nudge him with my elbow and lead him down the hall to the living room. This is where I spend most of my time. I don't have a home office, so I do a lot of my work on the couch. It's bright, which comes as no surprise based on your wardrobe. Liam peers at the bookshelf in the corner and the potted plant with leaves that crawl down 2 shelves. He touches the stack of coasters I bought on a solo trip to Italy the second the divorce papers were signed, then glances at the pile of blankets on the ottoman. Very you. This is the first time I've had a man in my apartment, and I wonder what it looks like through his eyes. I moved in after my separation, using the money from our prenup to create a home that's totally mine, to create a place that doesn't hold any ghosts from the past. There are fresh coats of paint, yellow, blue, fuchsia, and green on the walls. New finishes on the cabinets and kitchen drawers. Backsplash in the shower and a funky lamp on my bedside table. It's my safe haven. A place full of all the love I missed out on for so many years, brought to life with photographs of me with my friends. Postcards that are displayed on the fridge from all my travel destinations. Tabs in my books that mark the scenes I hope to live out one day. Like me, it's a work in progress. Something that's only getting better as time goes on, but it's mine. My last place was modern, monochromatic and full of sharp lines. It felt so sterile in there. I hated it, I say. Liam turns his attention to the bookshelf. You like to read? Yeah. I smile and run my finger down one of the spines. I love to escape in a good book. Gives me hope in the world, you know. It's a shame you're not part of the boys' book club. I'd love to hear your opinions on dark romance. I'm dyslexic. His shoulders curl in as he says it, his tall frame nearly shrinking in half. It takes me a while to read something, and I have a hard time imagining things creatively. I'd never survive in a book club. I had no idea. I like to think I hide it well. What about audiobooks? You could try the content in a different form. Does that count as reading? The guys would probably say I'm cheating. They absolutely would not. Audiobooks are reading, Liam, and they're a way to make stories accessible to everyone. Oh, maybe I'll check one out then. Is your dyslexia why you don't like to talk to the media? I sit on my couch and gesture for him to get comfortable wherever he wants. You never do interviews. He picks the chair by the fireplace and perches on the edge of it. I don't like to talk to the media because I had a bad experience my rookie year in Minnesota. What happened? This jerk journalist started going in on my family. He asked if my mom's breast cancer showed any signs of coming back, brought up my sister and her old party habits, mentioned my dad and his job as a postal worker as if it was beneath him. It's like I was a punching bag. I've never trusted anyone with a microphone since. My heart almost shatters in two. I knew there had to be a reason for his disdain. Liam isn't an asshole. He's blunt and closed off. Far from being a people person, but not malicious. Learning someone was purposely condescending to him in the name of journalism makes my blood boil. Makes me want to get the name of this jerk and make sure he never works in this league again. I'm so sorry that happened to you, Liam. I'm not excusing their behavior because what they did was so shitty, but we're not all like that. I'd never talk about something so invasive. Doesn't change that it happened. A muscle in his jaw works and I want to hug him. I want to tell him it's okay. I want him to know that for as long as he's with the team, I vow to never air out any of the personal details he wants to keep safe. So there you go, the reason why I'll never stand in front of a microphone again. Is your mom okay now? I ask gently. Yeah, been in remission 6 years. Relief floods through me like a dam. I'm so glad to hear that, and I'm really sorry for bringing up something so personal. Not your fault. He lifts his chin, eyes meeting mine. You said you wanted to spend tonight getting to know each other. We don't have to. I'm sure I can figure it out as we go, and it's a good idea. Being around my family for 4 days is going to be tough if I don't know how I take your coffee. Let me guess, milk, 6 sugars, and some sort of hazelnut twist. I don't drink coffee. Caffeine can be an instigator for my migraines, so I stick to chamomile and hibiscus tea instead. How often do you get migraines? Depends. Sometimes I go 2 or 3 months without having one. Other times I get one once a week. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Do you take medicine for them? Liam asks. Over-the-counter stuff. The prescription drugs are too expensive to take regularly even with my insurance. I try to do acupuncture and visit the chiropractor, but every appointment adds up. He rolls his lips together and stares at me, assessing me in a way that makes me feel on display. I have a sensitive question to ask. I draw my knees to my chest and wrap my arms around my legs. Let's hear it. You have money, don't you? Your ex is a millionaire. How do you know he's a millionaire? Casual internet information anyone could find if they wanted to. Liam pauses and a stormy look clouds his dark eyes. His nose is crooked. It is crooked, isn't it? He's so self-conscious about it. Would be a shame if someone decked him in the face to even it out. I tip my head back and laugh. Please save the physical violence for the ice. As for the money, our prenup was ironclad. I was young and naive and thought we would be together forever. I didn't bother to push for more ways to protect myself if the marriage dissolved. I ended up with enough to afford a place of my own, pay off some debt, put away savings, and that's about it. I can barely keep up with health care on my salary, but I refuse to ask him for more spousal support. He'd find a way to hang it over my head. Liam stands. He walks to the couch and sits next to me. His touch is soft on my arm, fingers pressing gently, and I glance over at him. Do me a favor, Mitchell. The next guy you fall for, make sure he's not a tool with a punchable face. I like that. That's the bare minimum for men now. You've got yourself a deal, Sullivan. I smile at him. Is Alana your only sibling? Yeah, I wouldn't have survived if there were two of her. She's a firecracker. I think you'll like her. I can't wait to meet her, even if it is under false pretenses. What about you? Siblings, pets? Nope, I'm an only child. God, is this what people do on first dates? It's so boring, he shrugs. Don't know, haven't been on a first date in years. I never thought the bedroom might be the easy part. This is excruciating. Do you have pets? I have a cat. What? Where was he when I came over? Hiding. He hates people. Takes after me with that. Liam smiles and scratches at his beard. His name is Pico de Gato, and I found him when I went on a school trip to Costa Rica. He wouldn't stop following me around, so I flew back after the trip and brought him home with me. Only understands Spanish, but we make do. Do you speak Spanish? I'm fluent in it. Wow, I've learned more about you in 5 minutes than I have the whole time I've been with the stars. I'm a boring person. I go to practice. I come home. I eat and sleep, and I repeat the cycle over and over again. There's hardly anything worth knowing in there. Do you speak any other languages? I know sign language. I have a cousin who is deaf, so I learned ASL when I was younger. Alana knows sign language too. You all can talk without me knowing. Silence settles between us, and I sigh. I reach out and play with the fringed edge of the blanket draped over the couch. I'm not sure what other questions I have, I admit. There's probably a website out there that has a list, but I'm afraid to look at it. It's probably overwhelming. You have my number. You can text me if you think of something you're curious about. I figure you care about what your family thinks about your personal life, which is why you agreed to this fake dating thing in the first place. Being comfortable and familiar with each other would make things easier. Liam hums, and I think I might have hit the nail on the head. I'm not embarrassed that I'm single. It's more that I'm sick of all the questions. When am I going to have kids? Why haven't I settled down? Who am I dating? It's his turn to sigh, but it doesn't sound like it holds any real frustration. I'm 29. Hockey is the love of my life right now. It's not always going to be that way, but I want to enjoy this for as long as I can. There's nothing wrong with wanting to live in the moment. You have plenty of time to figure out what you want down the road. Appreciate the pep talk. He reaches over and wraps his fingers around my ankle. His thumb rests against my leg, and I blow out a breath. Do you want to keep talking, Piper, or do you want to do something else? Something else, I say, gathering the courage to tell him what I want and wondering how he's going to react. Liam's eyes meet mine, an intense warmth behind his gaze. Ready for another lesson? What did you have in mind? We're going to stick with what we did last time. Intimacy, even if it's only for pleasure, can be emotional, and I don't want to do too much too soon. We're going to ease into it to make sure you're comfortable. We can go slow, I hear myself say, but I think I might be out of my body, craving his closeness and dreaming about how he'll make me feel tonight. Patience is a virtue, right? He tugs on my leg, hard enough to move me, and I suck in a ragged breath. My back presses against the seat of the couch as Liam rests his hand on my thigh. These are distracting, he murmurs, his voice a husky rasp. Then maybe I should change, I tease. I'd hate for you to be off your game, teach. 17 Liam Piper is just as warm as I remember her being. I savor her as I inch my hand higher, resting it on her hip. I trace the edge of her shorts, wanting to know more about her, wanting her to figure out more about herself. Did that hurt? I ask, wanting to understand her better. Was it too much? No. She shakes her head, blonde hair going everywhere. Her palms slide up the back of my shirt and she presses against my skin with warm hands. It wasn't too much. Good. I nudge her knees apart and she wraps her legs around my waist. We're going to do things a little differently tonight. Are we adding fingers this time? Piper lights up, excitement in her eyes. Or are you going to be a tease again? I'm a tease because this is figuring out what you like. What gets you to the edge and makes you feel good? What fun would it be if we skipped the parts that can be just as nice as the main event? I pull my hand back and rest my palm on her stomach. She exhales, a ragged breath that has me buzzing with energy. Fuck, the things I want to do with her. I wanted to hold her clothes at the bar a few weeks ago. Wanted to put my arms around her and keep her safe. Wanted to pull her into the bathroom and set her on the counter so I could talk to her, hearing her voice that I bet is sweet as hell until she said my name for everyone to hear. And when I got to see her in skates, eyes wide and trusting as she followed my every instruction, I liked that the most. My restraint is growing thin. I'm trying to do this right. I'm trying to go slow so she's not anxious or self-conscious when she meets the next dude she wants to be with, but seeing her like this isn't doing a goddamn thing to help. You don't have to go easy on me. I'm not going to break, Liam. Why are you being such a nice guy? You know what they say, nice guys finish last, and it's true. I move up her body to her chest. I brush my thumb against her nipple, delighted to find she's not wearing a bra. I'm too busy watching you enjoy yourself to care about winning. She huffs out what I think is a laugh. I bring my mouth to hers and she lifts her chin, meeting me halfway. Are you going to finish tonight? She murmurs, and the question is bold. And if you are, can I watch? Do you want to watch? Yeah. She touches my cheek, drags her thumb across my beard and tugs on my bottom lip. I want to see what you look like when you come. I want to see how you react. I want to see how you like to touch yourself so I can touch you like that too. I want to see if you make a mess. I grab her jaw and there's a shift in her breathing. Her lips curl into a smile that matches mine, like she's egging me on, daring me to play a game with her, but she doesn't know she doesn't stand a chance with me. The only place I'm going to make a mess is on you, I say. Piper's eyes get even wider and I worry I'm overdoing this. I might hate talking to people in real life, but I've always been a talker in intimate moments. The guy who will walk you through it step by step and tell you exactly what I see, exactly what I feel and hear. For someone who, based on what she's told me, is probably used to silence in these moments, this might be too vulgar, way too forward. I say the word pussy and she blushes. When she pushes up on her elbows and kisses me like we're going to fucking die tomorrow, though, I know this girl isn't as sweet as she thinks she is. She has fantasies, desires, things she wants to try but is afraid to voice, and fuck if I'm not going to get them out of her. Bedroom, she says against my mouth, and I nod. I stand without breaking our kiss and scoop her into my arms. I carry her down the hall, narrowly avoiding hitting her head on a picture frame. Which room? Left. No, she dips her chin and kisses my neck, runs her tongue up the line of my throat, and I almost lose my footing. Your other left. This one. No, the next one. There are 3 more doors, Piper. Is it the middle one or the one on the end? Does it really matter? Pick a room, Liam. Any room. We can work with whatever space we find. Take us to the shower for all I care. You don't think I'm going to hold you in every room and against every wall? Against the wall, what are the logistics behind that? I'll take care of the logistics. You just have to hold on. Piper exhales against my neck, her breath warm and her laugh sweet. I don't like that you're doing all the work. I know I'm the student, but there seems to be an imbalance happening here. Share some of the load, Sullivan. You want to do some of the work. I finally find what I think is her room and almost break the door in. I walk to her bed and set her on the mattress, taking a step back. Show me how you touch yourself. What? Piper blinks. How does that help me learn what to do with a guy? Because I'm going to watch you and tell you the things you like. You might not realize you like them because you haven't experienced them yet. I'm going to help read your body. I'm starting to think you're some woman whisperer, she mumbles, eyes looking everywhere but at me. I wait, letting her decide if this is something she wants to do. Okay, but you can't make fun of me. I'd never make fun of you. Her face softens and she nods. Are we keeping our clothes on or off tonight? My body throbs at the thought of her naked and spread out for me. It's tempting to give in and say fuck it, to be reckless and carefree, but I want to do this right. She deserves it. On, my voice is hoarse. I'm so hard I have to adjust myself over the front of my sweatpants. Her smirk is taunting, and I do just about goddamn anything to see her react to me. They'll come off next time. Piper lies flat on her back and lifts her arms above her head. Her shirt moves up her stomach and I get a glimpse of her skin. How do I should wear touch yourself like you do when you're alone, pretend like I'm not here? I pause and take off my shirt, throwing it to the side. She whines when she sees my bare chest, eyes roaming over my body unabashedly. I don't give a shit she's ogling me. I flex my muscles, showing off. But I'll give you some inspiration. You're also inspiring me to go to the gym tomorrow. She laughs again and relaxes against the stack of pillows behind her. She bends her knees and spreads her legs, giving me a view of her covered core. Will you come be close to me while I do it? I move before she can finish the question. The last thing I want is for her to feel unwanted, like she's doing this for me instead of herself. I crawl on the mattress and take up the space between her thighs again. What do you want, Piper? You. What a dangerous fucking word. Me. Yeah, kiss me, Liam. I might be tough on the ice, but when she's under me, saying my name like I'm important, like I'm so much more than a hockey player who stops a couple goals every night, I'm goddamn weak. I don't think there's anything she could ask for that I wouldn't give her. So, I kiss her. Softer this time, until she's making breathy little sounds from the back of her throat. Until the fingers on one of her hands press into the muscles at my neck, urging me closer, and the others dip inside her shorts. It's been a while since I've done this, she whispers. I pull away and glance down at her, finding her eyes closed and her mouth parted slightly. I've watched videos to figure out what I might like, but I haven't found the answer yet. Have you tried toys? I rub my thumb over the curve of her knee. Those sometimes work wonders. No, maybe I should. Her back arches, nipples pointed and hard against her shirt. I can't see it, but I can hear it, the rhythm she settles into and her quiet groan. I've never come from sex. Because you need more stimulation. You like to be touched somewhere more sensitive. I wrap my fingers around her wrist, guiding her hand out of her shorts. The hand in my hair drops away and rests on her stomach. I put my thumb over hers, leading her to her clit, and I press down on the spot she liked the other night. Her moan is louder this time, her legs snapping tight against my hips, and I grin. There you go, Piper. That feels better, doesn't it? Fuck. It doesn't feel better. It feels like heaven. How her eyes squeeze shut and she gasps, drops her head back and bites her bottom lip. Liam, she grasps the sheets. I want my fingers inside me again, but I can't get a good angle. Hang on. I pull my thumb off her and she groans, lifting her hips at the loss of contact. I tug on her shorts and work them down her thighs until they're hooked around her ankles. I slip them off her feet and toss them to the pile with my shirt. Christ! What? Her eyes fly open and she looks at me. What did I do wrong? I shake my head, every ounce of self-control telling myself to not lose focus. To keep my hands on her, not my throbbing body, because this isn't about me. But seeing her in that white thong makes it really fucking difficult to behave. Hunger like I've never experienced before rolls through me when I find a wet spot on the front of the cot, her arousal clear and evident. I want to wrap her underwear around my fist. I want to keep them in my pocket and find out what she tastes like. I want to rub them up and down my length until I stain them with my cum. You didn't do a goddamn thing wrong. You're perfect, Piper. She melts at the praise and tips her legs open wider. Her fingers disappear inside her underwear, and I never should have taken off her shorts. Now I can see too much, can hear too much, can imagine it's my cock inside her, not her pointer finger, and I watch with wonder as she angles her wrist to get deeper. Can you, Piper pauses for a breath. Could you touch my clit while I'm touching yourself? I finish for her and her face turns crimson. I think that will help me finish. I crowd her space and hold myself over her. I bend forward, one hand resting on the mattress next to her head, the other teasing up her thigh, circling her hip bone and dropping low on her stomach. Remember what we talked about last time, I say low in her ear. Don't think about it. I'm not here, just take it, okay? She nods, exploring. The hand knot in her shorts moves to her chest and I watch her touch her breasts. I watch her pinch her nipple through her shirt, then hum in appreciation. Good, she whispers. That feels so good. I keep my mouth shut and let her sink into the moment without any distraction. I'm mesmerized by the way she tries a speed, then changes her tempo, a few seconds faster, a few seconds slower. She takes her time, drawing her pleasure out. When her breathing shifts, I push my thumb against her clit again. Oh, Piper writhes on the sheets. I like them both at the same time. Yeah, I grunt and circle over her underwear. She cries out my name and it goes straight to my dick, a shot of adrenaline that makes me impossibly harder. Are you close, Piper? I think I am, she whispers, bobbing her head. It feels like last time. You're doing so well, baby, and I can't wait to watch you fall apart for me. That sends her over the edge. Her legs convulse and her body trembles. A bead of sweat rolls down her cheek and her hips jerk up, the aftermath of the orgasm taking every bit of her energy. I keep touching her, only slowing my thumb when she begs me to stop. After she calms down from the high, she groans, cracks an eye open and looks up at me. How are you doing? I ask, popping my thumb in my mouth and groaning at the faint taste of her. I'm so happy. Piper giggles and pulls her hand out of her shorts. Her fingers are wet from her arousal and I stare at them like they're my last meal. Why the hell has it never been that good when I've been by myself? I climb off her, standing so I can work out the cramp in my legs. You like penetration, but you really like your clit being touched. My suggestion. You get a small vibrator you can use during sex. You can have a guy buried inside you and still get off. She blinks at me, a dazed look in her eye. Do guys like when women use toys? It's not cheating or anything. I shrug. Granted, it's been a while, but I like when they do. Why not? I want you to get off. Who cares if it's my fingers or something that vibrates? Too bad your dick doesn't vibrate. The only special feature it has is glowing in the dark. Piper bursts out laughing and rolls onto her side, smiling at me. Should every orgasm feel that good? Can't say I've been on the receiving end of an orgasm like that, believe it or not, so I can't give you the whole answer, but I imagine they can be, if you're doing them right. You're definitely doing something right, smartass. She stretches out her legs. There's a glint in her eye that wasn't there before. You got to watch me, Liam. Do I get to watch you? 18 Piper. Liam's body is a study in masculine beauty, and it's making my post-orgasm boldness waver because I'm so distracted. Sharp features, dark chest hair, chiseled muscles from his shoulders to his abdomen. Everything about him is jaw-dropping, and I could stare for hours. Come here, he says roughly. I practically race across the bed to the edge of the mattress to be near him. Do you want to see? Nah. I think I'm all set, I tease, the joke falling short when he tugs his briefs down his thighs. His cock springs free and my tongue almost falls out of my mouth. He's thick and big, inches longer than Steven and any of the dicks I've seen on the other side of my laptop screen. The crown glistens with pre-cum, and a fresh wave of assuredness rolls into me as I study him, not wanting to miss a thing. I did that. He's turned on because of me. Of all the women in the world, I'm the one making him rock hard. Maybe I'm not as bad in bed as I think I am. I sit up on my knees. This close, I can see the tension in his jaw, the heat of his gaze and the soft breath he lets out when he wraps his fist around his shaft. He runs his thumb through the precum and uses the moisture to coat his length, stroking up and down. "You look like you have a question," he says with a strained voice. "What's on your mind?" "A lot of damn things." I wasn't kidding when I told him Steven used to just put his dick in me. I've never watched a guy touch himself, and I wonder if there's a certain rhythm to it, a tempo they prefer and a pace they like best. "How long does it take you to come?" I ask. "Depends if I'm doing math in my head to keep from blowing a load." His throat bobs around a swallow. "Watching you touch yourself did a number on me, and I'm not too proud to admit it turned me the fuck on. I'm not going to last long." "You like watching?" "Yeah, more than touching sometimes." Liam's eyes lock on mine. He stares at me as he jerks himself off, and I don't know where to look. I want to see how heavy he is in my palm and how many tugs it would take for him to finish in my hand. Would he like it if I used my mouth? "Think it might just be you I like watching, though." His soft admission, whether true or not, encourages me. I grasp the hem of my shirt, pull it over my head, and throw it with the rest of our clothes in the corner of the room. Liam whines when he sees my bare breasts. "Piper." My name comes out like a moan, a plea and barely above a gasp. His Adam's apple works as he drops his head back and grunts. "You don't have to." "Look at me, Liam." His neck jerks forward and his eyes snap open. His attention moves to my chest when I press my breasts together, kneading the soft flesh. "I want to." "Oh, fuck." "Do you like what you see?" I ask. "I thought about you in the shower the other night," he rasps, and it comes out slurred, like he's a little tipsy and drunk on the sight of me. "The real thing is so much better." I've thought about him too. More than I should probably because we're friends, but I can't help it. I've thought about big hands looping under my thighs and dragging me to the end of the bed. Fingers that push inside me, stretching me, followed by his thick cock. Both of us tumbling toward nirvana together, a mess of exhausted breaths. "What can I do to help you? Do you want me to talk you through it? Stay quiet. Should I touch myself somewhere else?" He shakes his head. The vein in his forearm pops under the tattoo of a bird. Sweat rolls down his neck and lands in the hollow of his throat. I have the urge to lick it away. "This is enough." "It is." "Yeah, this is perfect. I'm serious when I say I'm not going to last long." I've never been perfect or enough a day in my life. I smile, dizzy from his attention and the intimacy shrouding the room. "That's the biggest compliment I've ever gotten, almost as big as you. God, look at you. You're going to fuck me with that thing. I'm going straight to the stars." His laugh is muffled by a ragged groan. His strokes turn rough and uncoordinated as his control slips out of reach. Liam stares at me the whole time, his gaze full of want and desire, and I'm learning this is how I should be looked at in the bedroom. Not like I'm asking for too much or being a bother. "I'm close," he grits out, and I watch his hand. "You like to grip it tight?" I ask, and he nods. "You go all the way down and twist at the top. What about the head? It all feels fucking good." He squeezes his eyes shut. His shoulders tense and his hand moves faster and faster, desperate for his own pleasure. "Fuck Piper, I'm going to come." "My chest," I tell him. "You can use me. Sit on your ass." I hurry to get in position, not wanting to miss a goddamn thing. Seconds later, his warm release lands on my breasts. He groans, loud and low. His movements slowly cease until he has nothing left inside of him. When he finishes, he takes a deep breath and almost falls over. "Wow." I drag my fingers through his cum. I've felt the substance before, obviously, but never like this. Never in a spot so visible, like I'm being marked. That was the hottest thing I've ever seen. "Was it?" Liam uses his thumb to spread his cum across my chest. He circles my nipples and paints my skin a shade it's never been before. "God damn, I did make a mess of you. You look perfect." "Really?" "Yeah, now I'm imagining you with cum on your face, down your throat and on your ass." My heart races in my chest, imagining those things too. "Where do you usually finish?" On my stomach in my bed with a washcloth beside me. That doesn't sound sexy at all. Trust me, it's not. What about when you're with a woman? Come on, pipsqueak. My memory isn't that good. He winces as he tugs on his softening cock one more time. In a condom, I guess. Finishing on someone's tits definitely warrants a conversation prior to doing it. Imagine if I didn't give you any warning about what was about to happen. I probably would have dropkicked you. Would have been deserved. You can clean up first. I gesture to the door on his right. The bathroom is through there. I watch Liam waddle away, pants shoved past his knees and his sculpted ass gloriously on display. When the door shuts, I lie on my back and stare at the ceiling. My heart races and I grin at how the night has gone. Heat rises on my skin when I touch my chest again, the reminder of him still on my breasts. I never thought the male orgasm could be attractive. Stephen would lie there, make a noise or two, jerk a few times, and finish. But Liam is a work of art. I'm committing the ways he moved his hands to memory, wanting to try them myself the next time we're together. I'm trying to remember the grunts he made so I can know if what I'm doing to him is working. The door to my bathroom opens and snaps me out of my trance. Liam's pants are back in place, and he looks more put together than he did a few minutes ago. Your faucet leaks, he says. It does. I've been meaning to get maintenance in here to fix it, but I keep forgetting. I'll bring some tools next time I'm over. You know how to fix a faucet? No, but YouTube does. I laugh. Sounds like I might end up with a flooded bathroom. He holds up a washcloth. Brought you something to clean up. Thank you. I reach out to take the damp rag, but he doesn't hand it over. The mattress dips under his weight. He wrings out the cloth and water rolls over my breasts. I like this part. The caretaking. You do? Yeah, I've always liked making sure people are okay. You hate people. Not everyone, he looks at me. I tolerate some. I giggle when he gets close to under my arms. Guess I'm one of the lucky ones. Ticklish, very, my feet too, touch them and I'll scream. Noted. Liam moves the rag away and bends down to grab my shirt. I think you're all set. Thank you. I slip the clothing over my head and fix my shorts. Are you heading out? Do you want me to head out? I glance at my bed with longing. I'm aching to be hugged, to be shown non-sexual physical affection after doing deeply intimate things. It sounds silly and cheesy and God forbid romantic, but I've always been happiest when I'm holding someone's hand, when their arms are around me. The touches ground me. They calm the worries I have about asking for too much. Sure, whatever you want. Piper, what did we talk about with communication? That I need to do it. I sigh. Do you think you could stay for a few minutes? Maybe lie with me? That wasn't hard, was it? Debatable. My palms are sweating. Liam lifts my hands and wipes them with the clean corner of the washcloth. All better. Emotions hit me all at once, and I have the urge to cry. Between the outstanding orgasms and feeling sated in a way I've never experienced, the adrenaline of watching Liam and the anticipation about what's going to happen the next time we're together. Everything is swirling in my head and I need a second. I wipe under my eyes. Sorry, I'm making this weird. I told you sex is emotional. He lifts his chin toward the pillows. Get comfortable. I lay on my side and stare at the wall. The duvet cover rustles behind me and then Liam is wrapping his arms around my waist, pulling me close to his chest and breathing warm air against my neck. Is it normal to ask someone to hang out after you hook up with them? Personal preference. Some people can't wait to leave. Others need a little more time. There's no right or wrong answer. Good to know. I sigh and relax into him. Are you doing anything fun this weekend? No, we have 4 games over the next 7 days, so any chance I can sit around and relax, I will. Any plans for Thanksgiving? Hoping the DC Titans can keep their perfect season and my fantasy football team alive. I'll watch the game, that's about it. I spin in his hold, wanting to see him while we talk. Are all professional athletes friends with each other? Is there some cool club you're a part of where you need a password to enter? Something like Douche Canoe or Big Bucks Millionaires? His laugh shakes my chest. Shockingly, no. Some of us share the same agent. A lot of people run in the same circles. I try to be cordial enough with everyone I meet, but I'm not buddies with them. I did go to college with Colton Clark, who plays basketball in Orlando. That guy is a phenom. No kidding. He's younger than me, but we've done a few promo things for the school. Who's the most famous person you have in your phone? You think very highly of me. I told you I'm boring, Piper. Come on, there has to be someone impressive. I might have Ella Wright's number or her publicist's number at least. Maybe I deleted it. You've talked to the world's biggest pop star. How? Charity event a couple years ago. Nice woman. Catchy music too. Here I was thinking I was cool because you and I have texted a few times. Then you go and one-up me with the biggest flex of all time. I huff. Let me go back into my hole of being a nobody. You're very cool, Blondie, and definitely a somebody. You changed nicknames on me. I touch his chest and trace the outline of his muscles. What happened to Pipsqueak? Dunno. Liam shrugs and tucks a lock of hair behind my ear. I don't want you to think I'm insulting your size or calling you meek. Figured I could switch it up. If you were 5'6" with a small dick, I'd probably be offended. Given you're a giant with a massive cock, I'll allow it. He bursts out laughing, and it's the most beautiful sound I've ever heard. I want to bottle it up so I can listen to it again. I want to tell him all the jokes in the world so I can see his mouth split into a wide grin. Wow, that made my whole day. More than the orgasm. It's pretty close. I didn't know complimenting your dick would be a game changer, but I'm glad I could help. It's not about complimenting my dick, which thank you by the way. He pulls back a bit and takes my chin between his fingers. It's because you're getting more sure of yourself. 2 weeks ago you wouldn't have said that to me. Now look at you, you're a dick stroker. If only. Someone won't let me stroke anything yet. What was that saying about patience being a virtue you mentioned earlier? Yeah. Am I taking up too much of your time? Pico must miss you. Doubt it. I bet he's grateful to get rid of me. No way, you're probably the best cat dad out there. The highest accolade I could have, to be honest. Fuck the Stanley Cup. A yawn escapes me. I'm going to close my eyes. You wore me out. Liam rests his hand on my hip and squeezes. Sweet dreams, Piper. My muscles relax and my limbs get heavy. Sleep threatens to overtake me, and just as I'm slipping into unconsciousness, I dream Liam kisses my forehead. 19 Piper Steven, I've sent you 5 emails, Piper. Are you going to respond to any of them? I really don't want to have to get my lawyer involved, but I will. Can you take 5 minutes out of your very not busy day to look at them? Me, are you going to Maverick and Emmy's tomorrow for Thanksgiving? Liam, yeah. Beats cooking dinner for one. Me, do you like to cook? Liam, I do. Just not a whole turkey. Pico and I can't eat that much. Me, I heard some of the guys say they have personal chefs. Hudson was complaining that his quit the other day. Do you have one? Liam, nah. Being in the kitchen is a nice way to shut off my brain after a long day on the ice. Me, you like to stab things with knives, don't you? Liam, it's a good anger management lesson. Better onions than someone who pisses me off. Me, oh, who pisses you off? Liam, everyone. Tonight, Ethan fucking Richardson. Kid has too much energy for his own good. We had to skate 20 extra laps after practice because he and Grant wouldn't stop goofing off. Me, you're 29 and calling your teammates kid. Okay, boomer. Liam, I feel 100. Me, when is your birthday? Liam, June 27th. You. Me, August 19th. Liam, Alana is going to try and chart our astrological compatibility. Tell her it's a load of shit and she'll stop. Me, I'd never insult an astrology girl. We're going to be best friends. Sorry I'm late, I announce in the foyer of Maverick and Emmy's place. I slip off my shoes and shake out of my coat without dropping the dessert I brought. And I have pie. Little P, Ethan scoops me up in a hug and spins me around. There you are. I know you're only greeting me because you want food. Guilty, he sets me down. We're growing boys, you know we can't go 10 minutes without eating. You aren't kidding, are you? Dead serious. I'm glad you're here. It's not the same without the whole gang around, and I was starting to worry something happened to you. I'm alive and well. I pat his shoulder and follow him down the hall. I was feeling under the weather this morning. The road trip kicked my ass. You mean North Dakota kicked your ass? Place was fucking freezing. He tosses a grin over his shoulder. Better than Florida. That place is a nightmare. At least it'll be warm when we're down there next week. We round the corner into the kitchen, and I wave hello to everyone. The team is already here, drinks in hand as they enjoy the spread of appetizers on the island. A TV blares from the living room, coverage for the Titans game underway, and I'm instantly warmer being surrounded by my favorite people in the world. Hi, babe. Lexi kisses my cheek and passes me a water. Happy Thanksgiving, my little Piper pumpkin. Happy Thanksgiving, Lex. I set the pie on the counter and hug her tight. God, you look good. How many days a week are you doing Pilates? 6. It's put me in a really good headspace these last couple of months. I'm tired as hell going from the arena to teaching in the evenings, but I'm feeling very positive and centered lately. It must be working. I'm so happy for you. We need to get the team to another class. Watching them suffer on the reformer was worth the week of sore muscles. That was hysterical. There's nothing like watching grown men almost cry. Especially when you have a hand in their demise. She grins at me. You look particularly glowy today. I touch my cheeks, my skin windburned from the walk over in the cold. Thanks, it's borderline hypothermia. I mean, you look happy. What's your secret? Being divorced and free from a shitty relationship, I joke with a laugh. I don't have a secret, not really. Work is going well. The team is playing phenomenal. I got hit on at the grocery store last night, so I'd say things are looking up. Oh. Was he cute? Yeah, he's not my usual type, but seeing how poorly things with the last guy I thought was my type turned out, that's not a turn off. I've seen him in the spice aisle before. And you haven't said hi to him. Given I feel unlovable half the time, I'm not sure I have the courage to interact with him, but maybe I should try. That's what my therapist says. That's my girl. She slings her arm around me and kisses my cheek. Any word from douchebag extraordinaire lately? Yeah, unfortunately. I sigh and rest my head on her shoulder. A text yesterday morning. I ignored it. No use dredging up old stuff, you know. If you want him gone, just say the word. I have people who can take care of it. Take care of it? What is this, a hitman thing? I mean, kind of. A friend of a friend is friends with the president's daughter, and her bodyguard is a trained sniper. He could make it look like an accident and no one would ask questions. Thank you for looking out for me, but I think I'm going to keep my homicide count at 0 for now. I scour the kitchen, smiling at Connor tossing grapes in Riley's mouth. I know Maven is at the Titans game out west, but where the heck is Emmy? Trying to stop Maverick from wearing an inflatable turkey costume. She's losing that battle. That's got to be a sight. I laugh and squeeze her waist. I'm going to do a lap. I'll be back. The boys all greet me with bright smiles and kisses on the top of my head. Grant pulls me into a video he's making for social media. Hudson distracts me with a conversation about romance novels that lasts for 15 minutes. I listen to Ethan complain about a hot dog stand in the arena, trying to look interested but ending up really confused. When I finally break free from all the mayhem, I wind up in the empty dining room and take a breath. I massage my temples, the phantom ache of pain throbbing across my forehead. When I look up, I gasp at the sight. Wow, I whisper. A long table arranged with lit candles extends from each end of the room. The white tablecloth is neatly pressed, and a bouquet of beautiful marigolds sits in the middle of the setup. I'm used to this space being empty, used for mini hockey games at team dinner. There are marks on the walls from the soft pucks the guys fire at each other. A whiteboard next to the door has a score table going, and I see poor Hudson is at the bottom of the leaderboard. I was on napkin folding duty, Liam says from behind me. I laugh and spin around. He's leaning against the wall and looking good. You were not. I was. Do you think any of those other knuckleheads could sit still long enough to do this? No, just you, Liam. Happy Thanksgiving, Piper. Happy Thanksgiving to you too. I give him a once-over and quirk a brow. What the hell is on your socks? Is that an alien? Wow, that's fucking rude, it's Pico. Aw, I move closer and see the socks have the cat's face printed on them. Did he get those for you himself? Why do you think I'm so rich? It's not because I'm a good goalie, it's because my cat has opposable thumbs. Damn, I'm in the wrong industry. It's a lucrative market. Liam stands up straight and towers over me. You good? You were holding your head a second ago. I'm fine. I smile brightly at him. I've been under the weather all morning. Worn out, you know. I have a little bit of a headache, but I'm persevering. Do you need? There you are. Emmy walks into the dining room, interrupting him. She hugs me tight. I was worried you got roped into playing video games, and I know how terrible you are at Call of Duty. Not my strong suit. She moves her attention to Liam. We're going to start doling out the food in a few minutes. I know you don't like the pushing and shoving, so feel free to get a move on. I appreciate the head start. Emmy's eyes flick between us. Are you two behaving yourselves? If by behaving ourselves you mean admiring the napkins Liam folded, then yes, we are, I say, though you know how scandalous setting a table can get. A loud crash comes from the kitchen and she groans. Fucking hell, I knew we shouldn't have used the nice plates. Maverick and I made a bet on how many would get broken tonight. Let me know the spread and I'll knock a few off. It works in your favor. Liam puts his hands in the pockets of his jeans and looks past her shoulder. You want some help with that? I've got it, thank you though, glad you both are here. When Emmy disappears, I give Liam a sheepish smile. I might have told the girls about our arrangement. I blame the wine I'd been drinking. I hide my please don't hate me expression behind my hands, hence her not-so-subtle innuendo. Lovely. Now Maverick is going to give me shit I'll never hear the end of. I wince. Sorry. I'm not giving them any details, only that I propositioned you. It's fine. I figured you'd tell them eventually. They're your best friends and keeping a secret from them would be shitty. If Maverick says anything, I'll kick his ass. I'd like to see that. They know I wanted to explore myself in the bedroom and it would have been impossible to hide why I'm walking funny when you eventually fuck me. What would I say? My ass is sore from riding a bike, he snorts. I'm not going to rearrange your insides, Piper. You sure about that? As for my friends, I swore them to secrecy. None of us would ever violate girl code. Girl code? Liam wrinkles his nose. The fuck is that? Unspoken rules of womanhood like not dating a friend's ex, holding her hair back if she's sick, talking her out of bangs when she's intoxicated and thinks she can pull off a new hairstyle, keeping your girlfriend's secret from your partner because she asked you to. I bite back a laugh at his confused expression. Those kinds of things. Women, he mumbles, so fucking complicated. No more complicated than you, Scowly McScowlerson. Look who's coming up with the witty nicknames now. Is that why you don't date during the season? Because we're complicated. I don't date during the season because it's distracting and bleeds too much into hockey. It's why I haven't invited you to my hotel room at an away game. This part of my life is first during the season. I don't need an orgasm to survive. Huh. I tap my cheek. He hasn't asked me to come to his room when we've been on the road. I figured it was because he was tired from practice or jet lag, and his reasoning makes sense. Interesting. Any other questions about my personal life before we start on the sweet potatoes, Pipsqueak? About 1,000,000. I won't be able to get to them all, and that's disappointing. I'll give you a freebie during the green bean casserole course, he says, turning for the kitchen. Only because I really fucking hate green beans. I sit back in my chair, stuffed from a delicious meal. Half the food was catered by the most popular restaurants in town, and I don't think I can eat another bite. This was so good. Lexi sets her napkin on her plate and groans. Someone is going to have to roll me out of here. Give me 10 minutes and I'll be ready for round 2, Ethan says. We have a game tomorrow, Hudson draws out. If you puke, I'm not going to be happy. Okay, Dad. Ethan rolls his eyes. Some of us are young and have a faster metabolism than you. I'm going to shove you into the boards if we have to skate more laps because of you. Riley glares at Ethan across the table. Do you ever shut up? Settle down, children. Maverick taps his wineglass with a knife and stands. He ditched the inflatable turkey costume halfway through the meal, and he looks downright pissed to be in normal clothes. I'd like to say a few words. Uh-oh. It's never good when Cap wants to say a few words, Grant whispers, and everyone bursts out laughing. We're going to be here for an hour. You get to do 10 extra laps before the game tomorrow for that comment, Everett. You all know I'm not one to be serious, but I want to be for a few minutes. First, thank you for being here. When I think about the word thankful, a couple things come to mind. At the top of that list is my Emmy girl, the life we share and the careers we get to do side by side. There's no one else I'd rather have kicked my ass in a game, baby. He glances down at her, a wide beam on his face. Then I think about you all. I couldn't pick a better group of players to go through the grind of practice and games with. Day in and day out, you all are there cheering me on, calling me out on my bullshit, making me a better leader and a better player. I know we haven't won the cup yet, but we're close. I can feel it, and I wouldn't want to do it with anyone else. Shit, man. Grant grabs his napkin and blows his nose. You didn't tell us we were getting into the deep stuff tonight. We were supposed to eat turkey and play video games, not cut our hearts open. Fucker. Ethan wipes his eyes. Not cool, Miller. You'll get over it. Maverick looks down at Emmy again. I'm not sure I've ever seen someone so happy. I know we fuck around and have a good time, but for a second, I want us to be serious. I want us to share something we're thankful for. It doesn't have to be anything big, but I swear to God, Ethan, if you say someone's boobs, I'm going to strangle you. You're putting us on the spot here, Cap. That means you have to go first, Riley says, and everyone murmurs in agreement. That's easy. I'm thankful for the love of my life. The family we're going to start trying to have soon, and the chance to be a dad. I never had that growing up, and getting to be a parent with my favorite person in the world makes me a real lucky bastard. Everyone tells us what they're thankful for. Hudson goes the deep route with self-reflection. Ethan doesn't mention anyone's chest, but he does mention his 3 motorcycles. Grant surprises me when he talks about the nonprofit he's working with to give young women a foot in the door to the world of sports. When it gets to be my turn, I hesitate. I have a lot to be thankful for over the last few years, but if I had to narrow it down to a few things, it would be new opportunities, growth, and confidence. I have a long way to go, but as someone who wasn't sure what was waiting for her on the other side of a broken relationship and my whole life getting uprooted, I'm proud of how far I've come. I laugh and wipe my hands on my skirt. Okay, wow, that got very personal very fast, and I'm sorry for oversharing. Ethan, please talk about someone's chest and save me. Oh, little P, now you're speaking my knock it off. Maverick rolls his eyes. I'm going to tell you the same thing we told Emmy. You're part of us, Piper. If someone hurts you, they have to deal with us, and I like our odds. You're the last one, goalie daddy, Riley says. Are you gonna tell us what you're thankful for? Patience, Liam says. Wow, that was so insightful. Ethan smirks. Probably the wisest thing I've ever heard. Care to elaborate there, Sullivan? Nope. Come on, you know GK is a man of almost 0 words. Conversation picks up around me about the game tomorrow, but I'm not listening. I'm too busy watching Liam and trying to understand what exactly he's being patient for. 20 Piper, I can't believe it's already December. Lexi sits next to me on her living room couch and groans. This year is going by way too fast. I miss the days when I was a photographer for the NFL, not the NHL. It was so nice to be done with the season in February. Maven sighs and sips her water. We're only 2 months into the season with weeks to go. I'm exhausted. I'm bruised in places I didn't know I could bruise. Emmy rubs her forearm, a purple mark sitting above her wrist. Damn pads are doing little to keep me from being injured. Meanwhile, I'm over here wishing the season would slow down. I love my job. I rest my chin in my hand and smile. I've had fun every year I've covered hockey, but this one is by far the best. A toast to our superstar rinkside reporter. Lexi lifts her glass, and we all follow her lead. To knocking down sexist pigs and taking the job that's rightfully yours. I sip my wine and laugh. You all are the best cheerleaders. Thanks for being my support squad. When I filled the girls in on the whole story involving my promotion, they were, as expected, livid. There was crying, anger, lots of yelling and plans to ruin my former boss's life. It was hard to go through that situation, but having them by my side has made it easier. Speaking of December, how's it going with Liam? Lexi asks. Have you two gotten close yet? I almost spit out my drink. Jesus, Lex, could I get some warning next time? A segue before we dive into my personal life would be nice. When have I ever been discreet? That's not my style. Liam told me I can talk to the girls about our arrangement, but I'm not sure I want to. I'm hesitant to tell them about the low rasp of his voice. How his presence makes me feel and the look on his face right before we connect, half full of wonder and half full of intense emotion. It feels wrong to share parts of his private life with other people, especially after he told me about his bad experience with a reporter. He's my friend, and I don't like thinking I'm betraying him if I give away specifics so freely. No, I finally say. We're going slow. Wow, Emmy smirks. I'm not sure I've ever met a guy who thinks with his head instead of his impulses when it comes to relationships. Sometimes waiting is more fun, Maven tells us with a sly grin. It makes you really want it. I didn't think I'd like having to wait, but I'm learning so much about myself. Like what? Well, I found out I like building intimacy, when that was something I never used to consider. I'm not going to run off and have a one-night stand tomorrow, but it's empowering to finally be almost sure of myself. I'm getting back the pieces that belonged to someone else, and now they're finally my own. God damn. I love women, Lexi says. We're so strong, aren't we? It amazes me how you've stayed so positive the last few years, Emmy adds. I know I'm not all sunshine and rainbows, but you've been through hell, Piper. You find out the man you love is having an affair that alone would have led me to do something that would get me sent to jail. You get divorced. Your boss absolutely sucked and said horrible things about you, but look at you. You're practically glowing. When you could have given up, you didn't. How the hell do you do it? When my world was falling apart, it was like my brain knew it wasn't the end of my story. It was the end of a chapter. Would I do it again if I had the choice? God, number divorcing an egocentric workaholic who refuses to take responsibility for his actions is draining. But Stephen cheating on me was the best thing that could have ever happened. Imagine if I spent 40 years in a soul-sucking marriage where I never got the things I needed, where I never heard I was doing a good job or that he was proud of me. I can live without physical intimacy, but I can't live without being hugged, and he never wanted to hug me. I pause for a breath. I'm so glad I only wasted 10 years of my life, not half a century. Me too. And this next part of your story is going to be even better, Maven says. It already is. I laugh, desperate to tell them something good in my life for once. I've felt more connected with Liam in a month than I did my entire relationship with Stephen. Shut the front door, Lexi squeals. Hell yeah, that's our girl. I never thought I could be happy about my friend's happiness, but here I am, ecstatic. Maven claps. You deserve 100 more. Okay, that's enough about me. Someone else tell us something fun. Did you all get your gala dresses yet? It's a week away, I say. I got mine, Maven says, but I might not go. I've been so tired lately, and a party where I'll have to be on my feet all night sounds miserable. You love parties, Emmy frowns. Are you sick? Sick? No. She pauses and rests her hand on her stomach. I'm pregnant. 1 second, I can hear out of my right ear. The next, I can't. We all scream. Lexi almost tackles Maven and I burst into tears. Emmy wraps her arms around her, creating a dog pile before I yell at them to not hurt the baby. When the dust settles, we're one big blubbering mess. I'm not sure who is crying more, the hormonal mother-to-be or her 3 best friends. Details, I say. We need the full story. Dallas and I have been trying for a while. Nothing was happening, so we decided to go in for testing. The doctor said everything came back normal and to be patient. Well, after 7 months of being patient, thinking it wasn't going to happen for us and looking into adoption agencies, I took a test. It was positive. A fresh wave of tears hits me. I'm so happy for you. I know how much Maven loves being a mom. She's always excited about her career and supporting Dallas, but she was made to be a mother. Her adoration for June is out of this world, and there's no doubt in my mind that Lancefield Kid 2 will be any different. We're so happy too. Dallas is at Mavs tonight with some of the guys, and he's planning on telling them while he's there. We wanted to do a big announcement at team dinner next week, but I couldn't wait. I wanted you all to know. You're my sisters, and I hope you'll love me when I'm in bed by 8 and can't go out because I'm so damn tired. I don't want to know what it's going to be like come April and May. I'll probably fall asleep standing up. We can do a weekend at Bernie's bit when we go out to dinner, Lexi says. We'll scare so many people. It's going to be great. Emmy's phone dings with a notification and she laughs. I think Dallas must have told the guys. Maverick just sent me a photo and his eyes look red and swollen from crying. She holds up the screen and we all giggle at the picture. That man is the biggest softie. What does it say under the photo? Lexi squints at Emmy's phone. Come home, going to hold you close all night long until I put a baby inside you too. Don't care if the guys are still here. Wow, and they say chivalry is dead. Whoops. Emmy's cheeks turn as red as her hair and she shoves the phone under her thigh. Ignore that. All night long, is that a new move? Maven teases. I haven't tried that one yet. You've tried something that works. Before I can join in on the ribbing, my own phone buzzes on the end table. I pick it up, surprised to see Liam's name. We text occasionally. He'll send me a message now and then. A check-in after practice, asking how my day is going and if I've had enough to eat. A few days ago, when I told him I hadn't had lunch yet, he marched up to the broadcasting offices in his pads and a sweaty jersey, put a sandwich on my desk and left without saying a word. Sometimes he'll send me pictures. A photo of Pico, blurry from the tabby cat running out of the frame. A view of the night sky when he said to go outside and look at the full moon. They're all short, barely more than 4 or 5 words. From someone else, I might consider it an afterthought, a throwaway conversation to pass the time or ask when we're going to meet up. With Liam, they mean something, and I'm lucky to have a friend like him. Liam, I'm assuming you heard the news too. Me, wait a second. You're at Mavericks, spending time with people. Are you ill? Liam, I'm a social butterfly now, Mitchell. Me, oh, this is like one of those kidnapper things where someone else has your phone, isn't it? There's no way this is the Liam Sullivan I know. Blink twice for help. Liam, attachment, 1 image, me sorry. Can't say I'm too familiar with your middle finger. Liam, might as well learn to be. I'm going to connect with you like that soon. 2 at first. We'll work up to 3. I know I'm more experienced than the person you were with before, so it'll take some getting used to. I let out a squeak and dropped my phone. Maven looks over at me, concerned. Are you okay? She asks. Fine, I almost yell. Work thing at work. Maybe it's food poisoning, I'm not sure. I'm going to use the bathroom. I launch up to my feet and almost sprint down the hall. Locking the door behind me and leaning against the wall, I read his message again. I'm going to connect with you like that soon. It's the next step in our lessons, and I've been anticipating it since he helped me feel something new using only his touch. What the hell is it going to be like when he actually pushes inside me? Me, are you messaging me like this around your teammates? Liam, no. I'm in the elevator heading to my car with my kidnapper. A laugh races out of me. Me, tell your kidnapper to look the other way. I don't want him reading this next part. Liam, he's staring at the ceiling and not paying attention. Seems like a nice guy. Me, do you really think I can handle 3 of your fingers? Liam, you can handle everything I give you, Piper. I fan my face. My skin is an inferno and I think I'm burning alive. Me, and when is this happening? Liam eager, me no, just want to check the calendar and make sure I'm free. Liam busy next few weeks. Charity gala, Christmas. How about before our road trip to Vegas? Me, you're making me wait until the end of December. You're cruel. Liam patience, virtue, etc. Me hate you, etc. Liam no, you don't. No, I decide, holding my phone to my chest, a giddy smile on my face and my heart thumping under my hand. I don't. 21 Liam, I've always hated the holiday charity gala the stars put on. Every year, 2.5 weeks before Christmas, I'm stuck standing at the bar in a fancy hotel, miserable as I sip a seltzer with lime because I have a game the next day. There are too many people, too many handshakes and conversations about what I could have done better in the last game, as if Joe Robertson, the season ticket holder with the beer belly who has never stepped foot on the ice, is someone I should take advice from. It's also loud as hell in here. Hey. Hudson nudges my side and I blink at him. Are you ready for the auction? No, same. I really hate this part of the night. So do I grumble under my breath. Can't I write a check instead? I don't need soccer moms fighting over me. At least they revamped it. Remember when the prize was an outing at a place of the highest bidder's choosing? Now it's a night in the arena with all the players, a nice dinner, and no opportunity for any extracurricular activities. Still can't believe that guy pinned Riley to the wall, licked his ear, asked if he could pee on him, then took his dick out before Riley could answer. I'm not one to kink shame, but that kind of thing is vile without consent. Almost as bad as the fan clubs at away games. Hudson laughs. Did you bring anyone tonight? You know the answer to that. Right, single Sullivan, just the way you like it. Did you? Yeah, her name is Alyssa. I started seeing her a couple months ago and things are going well. I like her a lot, man. Hudson is different from any other athlete I've met. He's rarely aggressive on the ice, and that tender-heartedness you see when you interact with him is genuine. He's a nice guy. A total empath. He loves things deeply. His dogs, his friends, his family back home in Georgia. He's also a hopeless romantic. Has been from the day he first introduced himself to me. He believes in fairy tales and happily ever afters, love at first sight and all that other stuff. A serious relationshipist. He's someone who dates with the purpose of having a future with a woman and has never had a one-night stand. I think he'd pass out if someone slept with him and snuck out without contacting him again. Happy for you, Hud. Thanks. He points through the crowd. There she is. I look in the general direction of where he's gesturing. Before I can figure out if he's talking about the brunette or the red-headed woman, a flash of blonde catches my eye. I turn my head half a degree to the right and there, directly across the ballroom, is Piper, looking right at me. It's the first time I'm seeing her tonight and it's a punch to the gut. Her silver dress hugs her curves and her hair flows down her back like ribbons of sunshine. When she reaches to set her glass down on a server's tray, my heart nearly skips a beat. The back of the dress is even better than the front, complete with a low dip in the material that shows off her shoulders. She's beautiful. Show stopping and I'm practically gawking. My throat goes dry. When she smiles at me, big and bright and devastatingly, I shove my straw in my mouth and take a long sip of my drink, wishing it were something stronger. I'm not looking at her like she's my friend. I'm not looking at her as a man who has his priorities sorted out and isn't interested in anything serious. I'm looking at her like my heart is about to flatline. Like I'm close to meeting my end. And this is the first time in my life I've ever regretted being a professional athlete. If I was a doctor or a teacher or anything besides a star goalie paid millions of dollars to be damn good at my job, I'd take her out on a date. I'd woo her and show her how a man should treat her inside and outside a bedroom. But I'm not. So I lift my hand in a pathetic wave instead. Her eyes bounce to the empty spot to my left and I nod, inviting her over. Hey. Hudson nudges my side. I blink and snap out of my trance. You okay? Great, I grunt. I'm great. I'm going to steal my date back. I'll catch up with you later. Yup, sounds good. I have no clue what I'm agreeing to. I'm too distracted by the sway of Piper's hips, the plunging neckline of her dress and the necklace resting between her collarbones, heels that give her added height and the bright red lipstick painted on her mouth. I want to smear it with my thumb. I want it on my mouth, a souvenir from connecting with her deeply. My fingers grip my glass so tightly, I don't know how it doesn't shatter. The whole outfit is stunning. Goddamn indecent, honestly, and knowing what's underneath those thin straps and silky material is a hazard to my health. Every man in the room watches her as she moves toward me like some sort of goddess. Even my teammates do a double take. I want to break Grant's neck for how long he stares at her, but I'm no better. "Hey," she says when she gets close, and I wish she had stayed away. I wish I hadn't spotted her, because now that I have, I smell her perfume. I see the dark blue makeup on her eyelids. I feel the heat radiating from her, and I don't know why I want to curl up beside her in my bed and keep her there. My crush on her has only gotten worse now that I know what she sounds like when she reaches her peak. The sound she lets out when I touch her and the way her toes curl when I pinch her nipples nice and hard. Piper Mitchell is under my skin, and the next time I touch her, I won't be so nice. "Pipsqueak," I say, clawing for any sort of normalcy. "How's your night? How do you think it is?" She tilts her head to the side and assesses me. "Miserable by the looks of it. Could you just—" Her fingers touch the edge of my mouth, lifting it up in a fake smile, and she grins. "There we go, much better. Don't make me look too approachable. I can't stand another 30-minute lecture from a guy who played in a beer league 20 years ago and thinks he's qualified to give out unsolicited advice about my technique. Come on, Liam. Surely you know his years playing Sunday rec games far outweigh your experience in the NHL. You should definitely listen to him." I snort. I'd rather listen to the pointers Grant tries to give me. At least he knows the rules about high sticking. I almost feel bad for the person who bids on Grant at the auction and wins. They're going to have to deal with his restless energy for hours. Don't remind me about the auction. Oh, number, have you had a bad experience? I think the whole idea is ridiculous, to be honest. If we were doing this with women, people would be outraged. But with hot guys who play hockey, it's okay. Talk about a double standard. Wow, my lips twitch. You think I'm hot? How is that the only thing you heard out of that whole speech? She puts her hands on her hips, and I wonder if she's comfortable. There's no way she could be with how tight her dress is on her skin. Are you even listening to me? Course I am. You're talking about hockey, right? You're not funny. Then why are you smiling? Piper huffs and leans against the bar next to me. I'm not smiling. Kind of looks like you are. Seems like my pink blazer did more damage to your eyes than I thought. Why don't the guys bid on each other? Seems like the logical way to make sure no one ends up with a creep. Management doesn't allow it. Someone else has to make the bid. A season ticket holder, a kid with their parents' credit card. Figured next year I could come down with the stomach bug and avoid the whole thing altogether. That's a good plan to have. Her laugh is light and she waves at someone across the ballroom. I should mingle. I'll see you after the auction. If I don't poke out my eyeballs first. Good. She heads to a group of people hanging out near the bar on the left side of the ballroom. Hang in there, Liam. I do my best to not watch her as she walks away, and I fail miserably. My hands are sweaty. The lights are so bright, and I wish I'd ditched my jacket before climbing up on stage. Next up is Liam Sullivan, the MC announces. My name echoes out to the crowd, and everyone cheers. I give them a grimace and a wave. It's far from the flashy charisma my teammates showed up here, but I'm doing my best. They're lucky I didn't bolt when Emmy forked over $40,000 to win the bid on Ethan to piss off Maverick. The opening bid is going to start at $5,000. $5,000, a man in the audience calls out, and I play with my cufflinks. $6,000. Six, another deep voice says. $7,000. 7, someone chimes in, and I shade my eyes with my hand, trying to spot the woman who entered the bid. I find her in the front row with a group of girls. When she holds up her champagne glass, I can't control the way my lips twist in an unfriendly way. 7, the MC repeats. It's time to make this interesting. $10,000. 10, the first man says. 11, the woman adds, and I wipe my hands on my slacks. 12, a new voice adds. It's one I recognize, and I whip my head to the right, surprised to see Piper holding a paddle, her arms crossed over her chest. A slow grin forms on my mouth. There's determination in her gaze, razor sharpness to her posture, and a steel tint in her tone I've never heard from her before. You have to be assertive to work in her industry. Piper's shown her scrappiness when she's trying to wrangle someone into the media room. The change in her voice when she's talking to a man who considers themselves superior to her just because she's a woman. I've never seen her like this, though, ruthless, like she's waiting to attack, and I like it. 13, the first woman says, flipping her hair over her shoulder like this is a walk in the park. Piper scowls. 20,000. The audience whoops and hollers, getting into it. The two women go back and forth, and it's like I'm watching a tennis match. When the bid reaches 35,000, I have no clue who's going to give up first. 36. The MC asks the woman in the front row. She consults her friends, having a hushed conversation before shaking her head. Sold to the feisty blonde on stage left, the MC announces, and relief floods through me. I practically run off the stage, eager to get out of the spotlight. I push through the hordes of people and ignore some of the guys trying to get my attention. When I finally reach Piper, I'm almost out of breath. What the hell was that? I ask. I overheard that woman talking to her friends in the bathroom, and I didn't like what she said about you. Piper swirls her drink and scowls. I'm all for women supporting women, but not when they're being bitches and describing how they'd use you for the night. Sticking up for me, Mitchell. Yeah, I am. She lifts her head defiantly. You're my friend, and I'm not going to let people have their way with you. I wouldn't have given her any attention if she won. Why not? I don't think my fake girlfriend would have liked that very much, and it doesn't feel right to smile at someone else when I'm too busy thinking about what you sound like when you reach your peak. Piper's inhale is sharp. You know exactly what I sound like then. Trust me, Piper, I listen to it on repeat. Yeah, well, I think about you on repeat. Screw waiting until the end of the month. Come home with me tonight. I owe you a lesson. Are you sure? You have a game tomorrow. The tension between us magnifies when she takes a step toward me. To anyone passing, we're two people in deep conversation, but we both know the last thing we're going to do when we leave is talk. I don't want to mess up your routine. Turns out, I've been playing some pretty fantastic hockey since I kissed you the first time. I guess we shouldn't mess with fate then, should we? Shucks, looks like I'll have to go home with you and connect on your couch again. A laugh whooshes out of me. Sorry for your trouble, you ready to head out? I was ready the minute you sent me that text message a damn week ago. Are you ready to head out? I'd hate for you to miss all the excitement here. I level her with a look. I've wanted to pull you close since I saw you tonight. The only excitement I want is your presence. Let's go. I head for the exit, then stop to look over my shoulder. Do you have $35,000? No. Piper grins and saunters toward me. She's a vision of pure confidence and a test of my patience. But you do. Using my money, Mitchell. Protecting you, Sullivan. There's a difference, and look, now you get to see me without the dress. I'd say it paid off in the end. I match her grin. Protect me all you want, Pipsqueak. I like it when you defend my honor, but I'm going to like it even more when you say my name when you reach your peak. 22 Liam Puck Kings Maverick Goalie Daddy. Where did you go? G-Money Liam. Come back. Easy E. We're going to do karaoke. Lol Hudson, stay where you are. It's not safe here. Easy E. Everyone loves karaoke. Riley, look who is a spelling bee champ. Easy E. Guck you G-Money Liam is probably missing us as much as I miss him. You have left the chat. Easy E has added you to the chat. Easy E. You can run, but you CNTHDA. MTHRFKR Hudson for effort Richardson. What kind of music do you like? Piper rests her head against the seat and turns her chin to look at me on the drive to my place. Heavy metal, gongs, monks chanting. Gongs, that's not a thing, is it? I don't know, she shrugs. It could be. Gongs are not on the list, believe it or not. I don't listen to a ton of music. When I'm heading to the arena, I like to blast classical music. It mellows me out. Any other time, I'll listen to anything except country. I hate country. You looked like you were having a blast at the Western bar. I saw you smiling. Now you're imagining things. That was hell on earth. Rude of you to insult Dolly Parton like that, but okay. I drum my fingers on the steering wheel. The roads are quiet for a Friday night, and I know we don't have long until we get to my place. How much have you had to drink? I ask. Enough where I had the balls to bid on you for over $30,000 knowing you were going to be the one to pay for it. She laughs and closes her eyes. Not enough to not know where I am. I'm mildly buzzed at most. Why? We're going to go a step further tonight, and I want to make sure you still want to do this. I'm a big girl, Liam. I'm of sound mind and can make my own decisions, and I want you. I turn into my parking garage and shift my Range Rover to park. I glance over at her and rest my hand on her knee, squeezing once. Ready? I ask, giving her one more chance to back out. We both know the second we walk into my apartment I'm going to have my way with her. Ready, she says. I climb out of the car and hustle to her side, opening the door. Holding out my hand, she swings her legs to the side and jumps to the ground. So chivalrous. Probably the last chivalrous thing I'm going to do for you tonight. That's not true. Some would argue your quest for my happiness is as chivalrous as it gets. Piper grins at me and I snort. What did you mean by a step further? You used your fingers last time, but tonight I'm going to touch you more intimately. I'm going to touch you everywhere I haven't touched, and you're going to pleasure me. She nearly stumbles when we get into the elevator. I forget how blunt you are sometimes. Okay, yes, I want all of those things. Will you help me through them, though, and make sure I understand you're going to have to guide me? That's why I'm your coach, Piper, so we can do it together. When we reach the top floor, we walk down the hall and stop in front of my door. Nice wreath. She points at decoration I put up earlier this week. The evergreen branches are adorned with LED lights and candy canes, and you can see it from a mile away. I figured you might be more of a Grinch type, but I'm glad I was wrong. The owner's granddaughter was selling them for a school fundraiser, and I couldn't say no. Kind of looks like Christmas threw up on it, doesn't it? That's putting it mildly. I like it. You do have a heart after all. I'm full of surprises. I tap my key fob against the door and push it open. As she slips past me into my apartment, I take a final breath for my sanity before closing the door and locking it behind us. Piper walks backwards. Her heels click across the floor and her eyes stay on me. She takes off her coat and throws it to the side, not bothering to care where it ends up. The strap of her dress falls down her left shoulder, and she doesn't put it back in place. You're awfully far away, she says, voice rough around the edges but soft in the middle, like she's afraid I'm going to leave when the only place I want to be is here with her. I move toward her, not needing to be told twice. I lift her off the ground in a swift motion and press her against the wall. Her breath stutters and she grips my hair, giving the ends a hard little tug that has me daydreaming about what that hand is going to feel like wrapped around me, moving nice and slow until I come in her palm. All night I've been wondering if you're comfortable. I hike her dress up her leg until the silver fabric pools at her waist. I run my hand from her calf up over her knee, not stopping until I reach the curve of her thigh an inch higher. Christ, you aren't, are you? Underwear would ruin the whole outfit. Her head tips back, hair spilling over her shoulders. The other strap of her dress falls down, hooking around her elbow and showing off her shoulders, the flush on her skin and how hard she's breathing. I've barely touched her and she's already worked up. Are we going to do this here? No. I peel her off the wall and she wraps her legs around my middle. My bed. Want to spread you out so I can see every inch of you. She cups my cheek and strokes the beard I haven't bothered to shave. It's pathetic how I melt into her, like I've been starved for human contact. Years without being touched has me close to begging, shaking when her nose bumps against mine before she kisses me, soft and slow. The way she brushes her tongue over my mouth is teasing. The way she moans when I yank her dress all the way down and take her breast in my hand is dizzying. I lose my footing when she gets more assertive, teeth biting at my lip, hands scratching at my back, and nearly trip on the rug in the hallway before righting myself at the last possible second. Her laugh is wicked, and it fuels some savage part of me to treat her in a way no one else has. To make sure she's blissed out and thoroughly wrecked, all because of me. I shove the door to my bedroom open, walk to the bed, drop her on the mattress, and bend forward to click on a lamp. Piper looks up at me, and with the moon shining in through the window, it looks like there are stars in her eyes that match the ones outside. Bright flecks of silver and gray cloud her vision, and she reaches for me wordlessly. I untie my shoes and shuck off my tuxedo jacket, kicking them out of the way. My fingers work to undo the knot of my tie, and there's a moment where I consider asking her to let me tie her hands up. To tease her until she's on the cusp of screaming my name, and only then would I let her peek. Piper watches me raptly, her gaze moving from my feet to my throat to my hands as I ball the tie up and toss it with the rest of the growing pile. Her attention lingers on my chest when I unbutton my shirt, and when I pull it off, she hums her approval. "Sit on the edge of the bed," I murmur, and she's quick to comply, quick to scoot, quick to rest her feet on the rug and wait for the next instructions. Such a good listener. A smile works its way onto her mouth. She rolls her lips together and lifts her chin in my direction. "Are you wearing underwear? Someone told me I was impressive recently." I unfastened my slacks and worked the zipper down. Felt like it was a crime to go without at such a classy event. Her laughter bounces off the corners of the room, dissolves the last remaining sliver of hesitation hanging between us, and sparks a fire up my spine. I want to make her peak. I want to make her peak more than I've wanted to do anything else in my life. But I also want to make her laugh again. It's been so long since I've heard a sound like that, sweet, calm, pure joy, and I want a slice of her happiness. Forget jingle bells, how about jingle balls? Her grin splits her cheeks, proud of her joke. "So, what's the verdict?" I step out of my pants and nudge them away with my toes, leaving me in a pair of black briefs. Her eyes flash in recognition when she realizes how hard I am. "Underwear, sorry to disappoint." "Wow." She licks her lips, and I want that tongue on me, swirling over my head and licking me from the base to the tip. Feels like I'm overdressed. Do you want me to ditch your clothes and lie on the bed? I reach for the drawer of my bedside table and yank it open, searching for a marker. "Get comfortable." She stands and takes off her dress. When the material gathers at her waist, she shimmies it down her thighs until it pools at her feet, leaving her uncovered. Thank God I've made her keep her clothes on up to this point. I'm not sure I would have been able to get through the first times we were together if she showed off her whole body. She's too mesmerizing, from her full breasts to her belly button. Smooth skin everywhere and hips I can't wait to grab when I connect with her from behind. I'm self-conscious. Her hands cover her chest and her stomach. I guess I'm self-conscious about everything these days. I know I shouldn't hide from a guy, but I've never loved how I look without my clothes on, probably because no one else ever has. I think my breasts could be bigger, my stomach could be smaller, and my thighs touch. "Hey." I hook my fingers around her chin and tilt her head back so she's looking at me. "I have a mini lesson for you. Want to hear it?" Her throat bobs around a swallow and she nods. "Yeah. If you take your clothes off in front of a man and he doesn't drop to his knees to worship you, get the hell out of there. I don't care if you're uncovered. Run. And risk public indecency," she whispers, and I laugh. This must be a very serious mini lesson. Might be the most important one I teach you. His jaw better be on the floor when he sees you uncovered. If not, he's not worth it. You're too damn nice to waste your time with more pieces of shit, I say, meaning every syllable, every word and every letter. She sits on the edge of the bed and wiggles back until she can stretch out, until she can bend her knees and spread her legs, giving me a direct view of her. She's wet and pink and so pretty. Is your jaw on the floor? It is, and it feels like my heart might be too. Somewhere down by my feet, and I'm never going to be able to pick it up. I don't know my name right now. I manage to get out. I climb on the bed and sit next to her, kissing her forehead. I'm losing my mind. Is that why you're holding a marker? No, I'm going to figure out the spots where you love to be touched the most. Going to mark them so I don't forget. So you don't forget if you want to touch yourself when I'm not around. I draw a circle around her left breast, pinching her nipple as I go. I'm going to learn everything you like, Piper. And once I do, I'm going to connect with you better than he ever did. 23 Piper time of death. 10:37 p.m. cause of death. Liam telling me I'm going to connect with you better than he ever did. It makes me feel so wanted, so desirable. I could explode from the heat of his words. His touch is torture, teasing me as he moves the marker to the other side of my chest. He draws a circle around my right breast and my back arches off the bed. Liam's chuckle is sexy, a wicked noise that tells me he's just getting started. And when he closes his mouth around my nipple, I turn into a writhing mess. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. He takes my nipple between his teeth, and I swear my vision goes blurry, fades to black when he sucks the pointed peak. And to think you've been hiding all of this under your outfits at work. Fantastic breasts, pretty face. I can't wait to memorize every fucking inch of you. I hold the sheets with a death-like grip, needing to stabilize myself. It's already too much, but somehow not enough. I like that, I whisper, doing my best to be more vocal about the things I enjoy so a man will do them again, so I can get comfortable asking for it because it's what makes me feel good. When you put your mouth on me. Yeah, Liam mimics the sensation on my other breast. He bites and sucks harder, drawing a whine out of me. Can you go lower, down to my stomach? Asking for what she wants. His mouth moves over the underside of my breast, across my rib cage and down my body. That's an applause from me. Even lower. My fingers thread in his hair and I give his head a gentle shove, a prompting to tell him exactly where I want him to touch me next. Please. He kisses my belly button and sucks on the skin above my hip bone. I'm so proud of you, Piper. I'm so proud of me too. My knees open and Liam drags the marker down my left leg. He makes a mark on my inner thigh and moves away, his weight settling between my legs as he lies on his stomach. I want to peek, Liam, and I want you to be the one to do it. Baby, I'm going to be the only one to do it. He tosses the marker away and strokes up my calf over my knee until he's using both thumbs to spread me open, to explore me meticulously until I burst. Make sure you say my name nice and loud when you peek. This is my first time being so exposed to someone. I feel vulnerable as he looks at me up close, the most intimate parts of myself on display without a care in the world, and I quickly learn I love it. My self-consciousness melts away when Liam mumbles perfect and amazing. Bliss sparks behind my eyes when his right thumb moves to my clit and rubs in a slow and methodical circle. My toes scrunch and my breath catches in my throat. His left hand grips the inside of my thigh before moving up to my stomach and pushing down. God, I breathe out. No God here, Piper, just me, and I'm not going to save you, I'm going to wreck you. I lift my hips, shamelessly asking for more, wanting to be wrecked. Keep doing that a little harder. Like that, he asks, adding more pressure. Perfect, that's perfect. Do you want to peek like this first, or do you want me to touch you inside until you peek on my hand? Both, I sputter at the blunt question, at not knowing which option sounds best. Can I have both? Greedy little thing. Liam kisses my knee and increases the speed of his fingers as they circle me. He's not inside me, not yet, and I can't think of anything else except for how good he'll feel when he finally is. But you know I'll give you whatever you want. I do know that. If I asked him to stop, he would. If I asked to touch him instead, he'd let me. He might be the one with the size and the strength, but I'm the one with the power. Liam pinches my nipple with his free hand. At the same moment he gives my clit a light slap and I gasp, electricity running through my veins. The peak rips through me, delirious pleasure catapulting me to the sky. It's the most intense one I've ever had, a full-body experience that has my eyes pricking with tears and my legs shaking. It takes me a minute to come down. The ecstasy subsides as his fingers still, as he leans forward, body over mine, and kisses me. I groan, aching for him, and he sucks on my bottom lip before pulling away. "Where are you going?" I ask. "You don't think I'm done, do you?" Liam lifts me gently off the sheets until I'm sitting up. He scoots behind me and leans against the pillows. When he's settled, he pulls me toward him, my back against his chest. "We're getting you comfortable for this next part. Is it going to hurt?" "It might hurt at first, but we'll go slow." "Okay." I swallow and relax into him. My muscles are heavy and he coaxes my legs open again with gentle hands. "I trust you." Liam wraps a hand around my chin, turning my neck so he can kiss me. As I sink into it, he drags a finger over my entrance. He pushes inside me, slow at first, and I squeeze my eyes shut. "Breathe for me, Piper," he says against my mouth. There you go. There are only a few seconds of pain before it gives way to something else, something aching and filling and new. It's so different from when I touched myself in front of him, and it hurts far less than I thought it would. It's exquisite. "Fuck," I whisper, the fullness almost overwhelming. "And this is just one finger." He brushes his nose against mine, and then there is more of a stretch, a sensation deeper inside me in a spot that's never been touched before. Not with intimacy, only him, just one. "Christ," I gasp. "And I asked you to connect with me. I'm going to die. I hope heaven is nice because my time on earth is almost up." Liam buries his laugh in my neck, kissing along my collarbone and up my throat. "I'm not connecting with you tonight, sweetheart. But when I do, you'll be ready. You're going to take all of me, and you're going to look so good doing it." I'm not sure about that, but that's future Piper's problem. Something to worry about later when the time comes, because right now, I want to enjoy this. The way he slides his finger out of me, then presses back in. How his other hand moves back to my clit, a rhythm of pushing and circling that makes my entire body warm. Makes awareness bloom low in my belly, knowing he's going to make me peak again. It makes me cry out. Makes me reach an arm behind me and wrap it around his neck, searching for his mouth so he can kiss me again. "You said 2 fingers, I pant. "Can we try?" "You sure? Please," I beg. "You'll tell me if you want to stop." "If it hurts." "I'm going to hurt you if you stop." He laughs again, pulls out of me and kisses my cheek. "I'm not going to stop, but only if you open your eyes and watch while I touch you." My eyes fly open and I turn my attention between my legs. His hand is big, fingers thick, and he grips the inside of my thigh. There are a few seconds of teasing, of him acting like he's going to do it before he does, and it's the most wonderful thing of my life. My arousal coats him. His pointer finger is wet, covered in me, and I wonder what it would look like on him. On his mouth and on his tongue, and God, do I want those things too. Liam presses against my entrance with 2 fingers. I moan as he gently works them both in, a steady slide until his first knuckles disappear, then his second. Soon I can't see them at all, and he kisses my ear. "You're so tight, Piper," clenching around me, he whispers. "God damn." Makes me feel like I'm the only one who's ever touched you like this. He is the only one who's ever touched me like this. My hand instinctively rests on my thigh and his wrist bumps against mine. I move my touch to my stomach, fingers drifting to my clit. I want to help him get me there. I want to be a part of it, and when I touch myself at the same time, he curls his fingers inside me. Relief like I've never experienced before starts at the base of my spine. "Liam. Liam." I'm going to peak. I say frantically, and he tucks a strand of hair behind my ear. So peek, he says nice and low. I can't wait to watch. I try to hold out, but I'm not able to hang on. My second peek ebbs toward me. It takes over, a wave crashing over, and I moan his name as I combust into 1,000 different pieces. Liam surprises me, maneuvering out from behind me so my back is against the pillows. I'm breathless and weightless as the mattress dips and his hands are back on my legs, but this time he's between them. What are you doing? I pant, disoriented. Haven't tasted you yet. His thumb presses down on my clit and my hips lift on their own. Need to taste you. His tongue licks a hot swipe over me, and I like this more than I like his fingers. My entire body is sensitive, alight with nerves and stimulation, but there's no way I can do a third. I'm not sure I don't care. Could taste you even if you don't peek. You're my new favorite flavor. I try to get there again, try to chase after it, but I come up empty-handed. I'm frustrated and disappointed, mad that this feels so good, yet I can't do anything about it. I'm sorry. I touch his cheek and he looks up at me, his lips wet and his eyes hooded. I'm not going to be able to. It's not you, it's he kisses my knee. There's nothing you need to apologize for. I don't want you to do the work, and nothing about that is work, Piper. I do it because I like to do it, not because I have to do it. If you want to take a break, we can take a break. I have your essence on my tongue. I'm set for the rest of the night. I want to do the same for you, but I'm not going to be very good. Let's move to where we have more room. Can you get on the floor for me? Yeah. I swallow and slide to the end of the bed. My legs are shaky when I stand, and I wobble to the middle of his room. Do you want me to sit? On your knees would be perfect. He follows behind me, and I drop to the ground. Have you given a hand job before? I don't think I'd call it a hand job. It was a few quick jerks and that was it. Liam's fingers hook in the waistband of his briefs and he slides them down his legs, stepping out. His erection bobs free and I lick my lips at the sight of him. We'll start there. I nod and inch forward. My knees rub against the rug as I get closer to him. I rest my hands on his thighs, studying him, then look up at him. What do I do? Spit in your hand, then wrap your fingers around me. I hesitate for half a second before I spit in my palm and slowly wrap my fingers around his length. There's precum leaking from his slit and I use my thumb to rub it over his head. Like this. Perfect, he rasps. That's perfect. Stroke up and down. You can hell, Piper. I'm slow at first, wanting to get used to the feel of him in my hand. How heavy and warm he is, and the vein that runs from his tip to his base. The saliva gives me friction, aiding me in my movements as I get comfortable with the mechanics behind it. When I find a rhythm, I add a twist of my hand like he did when I watched him, and he hisses. Too much, I ask, and his fingers grip the back of my head. Incredible, he says, and I beam at the praise. Squeeze a little harder. I grip him tighter. His hips buck forward and the muscles in his thighs tense. I glance up, marveling at his half-open mouth, the pinch of his eyebrows and the way he's stroking my hair. I kiss the side of his shaft, running my tongue up to his head. I want to taste you too, Liam. Christ, okay, put your mouth on it, but don't bite. It's like sucking a popsicle or a lollipop. Like you're slurping, kind of. Heck, that's the worst analogy I can give. Just. Anything will be perfect. I appreciate the visual description and I open my mouth, resting him on the tip of my tongue. He's salty with a hint of sweetness. I'm not sure I love the taste, but I love the feel of him. I take a deep breath and close my lips, hollowing out my cheeks like I have a popsicle in my mouth, not his large erection. I gag. Tears burn my eyes and he pulls out of me, taking a string of spit with him. Good, good, Piper. His thumb wipes away the tears from my cheeks. Let's try again. This time breathe through your nose, relax your jaw. I lean forward, taking him back in my mouth. I suck and lick, careful to not use my teeth. My tongue swirls over his head and his grip on the back of my head turns rough. Oh hell, he groans. Use a little more of your tongue and goddamn, you're doing so well. Try using your hand too. I wrap my hand around the base of his shaft. I surprise myself by taking him another inch deeper down my throat, turning my hand in a clockwise motion at the same time. Do guys like it this way? I pop him out of my mouth and lick all the way up. Does it feel good? I don't give a heck what other guys like. This is what I like, Piper, and it's my erection in your mouth, right? No one else is going to have you like this. Not until I've gotten my fill of you. Oh, I like this side of Liam. The side not afraid to be crass. To be possessive and rough and say exactly what's on his mind. I know he's been careful with me up to this point. I appreciate his willingness to teach me, to make sure I'm comfortable, but I'm also a woman with needs. Then don't be careful with me, I challenge. Take control like you want to, Liam. Show me how you like it, because I know it's not going this slow. My demand unlocks something in him. A part of him he's kept tucked away, and when I say it, I see the moment a switch flips. The second he hears me handing over control, and he jumps at the chance to act on it. Hold still. He twists my hair around his wrist. His eyes meet mine, and I give him a nod, letting him know I'm okay, that I want this, that I don't want to be treated like a nice girl, but a woman who can get a little messy. Don't stop until I peek in your mouth. I'm enthusiastic this time, licking and sucking him with vigor, letting the tears fall down my cheeks and my breath catch in my chest. I'm encouraged, motivated by his low groans and the snap of his hips. And when I get him the deepest yet, almost to the back of my throat, he holds my head there. Going to peak, he grumbles, and he does. His release is warm, and I wait until he lets out a loud moan, until his movements slow and his fingers let go of my hair. I pop him out of my mouth, making sure I get every drop. I swallow and look up at him, warmth settling in the spot behind my ribs when I find him already looking at me. How did I do? I ask softly. Was that okay? It was perfect, unbelievable. Liam touches my cheek. How the heck did you wind up in my bed? Technically, I'm on the floor, and I guess it was desperation, I tease. A pathetic attempt where I threw myself at you, remember? There's nothing pathetic about the way you're embracing your sexuality. Would you sleep with me again based on that performance? Without a doubt, he says. That was great for your first time, and hey, bonus points for not hurting me. Now I'm terrified to give you another blow job. I laugh and wipe my mouth with the back of my hand. Do you mind if I clean up? I'll head out after. Want to stay the night? He loops an arm around my waist and help me to my feet. It's late. Would I be invading your space? No. Are you sure? Yes. Why did you have a marker in your end table? Because I do the Sunday crossword puzzle in bed. And you use a marker. Are you a serial killer? Last I checked, I wasn't. Those answers are very enthusiastic. Do you want me to scream them? I wouldn't hate it. Liam laughs and tugs me toward the bathroom. When he looks at me over his shoulder, I feel a shift in the universe. Like something is changing, but I can't figure out what. And when he smiles at me, I feel it in my heart too. 24 Liam. I wake up to an empty bed. Judging by the moon shining through my window, it's still nighttime. I reach over to the side where Piper fell asleep a few hours ago. She was curled around me, her hand on my chest and a leg thrown over mine, snoring softly. And I just kind of stared at her, like a certified creep. Which, in hindsight, is super weird, and I'd rather die than tell her I know how many freckles she has across her nose. There are 23. Her hair was wet, and her face was makeup-free from our shower. She was warm, soft, really nice to have in my arms, and I don't know. I haven't had a woman in my bed in years. I haven't held anyone in years, and it was nice not to be alone for once. To not fall asleep thinking about my job or the games we have this week, or if I hit my protein goal for the day. I wanted to enjoy the simplicity of it all for a minute because I never get to enjoy stuff like this. The sheets are still warm, and I wonder if she snuck out because she was afraid of things being awkward. I don't blame her. Going from no interaction with men to giving him oral pleasure and sleeping over is a big jump. I sit up, glancing around the room and searching for a trace of her. My eyes snag on her dress in a ball on the floor, and it gives me hope she's still here. Kicking the sheets off, I stand and fumble with a pair of boxers from my dresser before I start down the hall, looking for her. "Piper," I call out. The kitchen is empty and so is the guest room. The living room is also deserted, but a flash of color outside the windows catches my attention. I look at the balcony door and it's half open. I walk over and that's when I see her. She's leaning over the railing, a blanket draped around her as she looks up at the night sky. Her hair is a wild, tangled mess, and the socks on her feet are 3 sizes too big. I push the door open and step outside. The December air bites at my skin, making me wish I threw on a sweatshirt before I left my room. "Hey," I say, "did I wake you?" She turns to look at me, her chin resting on her shoulder and a smile tugging on her mouth. "I thought I was quiet." "No, I woke up and saw you were gone, figured you might have run. From all the kicking you do in your sleep." "I don't kick." The bruise on my shin would say otherwise. I roll my eyes and her grin stretches wider. "Want to join me?" I move across the deck and lean my arms on the railing. "Are you wearing any clothes under that big blanket of yours?" "One of your shirts." Felt like it was more appropriate than my formal dress or going without anything. My building manager might be complained about the lack of clothing. I lift my chin in her direction. "Which shirt?" "I don't know. One from a stack that smelled fairly clean and not like the sweaty jersey I normally see you in." She opens the blanket, showing off what she picked. It's an old shirt from college that hangs down to her knees. It has my last name on the back, and I bet I'd really like seeing Sullivan stretched across her shoulders. It's comfy. That's one of the lucky ones. "Well, hopefully it helps you win tomorrow, or today, I guess. God, I'm messing up your sleep schedule, aren't I? Game isn't until 8, don't need to be at the arena until 4. I can take a nap in the morning." I yawn and tap on her wrist. "Move over, sunshine. I'm absolutely freezing." "Sunshine." She holds open the blanket and I slide in beside her. Our sides press together and it's like an inferno in here. I get another nickname. Figured it fit. "You're bright, warm, you make people happy." "When skies are gray, do I make you happy, Liam?" "Yeah, you do, and not many people make me happy." Feels like I should make that a plaque or something. "I make Liam Sullivan happy." And under it, I'll add I also shared an incredible moment with him. Maybe that's the key to happiness. A laugh rushes out of me. I can't help it. Not when she grins up at me with mischievous eyes. Not when I can literally see her gaining confidence every time we're together. I have the time of my life when I'm on the ice. Being in the middle of an intense hockey game is thrilling with adrenaline and high stakes and non-stop action. This is a different kind of thrill. The kind I could get addicted to if I'm not careful. And for once in my life, careful is the last thing I want to be. Someone's got jokes. 2 incredible moments, sorry. 3, forgot about the one in the shower later, and you're a stand-up comedian, Mitchell. Made you laugh, didn't I? I swallowed a bug. That was me choking, kind of like you did earlier. Her laugh echoes mine and she nudges my ribs with her elbow. "Tit for tat, huh? Tit for something, and you have nice ones." That was so cheesy. "Want to sit?" I was really enjoying looking at the stars before someone came out here and interrupted me. That lounger you have in the corner is calling my name. I come out here sometimes, not when it's 38 degrees and I'm freezing my butt off. I lead her to the cushioned chair and sit down first. I spread my legs so she can fit between them and she leans back, resting against me. Taking the blanket from her, I drape it around us haphazardly, creating a cocoon. I like to look at the night sky, helps quiet my mind. How do you think the season is going so far? Is this on the record or off? Piper pinches my knee. The only time I'm in interview mode is at the arena. This is me being curious. I think there's a real chance we go far in the playoffs. We're good enough to win the whole damn thing, just need to stay focused the next few months. I think so too. Boston is going to be tough to get through, but I think you all can do it. Do you have any pregame rituals? I only see you in the tunnel. What happens behind closed locker room doors? I eat a candy bar and listen to classical music before every game. A candy bar, what kind? Something with chocolate, but I'm not picky. Wow, I'm not going to lie, I'm surprised by that. I thought you'd eat oranges or something. I'll eat those too, they aren't part of tradition though. She pauses for a beat. Thanks for the cuddling lesson, by the way. Now I know where I'm supposed to put my hands when a man has his arms around me. You didn't have to ask for this one. No, I didn't. Should we do some more get-to-know-yous? How else do you kill time in the middle of the night? Give me your questions. I know there's something churning in that head of yours. Why do you rarely post on social media? Ah, you've been stalking me. Don't flatter yourself. I don't care about social media, and I don't think fans should have access to my life outside the arena. They get me for 82 games a season, and that's plenty. If a fan wants to take a photo with me when I'm out in public, I will. But to think I owe you constant updates about my day-to-day activities because you cheer for my team is absolutely bizarre. You're so right. I stopped posting as frequently on social media after my divorce because I didn't want people to know what I was up to and judge me for it. I know Steven keeps tabs on me, and it's like he's waiting for me to do something wrong so he can latch onto it and make it a big deal. Why the hell did you ever marry that guy? He wasn't always like that. He used to be much kinder, but money changed him. When he was at work, he had to act like a jerk to get ahead, and that persona bled into his personal life. As time went on, I realized we weren't compatible anymore. I would have ended it if he hadn't cheated on me, and some days I'm mad I didn't attack first. Prick. I mumble under my breath, and she hums in agreement. What do you want to do after you retire? Coach, maybe. I'm not sure I'd be any good at it. My teaching style is probably yelling at people when they're doing something wrong, but I'd like to have a hand in the next generation of players. I could see that. You probably blow a whistle very aggressively. Is there another way to blow it? I pause and wonder what I should ask her. What's your biggest fear? Wow. Her laughter dies in her throat and she tips her head back until our eyes meet. Heavy-hitting stuff there, Sullivan. I shrug. Way more interesting than what kind of potato you like best. I've never thought about it. I guess I'd say tater tots with curly fries as a very close second. As for my biggest fear, she trails off and blows out an exhale. I see her breath in the cold air and I hug her closer to me. Being alone, all I want is to be loved. Romantically, I mean. I have friends who love me, parents who love me, colleagues who love me. But I want that consuming obsession that comes with someone else being your lifeline. The kind of love where, if they died, you'd be heartbroken, bedridden for weeks because you're not sure how you'd go on. It's funny that I thought I had it before. I wasn't anywhere close. Would you get married again? I ask, and she nods. I don't want the whole production like I had last time. God, it was atrocious. The ceremony was in a church in the middle of summer when it was 96 degrees outside without any air conditioning. There were 300 guests and I knew about 30 of them. I hated it. But yeah, I'd get married again if I met the right guy. I don't think you're going to end up alone. It could happen. I've never been someone's favorite person. I've never been someone's top priority. I was married to a man for years and always came in second place. Maybe that's what I'm destined for, being almost perfect but never quite good enough, she says softly. You're my favorite person. You don't have favorites. In fact, you dislike almost everyone. I tolerate some, remember. I have a favorite now and no one else comes absolutely close. Really? You win by a mile. Well, she dips her chin and shivers under the blanket. You're one of my favorites too. Guess I need to step my game up. You're doing just, she screams, cutting herself off. What the hell is that? I look to where she's pointing and snort when I see Pico stalking our way. That's Pico. He looks like a goddamn lion in the dark. He'll be very glad to know you think so highly of him. Pico jumps onto the chair and stares at us. TD de comer. No pude seguir teniendo hambre. He flicks his tail and I roll my eyes. Está bien, una porción más guaya, tus ojos suplicantes no siempre van funcionar. Whoa, Piper whispers, that was really hot. What, the Spanish? Yeah, what did you say to him? I told him he's already eaten today, but I'm going to give him a little more food. Then I said his begging eyes are getting old. Look at him. He acts like he's being starved. Jerk. Pico turns his nose up at us and slinks back to the balcony door and the warm apartment. What a cute guy. Great, I don't need you two teaming up against me. I'm going to bring him a basket of treats next time I come over. He's going to love me. She yawns and closes her eyes. I think I might go back to bed. It's cold and I'm getting tired. Guess talking to you bores me to sleep. Finally, I can't feel my left butt cheek. I slip out from behind her and stand. When I'm on 2 feet, I bend down and pick her up, carrying her in my arms. Might spend all my time on the ice, but it doesn't mean I enjoy being cold. I can walk, you know. Piper buries her face in my chest and yawns again. I got out here on my own. Yeah, but I wasn't around. I am now, and this is how you're getting back inside. Bossy. Hey, you're going to let me spill my guts without telling me what your biggest fear is. Doesn't seem fair to me. I don't like heights, I say, stepping inside to the warm living room. You looked over the edge of the balcony. Because I'm familiar with the space. We've been out on Maverick and Emmy's patio. I don't look down, just out. Ah, I see, tricking your mind into thinking it's not up high. She taps the side of my head and smiles. Smart Sully. I like her using a nickname with me. It might be the same one half the guys use, but still. It makes me think she's comfortable enough around me to call me something stupid. And that feels important. I drop her on my bed and take the spot next to her. Piper flips onto her side and tugs on my arm, asking me to hold her. I kiss the top of her head and rest my chin in the crook of her neck, terrified to tell her my biggest fear isn't heights. It's how much fun I'm having. How relaxed I feel when she's around, and how the more time I spend with her, the more I don't want this thing between us to end. 25 Liam. Alana, still waiting on your date's name. Me, so you can stalk her. Alana, am I a bad person for wanting to make sure my big brother is being treated right? What if she breaks your heart? Me, you don't need to worry about that. Going through a tunnel and losing service. Alana, I'm watching your pregame coverage on TV right now. Jerk. Piper, I was wondering me about. Piper, I know hotel room hangouts aren't part of our lessons, and I respect the space you want on the road. But do you want to hang out tonight? As friends, not a date. I really don't want to be sucked into the New Year's Eve chaos of the Vegas Strip and figured we could get a burger after the game. Me, I'm down for burgers. Piper, hooray. Maybe I can convince you to get another milkshake. Me, you were quick to tell me it's not a date, pipsqueak. Piper, I don't want you to think I'm using you outside our private time parameters or anything. Behind closed doors, remember. Me, I didn't get that impression. Piper, okay, good. Me going to take a nap. We'll talk after the game. Piper, you're going to play great, Sully. See you out there. The crowd in Vegas is relentless. They always are, but with the added buzz of the holiday and pre-gaming that's probably lasted all day, they're even more fired up. They've been screaming nonstop the whole night. Pounding on the glass and trying to break my focus with heckling and booze. Unfortunately for them, I'm playing my butt off and don't hear anything. I've stopped every shot through 2.5 periods, and I'm on track to break the NHL record for most saves in a game. You're on fire tonight, Maverick says during a media timeout. Think you can break it? Already told you I don't care about the record. I squeeze my water bottle and wipe the sweat from my forehead. My heart rate has never been this high, and if it weren't for the adrenaline pounding in my ears, I'd be worried. Just want the win. And a hot shower, and Piper in my bed. She's come over a few times since the charity gala. Sometimes it's only for a few minutes while she's out running errands, and it's just enough time for me to press her against the wall and share an intense moment. Occasionally she'll stop by for longer, her knees red from kneeling and greeting me enthusiastically, not stopping until I finish and she looks up at me with a wide smile. She slept over earlier this week. It was accidental. We fell asleep during a movie, and I woke her up in the middle of the night to move her to my bed. I wasn't going to be a jerk and kick her out. He's 12 away, Riley says, snapping my daydreams in half as he glances at the statistics notebook open on the bench. Coach is an old-school guy preferring to keep track of stats by hand instead of digitally. 13 will make history. Cut it out, Coach says. Let him do his job and you all do yours. We're up by 1, but we know how quickly these games can change. Someone can get hot and that's all it takes. I need you to lock in. Focus on your man. Richardson, you were late on the last face-off. You gotta move the stick quicker. React. Don't anticipate. Yes, sir, Ethan says, showing Coach the respect he deserves. Hayes, number 38 almost slipped past you with a breakaway. Watch your left side. Hudson nods, and I know the wheels are turning in his head. Miller, Coach continues. Where the hell is your aggression tonight? It's like your mind is somewhere else, and that's not you. Sorry, Coach. Maverick dries his face off with a towel. I'm distracted. You better have a good reason. That wrist shot on our last possession was weak. Agreed. Emmy is in the crowd tonight, and I always play a little sloppy when she's around. Can't stop looking at her. He gives us all a sheepish grin. We also decided to say forget it and elope tonight, and I really don't want to have a bloody nose for the pictures. She'd kill me. Shut the heck up. Grant jumps to his feet. Are you serious? Yeah. Maverick reaches into his skate and pulls out a small bag with 2 rings inside. Been carrying these around all game. Wanted to keep her next to me before I put this on her finger later. The guys all go wild. Someone squirts a water bottle in Maverick's face and another jumps on his back. The timeout goes from playmaking to celebrating real quick, but not one of my teammates seems to care. Christ. Coach rolls his eyes, but he grins and pulls Maverick into a hug. You're a sneaky jerk. I'm here for the next 10 minutes, Coach. I promise. Let's get the win so I can marry my girl. I yank off my glove so I can shake his hand. Congratulations, man. Thanks, dude, you're coming, by the way. I don't want to hear any nonsense about being tired or wanting to spend the rest of the night in your room. You're my friend and I want you there. I wouldn't miss it, I say, and I won't even complain. Heck right you won't. Maverick grins and kisses my cheek. Now go get that freaking record. The Lightning's offense has been more aggressive coming out of the timeout. Like they know it's sink or swim and they're struggling to stay alive. They start firing off shots like madmen, each one a little sloppier than the last. Fatigue is setting in for all of us. I see it in our boys too, and I know if I can hang on a little longer, if I can stay focused for a few more minutes, I have this one in the bag. I take advantage of the stoppage in play to grab a drink of water. I stretch my back and see Piper behind me. She's right against the glass in her usual spot, a notebook in her hand and scribbling furiously. After a few seconds of staring, she looks up and spots me. She waves and gives me a thumbs up. I nod her way, not wanting to fall too far down the rabbit hole that can happen when I look at her for too long, especially when she's in her element. Piper comes alive at the rink, all fierce determination and excitement about the game. I can tell she genuinely loves her job, exuding a confidence she's still trying to find in other parts of her life when she has a microphone in her hand. The whistle blows, and I'm pulled back to reality. I shove the thoughts of her from my mind. I forget the smell of her perfume and the bite of her nails digging into my skin and focus on the job ahead of me. Now that this record is close, I'm only 4 goals away. I really want it. I've clawed my way to being one of the best goalies in the league after getting drafted in the 6th round 8 years ago. I've worked hard, stayed in my lane, and never been boastful about my achievements as a player. But being able to say I'm the one in the history books would be cool. The next 5 minutes pass in a blur. My muscles ache. Sweat stings my eyes, but I don't dare move my attention away from the puck for a single second. I stop a backhand shot. A slap shot that almost sneaks under my left knee. A gnarly wrist shot that has me squeezing my legs together in a butterfly position, and my whole body tumbling forward, snatching the puck out of the crease before any of the Lightning players can go in for a second chance at a goal. The announcer tells the crowd there's 1 minute left, and I start to mumble the alphabet to myself. just like I always do, saying the letters and counting each tick of time as we get closer and closer to the end of regulation. When I catch another save lucky number 71 just as the horn sounds, I drop my stick and collapse on the ice. It's cool on my overheated skin, and before I can breathe, my teammates are piling on top of me. "Let's go," Riley yells. "Heck of a game, Sully," Hudson says from somewhere close to my ear. "Think Richardson just broke my ribs." I laugh, feeling really proud. Best goalie in the league. Maverick shoves my shoulder and rolls away from me. "Wouldn't want anyone else protecting our team." "Thanks, guys." I groan when I finally stand on 2 feet. My legs almost give out on me again, but Grant loops an arm around my left side. Hudson loops an arm around my right, steadying me just like I steadied them for the last 60 grueling minutes. I'm going to need at least 20 minutes in the shower. Might need someone to wash my back. My legs are shot. "I love you, GK, but I draw the line at back washing." Grant wrinkles his nose. "Maybe in 70 years. God, I hope I'm dead by then." We slowly skate over to the bench where the rest of my teammates greet me. I exchange handshakes with all of them, sheepishly waving to the crowd after the PA announcer lets the arena know I just broke the all-time save record. The referee hands me the puck that sealed the deal, and I'm overcome with a wave of emotion I so rarely experience. I skate off the ice as fast as my exhausted legs will allow, not wanting anyone to see me like this. Vulnerable, worn out, on the verge of crying because I've been playing hockey for years and I've never had my name on anything. I dip my head and walk down the tunnel toward the visitors' locker room, hoping to escape before the media starts to hound me. I know Coach is going to ask me to talk to reporters, and I'm going to write another check and pay the fine, wanting to keep this moment untainted from whatever they might try to ask. Before I can make it too far, Piper falls in step next to me. "I'm not going to hound you for an interview," she says, her short legs working double time to keep up with me. "Maverick has that covered." "Good." "Hey," she touches my elbow and I stop. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." I pull off my helmet and scrub a hand over my face. I gesture vaguely around me, trying to find the right words I don't know. "Oh, Liam, I'm so proud of you." She launches herself at me in a hug, holding me tight. I rest my chin on her head and exhale, cradling the back of her neck awkwardly with my glove. "It's okay to be emotional. You did something incredible." "Thanks." I clear my throat. "I'm proud of me too." "You don't owe anyone a conversation." Piper pulls away and touches my cheek. She doesn't show any sign of being bothered that her outfit is now covered in my sweat and stench, and that almost makes me emotional too. "Forget the media. Forget reporters. You take this moment however you want. It's yours, not anyone else's. The day you do decide to talk about it, though, I better be first in line for an interview." "I promise you will be," Pipsqueak. I chuckle. "I know we said we were going to have a low-key night, but I think this changes things. The guys aren't going to let me hide. Add in the whole Maverick and Emmy thing, and I'll be shocked if I can sneak back to my room before sunrise." "What do you mean the whole Maverick and Emmy thing?" "You didn't hear, they're eloping." "What?" she almost screeches. "Are you serious? Maverick's been playing with the rings in his skate all night." "Of course he has. He's such a romantic." Piper huffs and puts her hands on her hips. "That woman has some explaining to do." She turns back to the stands but stops halfway up the tunnel. "We'll see each other tonight, right?" "Why, you need something from me, Piper." Her eyes rake over my jersey and pads. Color invades her cheeks and I wonder what she's thinking. "A couple somethings. Think you can lend a hand?" she asks. "Always willing to help." The guys start to make their way into the tunnel and the noise amplifies. Someone has a bottle of champagne and I have no clue where they got it. "See you soon, Pipsqueak." "I really am proud of you, Liam," she says. From her, it means more than the record itself. 26 Piper. I can't make it to the stands to question my best friend about her surprise wedding, because the rest of the team comes barreling down the tunnel holding a cooler of Gatorade and a bottle of champagne. I know what's going to happen before poor Liam does. and as he turns around, the bucket of orange liquid gets dumped on his head. I wait, wondering how he's going to react. I'm surprised when he wipes his eyes and lets out a loud laugh. That spurs the guys on and they erupt in cheers. "Holy shoot," Maverick yells. "That was unbelievable, Sully, you fantastic goalie." He kisses Liam's cheek and I giggle when Liam rolls his eyes. A shutout performance. The most saves in NHL history. A win that puts us at the top of the Eastern Conference standings. I'm fired up, baby. 4 minutes until we're on, Miller, I call out and he salutes me. "Stop manhandling me." Liam shoves Maverick off of him, but I see the smile he's trying and failing to hide. I did my job, that's it. God, I love watching him like this. Unbridled happiness. Joy oozing out of him when he's surrounded by people who lift him up. Love for the game and the guys who helped get him here. Liam puts his whole heart into everything he does, and being witness to that work paying off fills me with immense pride. I love being happy for my friends, and right now I'm so happy for him and all he's accomplished. You did more than that. Riley throws an arm over Liam's shoulder. One of the greatest of all time. Time to celebrate. Grant rips off his helmet and chucks it at the wall. I make a note to scoop it off the floor after my interview with Maverick so I can give it to one of the fans waiting outside the tunnel. A group is gathered, hoping to snag some gear from the guys, and I love making someone's night. We're pre-gaming this wedding at a club, watching a couple sick in love exchange vows. Then we're headed to the strip and burning this place down. An afternoon flight tomorrow means we can rage all night. Coach will chew your butt out if you show up to the plane drunk, Ryan warns. YOLO Seymour, I don't give a heck. The strip, really? I thought it would be a wedding chapel and beers after, Liam says. Not some Edam club, dude. Hudson puts his hand on Liam's chest. You know I'm never one to encourage us to get wasted, but you have to participate in all the activities. We have a ton to celebrate. Fine. Liam pulls off his jersey, makes eye contact with me and tosses it my way. But only if Everett is buying. He's off his rookie salary and can finally afford the good stuff. Heck yes, Grant lifts his fists in the air. I'll buy you a bottle at the VIP section we end up in. Liam shoves his way to the locker room. I regret everything. Ready, Cap? I ask, and Maverick marches toward me. I motion our cameraman Bernie over. He holds up a finger letting me know we have 1 minute until we're live, and I nod. I can't believe you're getting married, I say softly, and Maverick beams. Me either. I'm still waiting for the day Emmy wakes up and realizes she can do a lot better than me. He laughs and a dreamy look settles on his face. I love her so much. I saw her 6 minutes ago, but I miss her. I can't imagine not spending the rest of my life with her. When we were walking around before we had to head to the arena, I looked at her and told her I wanted to marry her today. She thought I was kidding, so I